This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of recorded books, presents Lives of the Eminent Philosophers by Diogenes Laertius, translated by Pamela Mensch, edited by James Miller, narrated by Jennifer M. Dixon. Introduction. James Miller. Lives of the Eminent Philosophers of Diogenes Laertius is a crucial source for much of what we know about the origins of philosophy in Greece. The work covers a larger number of figures and a longer period of time than any other extant ancient source. Yet few classical texts of such significance have provoked such sharp disagreement, even contempt. Modern scholars have generally dismissed Diogenes Laertius as a mediocre anthologist, if not an ignoramus, thus the great German classicist Werner Jaeger. Even when dealing with invaluable evidence of otherwise unknown philosophical doctrines, concluded one expert, we may be said to have a museum of philosophical ideas which are pinned like beetles on pegs in glass cases, to be looked at and admired, a compilation which is no more capable of furnishing an understanding of the history of these ideas than the mere examination of beetles under a glass will yield an understanding of the life of the beetle. Renaissance readers, though not uncritical, by contrast, tended to revel in the book's abundance of biographical lore. In one of his essays, Montaigne says he wished that instead of just one Diogenes Laertius, there had been a dozen, for I am equally curious to know the lives and fortunes of these great instructors of the world, as to know the diversity of their doctrines and opinions. Friedrich Nietzsche, who came to admire Lives after itemizing its manifold defects from the standpoint of modern scholarship, quipped that Diogenes Laertius is the porter who guards the gate leading to the castle of ancient philosophy. Like Montaigne, Nietzsche savoured the paradox that this gatekeeper was also a fabulist, but the biographies recounted by Diogenes became for him one touchstone of how properly to search for wisdom through studying lives as well as doctrines. I, for one, prefer reading Diogenes Laertius, Nietzsche wrote in 1874, in the context of dismissing academic philosophy as arid and uninteresting. The only critique of a philosophy that is possible and that proves anything, namely trying to see whether one can live in accordance with it, has never been taught at universities. All that has ever been taught is a critique of words by means of other words. As we understand the disciplines of philosophy and intellectual history today, Diogenes Laertius practiced neither, nor was he much of a literary stylist. But Diogenes was a man on a mission, and he had the ingenuity and diligence to carry it out. The author compiled a variety of information about all the philosophers for whom he had material, 82, as it happened. All the chosen were Greek or wrote their works in Greek, since Diogenes took it as axiomatic that not only all philosophy, but the human race itself, began with the Greeks and not the barbarians, be they Persian or Egyptian. In addition to summarizing key doctrines, Diogenes offers a sequence of short biographies, the most extensive set we possess. The author's voice is direct, generally plain, even impassive, though a dry sense of humour is also at play. He appears as a stockpiling magpie, leaving little out if it fits with his own apparent fascination with whether and how the lives of philosophers squared with the doctrines they espoused. Evidently interested in odd and amusing anecdotes, the more controversial the better, Diogenes sometimes notes the bias of his sources, but only rarely does he make an effort to evaluate their plausibility or the authenticity of the letters and other documents he reproduces. Although he obliquely comments on his lives through a series of epigrams by others and poems of his own, Filled frequently with puns and wordplay meant to amuse, he almost never praises or criticizes directly the characters he describes, nor does he venture any unambiguous opinion of his own about how one might best undertake philosophy as a way of life. His philosophical views, if he had any, are obscure. The treatment of individual philosophers is uneven, ranging from an interminable list of categorical distinctions in the chapter on Plato to the verbatim citation of several works by Epicurus in his chapter on that philosopher. Some chapters are barely one paragraph long, others go on for pages. Sometimes a reader feels as if the author had simply dumped his notes on a table. Recent research suggests Diogenes may have died before he was able to organize a definitive version of his text, which would explain some of the lacunae and inconsistencies careful readers will notice. Yet even if the overall order of the books and some of the biographies was still unsettled at the time of his death, the text as we have it is never haphazard, since the material on individual philosophers is sorted more or less carefully into sections on genealogy, anecdotes, apothegms, doctrines, key works, and almost always a necrology, just as each of the work's 10 books is more or less plausibly organized by schools and lines of putative succession. As a result of this encyclopedic format, it has long been the habit of most scholars and ordinary readers to dip into Lives of the Eminent Philosophers as needed, treating it like a reference work, however strange and unreliable. But if instead one reads the entire text straight through, as there is some evidence the author intended, a not unwelcome bewilderment descends. Despite some rough parts and missing passages, we behold a meticulously codified panorama of the ancient philosophers. Through the eyes of Diogenes, we watch them as a group, living lives of sometimes extraordinary oddity, while ardently advancing sometimes incredible, occasionally cogent, often contradictory views that, to borrow a phrase from Borges, constantly threaten to transmogrify into others, so that they affirm all things, deny all things, and confound and confuse all things, as if this parade of pagan philosophers could only testify to the existence of some mad and hallucinating deity. It has proven impossible to determine the exact dates of Diogenes Laertius, since the author makes no mention of Neoplatonism, which began to flourish in the latter half of the 3rd century AD, and since he discusses nobody born after the 2nd century AD, experts have tentatively concluded that he lived in the first half of the 3rd century AD. Equally uncertain is the reason for the text's survival. If Diogenes Laertius had readers in his own lifetime, we don't know who they were. The manuscript may well have been published only posthumously, prepared by a scribe forced to work with unfinished material. No one knows how many copies were initially made. Unlike the corpus of Plato, which was carefully preserved by his school, or the treatises of Aristotle, which came to be widely read, studied, and copied in antiquity, it's as if the manuscript had been preserved by a quirk of fate, just like the wall paintings in Pompeii, or the papyrus rolls of the Epicurean philosopher Philodemus in nearby Herculaneum. Modern philologists have spent careers examining the scant evidence for more clues about Diogenes and the provenance of his text. Some of this research has focused on an effort to reconstruct a Greek text as close as possible to the lost original manuscript. Other research has examined the sources Diogenes consulted. As one scholar dryly remarked, the relation of all this work to the Laertius problem as a whole has been strikingly expressed in a statement of Richard's. I have confined myself mainly to minutiae with which it seemed comparatively safe to deal. In his doctoral work on the text as a young philologist, Nietzsche focused on just such minutiae. The earliest surviving references to Diogenes appear in works by Sopater of Apamea, 4th century, and Stephanos of Byzantium, 6th century, but it was only centuries later that the text became better known in the West, at first through a Latin translation by the Christian monk Ambrogio Traversari, 1386 to 1439, and then through the first print editions of the Greek text. Despite their obvious import, the biographies in Diogenes have long chagrined modern scholars, not because they are unsourced, but because of their sheer number and their sometimes amazing contents. For example, his life of Pythagoras gives 4 different versions of how that philosopher died, citing 3 sources. He died fleeing a fire, he died in combat, he starved to death, and then this. When he arrived in Italy, he built an underground chamber and instructed his mother to commit to writing everything that occurred, and at what time, and then to send her notes down to him until he came back up. This his mother did, and after a time Pythagoras emerged, withered and skeletal. Entering the assembly, he said that he had come from Hades. He even read aloud what he had experienced there. Shaken by what he said, the people wept and wailed, and were so convinced Pythagoras was a god that they sent their wives to him in the hope they might learn some of his doctrines. These were called the Pythagorezusae, women who followed Pythagoras. So says Hermippus. Lives glories in the deadpan reproduction of this kind of lore, some of it slyly deflationary, all of it offered in disorienting abundance. A general picture of the philosopher as a social type, nevertheless, starts to emerge. He, with 1 or 2 exceptions, the philosopher is a man, is an imposing figure, often adept at argument, and generally interested in questions about the order of the world, the best way to live, or both. Absent-mindedness is frequently noted, starting with Thales, along with an indifference to hygiene. Body lice are a common malady. He is often a stranger to conventional behavior and customary beliefs, and his utterances are sometimes inscrutable. A representative sample of anecdotes and odd apothegms. When asked what knowledge is the most necessary, Antisthenes said, "How to rid oneself of the need to unlearn anything." When masturbating in the marketplace, a shameless act that made him a cynosure, Diogenes the cynic said, "If only one could relieve hunger by rubbing one's belly." Carneades let his hair and fingernails grow, so single-minded was his devotion to philosophy. Pyrrho took as an example of perfect tranquility a pig in a ship, eating calmly in the midst of a raging storm. Xenocrates was so infallibly honest that he was allowed to give unsworn evidence in courts. Chrysippus, a Stoic of unrivalled industriousness and quickness of wit, was renowned for his copious use of citation, with the result that in one of his books he copied out nearly the whole of Euripides' Medea, and when someone holding the book was asked what he was reading, he replied, "Chrysippus' Medea." The cumulative effect of such details is to underline the eccentricity of the philosopher as a social type and of philosophy as a way of life. But whereas Plato's enchanting dramatizations of the transcendental moral perfection of Socrates still lead otherwise skeptical readers to suspend disbelief, the accounts in Diogenes, often allegorical in nature, occupy a playful twilight zone between fact and fiction. They seem designed both to fascinate and to provoke incredulity. Then again, Perhaps the real reason for the promiscuous citation of strange stories and conflicting authorities is to confirm the fame of the figure in question. After all, the work's objects of interest are not just any old philosophers, but only those who are eminent, and what makes someone famous is, in part, the number of legends that surround him. Those prove eminence. Diogenes thus starts his biography of Plato with a genealogy linking him to an Olympian deity and the legendary lawgiver Solon, followed immediately by an account of his virgin birth. Plato, son of Ariston and Perictione, or Potone, was an Athenian, his mother tracing her descent back to Solon. For Solon's brother was Dropides, and Dropides was the father of Calais Crus, who was the father of Critias, one of the 30, and of Glaucon, who was the father of Charmides and Perictione, by whom Ariston fathered Plato. Thus Plato was in the 6th generation from Solon. Solon himself traced his descent to Neleus and Poseidon, and his father is said to have traced his descent to Codrus, son of Melanthus. Both, according to Thrasyllus, trace their descent to Poseidon. Speusippus in Plato's funeral feast, and Clearchus in his encomium on Plato, and Anaxileides in his second book on philosophy, say that there was a story in Athens that Ariston tried to force himself on Perictione, who was then in the bloom of youth, and was rebuffed, and that, when he ceased resorting to force, he saw a vision of the god Apollo, after which he abstained from conjugal relations until Perictione gave birth. The biographies of Plato in modern textbooks simply omit such information, yet these details offer vivid evidence of how Plato came to be called divine, and hence help to explain how his writings became as consecrated as anything in Jewish or Christian scripture. In composing his biographies, Diogenes, not unlike Plutarch, the most distinguished among the ancient biographers, gave pride of place to emblematic anecdotes. As Plutarch explained at the outset of his life of Alexander, "It is not histories I am writing, but lives, and the most glorious deeds do not always reveal the working of virtue or vice. Frequently, a small thing, a phrase or flash of wit, gives more insight into a man's character than battles where tens of thousands die, or vast arrays of troops, or sieges of cities." Accordingly, just as painters derive their likenesses from a subject's face and the expression of his eyes, where character shows itself, and attach little importance to other parts of the body, so must I be allowed to give more attention to the manifestations of a man's soul, and thereby mould an image of his life, leaving it to others to describe the epic conflicts. Diogenes seems similarly to assume that a vignette or a telling anecdote may reveal more about the essential character of a philosopher than the canonic writings that generations have intensively studied. In any case, it is Diogenes Laertius alone who remains our main source for the lives and legends of most Greek philosophers. The many doctrinal excerpts, what classicists call doxography, present problems of their own in the work of Diogenes Laertius. While most modern scholars largely ignore the tall tales in his lives, they have never ceased to mine his text for precious evidence of the doctrines put forth by a large number of ancient philosophers and the schools they founded. For the doctrines of some, the Stoics and the school of Epicurus, Diogenes Laertius is a primary, or our only source. In some cases, it is hard to be sure how reliable his extracts are, since many of the works he cited have been lost. Where experts agree that an extract is genuine, it is hard to be sure how to interpret material presented more or less out of context. Above all, Diogenes represents a standing challenge to many modern accounts of ancient philosophy. John Cooper, in Pursuits of Wisdom, 6 Ways of Life in Ancient Philosophy from Socrates to Plotinus, 2012, narrows in on what he calls mainline philosophers, theoreticians who stress the role of reason and the capacity to reason in philosophy as a way of life. In a footnote, Cooper denigrates the importance of spiritual exercises as a constitutive component of ancient philosophy and on the conversion to a specific ancient philosophy as an existential choice. It's as if, for him, philosophy just is a reasoned commitment to a system of reasonable doctrines, or it isn't really philosophy at all. But an unprejudiced reading of Diogenes' lives suggests that a one-sided emphasis on the capacity to reason as a sine qua non of ancient philosophy is hopelessly anachronistic. Sometimes, joining one of the philosophical schools Diogenes describes involved a suspension of conventional beliefs and sometimes a suspension of disbelief, as witness the legends surrounding many of the most charismatic founding figures of some major philosophical schools. Sometimes it hinged on the ability to make logical arguments, but sometimes it entailed ritualized regimens or the memorization of core doctrines, or simply the emulation of an exemplary, if perhaps mythic, individual philosopher, as witness Pythagoras, Empedocles, Socrates, Diogenes the Cynic, Pyrrho, and Zeno of Citium. In his survey of ancient philosophical doctrines, Diogenes himself makes no effort to quarantine what seems purely rational from what seems superstitious, imaginative, dogmatic, or rooted in systematic doubt, rather than reasoned knowledge. Instead of confirming the central importance of the sort of rationality vaunted by some Greek philosophers, such as Plato, Aristotle, and Chrysippus, the work of Diogenes, taken as a whole, rather illustrates the whimsical constitution of mankind who must act and reason and believe, as Hume once put it, though they are not able, by the most diligent inquiry, to satisfy themselves concerning the foundation of these operations, or to remove the objections which may be raised against them. In this way, the work of Diogenes willy-nilly poses anew the invaluable question, what is philosophy? The goal of this edition has been to render Diogenes into an English prose that is fluent yet faithful to the original Greek. Throughout, Pamela Mensch has avoided easy glosses in English of passages that are inherently hard to fathom in the original Greek. The annotation is aimed at the general rather than specialist reader, and explains the various references to people, places, practices, and countless mythological characters as they occur. The text of Diogenes' lives comes down to us through a manuscript tradition roughly 2,000 years long. In the process of copying and recopying the manuscripts, errors and omissions have inevitably occurred. Modern editors have attempted to correct the text by removing erroneous additions and restoring passages that they believe have been lost. Our translation marks these editorial interventions using 2 devices. Braces are used to indicate text that is in the manuscript tradition, but which we, following other modern editions, regard as corrupt. Angled brackets indicate text that is not in the manuscripts, but has been introduced by editors in an attempt to reconstruct what Diogenes' original text might have said. In cases where we are uncertain how the text should be reconstructed, we put ellipses within those angled brackets. The letters of Epicurus preserved in Book 10 present a different kind of editorial challenge. Modern scholars generally agree that certain passages in these letters are genuine parts of Diogenes' text, but not genuine parts of Epicurus' letters. Rather, these passages are thought to represent a later commentary on the letters, which was incorporated into the text of the letters from which Diogenes transcribed them. Such passages of commentary have been italicized and enclosed in square brackets. If an unfamiliar proper name mentioned in a section of the text for the first time is not given a footnote, then the person mentioned usually is someone whom Diogenes Laertius is using as a source. The Glossary of Ancient Sources, which starts on page 634, will offer more information on such people. The selection of essays that follows the translation will give readers a sample of some of the latest scholarship in the field. Mensch has worked from the new, authoritative Greek text established by Tiziano Dorandi and published by Cambridge University Press, with one significant exception. As Dorandi points out, there are no chapter headings in the most important extant Greek manuscripts for the parts of the text that concern an individual philosopher, perhaps a sign that Diogenes wished his text to be regarded as a whole, rather than as a series of separate chapters on individual philosophers. In order to make the work easier for ordinary readers to approach, we have nevertheless followed the traditional convention of assigning the names of individual philosophers to the relevant parts of the text where each is discussed. In commissioning and reviewing the essays, I have been assisted by James Allen, Dorandi, Anthony Grafton, A. Long, and Glenn Most. I have asked the contributors to keep in mind lay readers, but some of the philological and philosophical issues at stake are fairly technical. Not every reader will be interested in every essay. The notes to the text come from several hands. James Rom annotated the historical references, while J. Eliot focused on philosophical notations. Madeline Miller, a novelist by choice and a classicist by training, who is no relation to the present writer, annotated most of the mythological references with help from Kyle Mest. Trent Duffy copy-edited the text and notes and served as production editor during the long process of turning this complicated manuscript into a book. In editing the essays, I also had the valuable assistance of Prudence Crowther. The many images and maps that accompany the main text have been selected by Timothy Donne. Since these images are meant to illustrate the ongoing influence of many of the philosophical anecdotes compiled by Diogenes, we have included material that is modern as well as ancient. The book was designed by Jason David Brown. Our common goal has been to make lives as accessible as possible to English-speaking readers and at the same time to convey some of the essential strangeness of what philosophy once was, in hopes that readers may wonder anew at what philosophy might yet become. Translator's Note. Pamela Mensch. Close translation, with all its unsolvable difficulties, is the only method by which most translators can hope to do justice to an author's work. The challenge is to respect, capture, and convey the elements of a writer's style, diction, tone, rhythm, and flow, knowing all the while that compromise in each of these areas is inevitable, and that each compromise, no matter how minute, increases the distance between the reader and the original work. That distance can never be eliminated, which is why all translators are bound to revere their intrepid predecessors, whose efforts become a lasting source of moral support. Thus, it is a great pleasure to acknowledge the debt I owe to Robert Drew Hicks, Diogenes Loeb Classical Library translator, and to the 7 translators of the French edition, published in 1999 by Livre de Poche. The ingenuity of Richard Goulet deserves special mention. 2 of our consulting editors gave me extensive help with the doctrinal material in Books 7 and 10. A. Long elucidated the Stoic doxography, and James Allen the Letters of Epicurus. I am beholden to them for their expertise and generosity. J. Eliot reviewed the entire translation. His responses, always astute, prompted a great many improvements. James Rom reviewed all the biographical passages, offered me an invaluable trove of suggestions, and showed himself willing to discuss and debate them to my heart's content, a gift for friendship being among his foremost, and for her unerring grasp of how to make a sentence fulfill its promise. All honour to Prudence Crowther. Our translation is based on Tiziano Dorandi's edition of the Greek text, published in 2013 by Cambridge University Press. Book 1. Book 1 comprises the whole work's prologue and then 11 wise men, starting with Thales. Prologue. The discipline of philosophy, some say, originated among the barbarians. The Persians, they say, had their magi, the Babylonians or Assyrians their Chaldeans, the Indians their naked sages, and the Celts and Galatians their so-called Druids and Semnothioi, as Aristotle says in his Magicus, and Sotion in the 23rd book of his Succession. And they mention that Ocus was a Phoenician, Zamolsis a Thracian, and Atlas a Libyan. According to the Egyptians, Hephaestus was the son of the Nile, and philosophy, over which their priests and prophets presided, began with him. Between Hephaestus and Alexander of Macedon there elapsed 48,863 years, in the course of which there occurred 373 eclipses of the sun and 832 of the moon. Between the Magi, the first of whom was Zoroaster the Persian, and the capture of Troy, there elapsed 5,000 years, as Hermodorus, the Platonist, says in his work on mathematics. Xanthus the Lydian, however, says that 6,000 years separated Zoroaster from Xerxes' crossing, and that he was succeeded by a great many magi, including Ostanas, Astramsychus, Gobrias, and Pazatas, until the overthrow of the Persians by Alexander. But these authors fail to notice that they attribute to the barbarians the accomplishments of the Greeks, with whom not only philosophy, but the human race itself began. Let us consider, in any case, that Musaeus was native Athenian, and Linus a Theban. The former, they say, was the son of Eumolpus, and was the first to compose a theogony and a sphere. He declared that all things come into being from unity, and into unity are resolved. He died at Phalerum, and this elegiac couplet is his epitaph. Here the Phalerian soil holds Musaeus, the beloved son of Eumolpus. It is from the father of Musaeus that the Eumolpidae at Athens get their name. As for Linus, they say that he was the son of Hermes and the muse Urania. He composed a work describing the creation of the world, the roots of the sun and moon, and the origins of animals and fruits. His poem begins with this line: "There was a time when all things came into being at once." Hence, Anaxagoras, borrowing this idea, said that all things were originally together until mind came and placed them in order. Linus is said to have died in Euboea, struck by an arrow of Apollo, and this epitaph was composed for him. Here the earth has received the Theban Linus, the son of the fair-crowned muse Urania. And thus philosophy began with the Greeks. Its very name resists translation into foreign speech. But those who attribute its invention to barbarians bring forward Orpheus the Thracian, declaring him a philosopher and the most ancient. For my part, I do not know whether one should call a person who spoke as he did about the gods a philosopher, and what should we call a man who did not hesitate to attribute to the gods all human experience, including the obscene deeds committed rarely by certain men with the organ of speech. The story goes that Orpheus met his death at the hands of women, but according to the epitaph at Dium in Macedonia, he was struck by a thunderbolt. The epitaph runs as follows: "Here the Muses laid the Thracian, Orpheus of the golden lyre, whom high-ruling Zeus slew with a smoking shaft." That those who say that philosophy originated with the barbarians explain the form it takes in each instance. They say that the naked sages and druids express their philosophy in riddles, urging men to honor the gods and to do no evil and to practice courage. Clitarchus, at any rate, in his 12th book, says that the naked sages despise even death itself. The Chaldeans, they say, apply themselves to astronomy and prediction, and the Magi devote their time to serving the gods with sacrifices and prayers, thinking that only their prayers are heard. They declare their views about the substance and origin of the gods, whom they hold to be fire, earth, and water. They condemn statues of gods, and especially the idea that some gods are male and others female. They hold discussions about justice and consider cremation impious. They think it pious to sleep with one's mother or daughter, as Sotion says in his 23rd book. They practice divination and prediction, and say that the gods appear to them in visible form. Furthermore, they say that the air is full of images that stream forth like an exhalation and penetrate the eyes of the keen-sighted. They prohibit ornaments and the wearing of gold. Their clothing is white, their beds made of straw, and their diet composed of vegetables, cheese, and coarse bread. Their staff is a reed, with which, it is said, they prick the cheese so as to take it up and eat it. They are unacquainted with magic, as Aristotle says in his Magicus, and Dinon in the 5th book of his History. Dinon says that the name Zoroaster, translated literally, means star worshipper, and Hermodorus agrees with him. Aristotle, in the 1st book of his work on philosophy, says that the Magi are more ancient than the Chaldeans, and that they have two principles, a good spirit and an evil spirit. The former is called Zeus and Oromasdes, the latter Hades and Arimaneus. Hermippus confirms this in the 1st book of his work on the Magi, Eudoxus in his voyage around the world, and Theopompus in the 8th book of his Philippica. Theopompus says that, according to the Magi, human beings will come back to life and be immortal, and will indeed endure by means of their invocations. This is also confirmed by Eudemus of Rhodes, but Hecataeus says that, according to the Magi, the gods are subject to birth. Clearchus of Soli, in his work on education, says that the naked sages are the descendants of the Magi, and some say that the Jews are also descended from them. Furthermore, those who have written about the Magi criticize Herodotus. They maintain that Xerxes would not have hurled javelins at the sun or lowered fetters into the sea, since the Magi believe that the sun and the sea are gods, but he is likely to have destroyed statues of the gods. The philosophy of the Egyptians with respect to the gods and to justice is as follows. They hold that the first principle was matter, then the 4 elements were derived from matter, and living creatures of all kinds were produced. The sun and the moon are gods. The former is called Osiris, the latter Isis. These gods are represented in a riddling manner by the beetle, the serpent, the hawk, and certain other animals, as Manetho says in his Epitome of Natural Philosophy, and Hecataeus in the 1st book of his work on the philosophy of the Egyptians. They set up statues and temples to these creatures because they do not know the actual form of the god. They hold that the world comes into being and is destroyed, and that it is spherical in shape, that the stars consist of fire, and that the degree of their purity affects what happens on earth, that the moon is eclipsed when it falls into the earth's shadow, that the soul survives death and migrates into other bodies, and that rain is produced by a change in the atmosphere. They provide physical explanations of all other phenomena, as Hecataeus and Aristagoras report. They created laws to secure justice, and ascribed these to Hermes, and they regarded the serviceable animals as gods. They also claimed to have invented geometry, astronomy, and arithmetic. So much concerning the invention of philosophy. That the first to use the term philosophy and to call himself a philosopher was Pythagoras, when he was conversing in Sicyon with Leon, the tyrant of Sicyon, or Phlius, as Heraclides Ponticus says in his work on the inanimate. For he said that no one is wise but God. Before very long the study was called wisdom, and the man who made a profession of it, a sage, he who had attained the highest perfection of mind, while the man who cherished wisdom was called a philosopher. The wise men were also called sophists, and the term was applied not only to them, but to poets as well. For Cratinus, when praising Homer and Hesiod in his Archilochoi, refers to them as sophists. The following men were considered sages: Thales, Solon, Periander, Cleobulus, Chilon, Bias, and Pittacus. To these they add Anacharsis, the Scythian, Myson of Ken, Pherecydes of Cyrus, and Epimenides of Crete. Some also include Pisistratus, the tyrant. So much for the sages. But philosophy has two origins, one that dates back to Anaximander, the other to Pythagoras. Anaximander was a student of Thales. Pythagoras studied with Pherecydes. The school originated by Anaximander was called Ionian because Thales, who as a native of Miletus was an Ionian, was Anaximander's teacher. The other school was called Italian, after Pythagoras, who practiced philosophy for the most part in Italy. The one school, the Ionian, ends with Clitomachus, Chrysippus, and Theophrastus, the Italian with Epicurus. The succession passes from Thales through Anaximander, Anaximenes, Anaxagoras, Archelaus to Socrates, who introduced moral philosophy. From Socrates to the various Socratics, especially Plato, who founded the Old Academy. From Plato through Speusippus and Xenocrates to Polemon, Crantor, Crates, and Arcesilaus, who founded the Middle Academy, to Lacides, who founded the New Academy, Carneades and Clitomachus. And thus it ends with Clitomachus. It ends with Chrysippus in the following way. From Socrates it passes to Antisthenes, then to Diogenes the Cynic, Crates of Thebes, Zeno of Citium, Cleanthes, and Chrysippus. It ends with Theophrastus as follows. From Plato it passes to Aristotle, and from Aristotle to Theophrastus, and in this way the school of Ionia comes to an end. The succession of the Italian school is as follows. From Pherecydes it passes to Pythagoras, then to his son to Logos, then to Xenophanes, Parmenides, Zeno of Elea, Leucippus, and Democritus, who had many students, among whom one should mention Nausiphanes and Nausides, who taught Epicurus. Among the philosophers, some have been dogmatists, others skeptics. The dogmatists are those who make assertions about things on the assumption that they can be grasped. The skeptics are those who suspend judgment about them on the grounds that they cannot be grasped. Some philosophers have left written works, while others wrote nothing, as was the case, according to some, with Socrates, Philippus, Menedemus, Pyrrho, Theodorus, Carneades, and Bryson. Some authorities include Pythagoras and Ariston of Chios, except that they wrote a few letters. Some philosophers wrote only one treatise each, namely Melissus, Parmenides, and Anaxagoras. Many works were written by Zeno, more by Xenophanes, more by Democritus, more by Aristotle, more by Epicurus, and more by Chrysippus. Among the philosophers, some took their name from cities, like the Eleans, the Megarians, the Eretrians, and the Cyrenaics, others from localities, like the Academics and the Stoics, others from incidental matters, like the Peripatetics, or from mocking epithets, like the Cynics, others from their temperaments, like the Eudemonists, others from their notions, like the Philelithists, the Alenctics, and the Analogists, others from their teachers like the Socratics and the Epicureans, and so forth. And some are called natural philosophers because they investigate nature. Others are called moralists because they discuss morals. Those who occupy themselves in verbal hair-splitting are called dialecticians. There are three parts of philosophy: physics, ethics, and dialectic. Physics is the part concerned with the world and its contents. Ethics is concerned with life and the matters that affect us. Dialectic is the part that cultivates the processes of reasoning employed by both. Until Archelaus, physics was a branch of philosophy. Ethics, as has been mentioned, was introduced by Socrates, and dialectic by Zeno of Elea. In ethics there have been 10 schools: the academic, the Cyrenaic, the Elean, the Megarian, the Cynic, the Eretrian, the dialectic, the Peripatetic, the Stoic, and the Epicurean. Of the Old Academy, Plato was the founder. Of the Middle Academy, Arcesilaus. Of the New Academy, Laertius. Of the Cyrenaic school, Aristippus of Cyrene. Of the Elean, Phaedon of Elis. Of the Megarian, Euclides of Megara. Of the Cynic, Antisthenes of Athens. Of the Eretrian, Menedemus of Eretria. Of the dialectical, Clitomachus of Carthage. Of the Peripatetic, Aristotle of Stagira. Of the Stoic, Zeno of Citium. As for the Epicurean school, it took its name from Epicurus himself. Hippopotus, in his work on philosophical schools, says that there are 9 sects or schools: 1, the Megarian; 2, the Eretrian; 3, the Cyrenaic; 4, the Epicurean; 5, the Anaxirian; 6, the Theodorian; 7, the Zenonian, or Stoic; 8, the Old Academic; 9, the Peripatetic. He omits the Cynic, Elean, and dialectical schools. As for the Pyrrhonians, most authorities do not consider them a sect by reason of their uncertainty. Some regard them as a sect in some respects, but not in others. Yet they seem to be a sect, for we apply that term to those who follow, or are thought to follow, some principle with regard to appearances. On this basis, we would be justified in calling the skeptics a sect. But if we think of a sect as having a bias in favor of a series of doctrines, they could no longer be called a sect, for they have no doctrines. So much for the beginning of philosophy, its successions, its parts, and its schools. But recently an eclectic school was introduced by Potamon of Alexandria, who made a selection from the tenets of each of the schools. In his opinion, according to what he says in his elementary teaching, the criteria of truth are: 1, that by which the judgment is formed, that is, the authoritative principle; and 2, the means by which it is formed, for example, the most precise representation. His principles of the universe are matter, the efficient cause, quality, and place. For the character of every entity depends on that out of which and that by which it is made, and the manner and place in which it is made. The end to which he refers all things is a life made perfect in all virtue, which cannot be attained without external advantages and a body free of natural defects. We must speak of the philosophers themselves, and in the first place of Thales. Thales, according to Herodotus, Duris, and Democritus, was the son of Examnias and Cleobulina, and belonged to the Thalidae, the noblest Phoenician descendants of Cadmus and Agenor. He was one of the 7 sages, as Plato says. and he was the first to be named a sage during the archonship of Damascius in Athens, when the 7 were first called sages, as Demetrius of Phalerum says in his list of archons. He was admitted to citizenship at Miletus when he came there with Neleus, who had been banished from Phoenicia. But most writers say that he was a true-born Milesian and came from a distinguished family. After a career in politics, he applied himself to natural philosophy. According to some, he left no written work, for the nautical astronomy attributed to him is said to be the work of Phocus of Samos. Callimachus knows him as the discoverer of the little bear, for he writes as follows in his iambics. He is also said to have measured the small stars that form the wagon by which the Phoenicians navigate. According to some, he wrote only 2 books, on the solstice and on the equinox, since he considered all other matters incomprehensible. He is thought by some to have been the first to study astronomy and to predict solar eclipses and solstices, as Diogenes says in his History of Astronomy. This is why Xenophanes and Herodotus admired him. He was also acknowledged by Heraclitus and Democritus. And some, including the poet Cerylus, says he was the first to declare that souls are immortal. He was the first to discover the course of the sun from solstice to solstice, and the first, according to some, to say that the size of the sun is 1/720th part of the solar circle, and that the size of the moon is the same fraction of the lunar circle. He was the first to call the last day of the month the 30th, and the first, as some say, to reason about nature. Aristotle and Hippias say that he attributed souls even to inanimate objects, arguing from the magnet and from amber. Pamphila says that when he had learned geometry from the Egyptians, he was the first to inscribe a right triangle in a circle, after which he sacrificed an ox. But others, including Apollodorus, the arithmetician, tell this story of Pythagoras. It was Pythagoras who advanced to their furthest extent the discoveries that Callimachus in his iambics attributes to Euphorbus the Phrygian, for example, scalene polygons and triangles, and all that concerns geometrical theory. He is also thought to have given excellent counsel in political affairs. At any rate, when Croesus sent an envoy to Miletus proposing a military alliance, Thales thwarted the overture, a measure that saved the city when Cyrus won a victory. He himself says, as Heraclides reports, that he was always solitary and reclusive. Some say that he married and had a son named Cybisthus, others that he remained unmarried and adopted his sister's son. And when asked why he had no children, he replied, out of love for children. They say that when his mother sought to force him to marry, he said it was too soon, and later, when he was past his prime and she pressed him again, he said it was too late. Hieronymus of Rhodes, in the 2nd book of his Miscellaneous Notes, says that when Thales wished to prove that it was easy to be wealthy, he rented the oil presses when he foresaw that there would be a large olive crop, and thus amassed a fortune. He held that the original substance of all things is water, and that the world is inanimate and full of deities. They say he discovered the seasons of the year and divided the year into 365 days. No one instructed him, except that he went to Egypt and spent time with the priests. Hieronymus says that he measured the pyramids by their shadow, making his observations at the moment when our shadow is the same height as ourselves. He lived with Thrasybulus, the tyrant of Miletus, as Minyas reports. The famous story about the tripod found by the fishermen and sent to the sages by the people of Miletus runs as follows. They say that certain Ionian youths purchased a catch of fish from some Milesian fishermen, and when the tripod was dragged out with the fish, it became the subject of a dispute until the Milesians sent a delegation to Delphi. And the god gave the following oracle: "Scion of Miletus, you ask Phoebus about a tripod? It belongs, I declare, to him who is the wisest of all." Accordingly, they give it to Thales, and he gives it to another, who gives it to another, until it comes round to Solon, who, declaring that the god is the wisest, sent it to Delphi. But Callimachus, in his iambics, gives a different version of the story, which he received from Laertius of Miletus. In this version, Bathocles, an Arcadian, bequeathed a bowl with the solemn instruction that it be given to the most useful of the sages. It was then given to Thales, and after going round to all the sages, came back to Thales. He sent it to Apollo at Didyma with this dedication, according to Callimachus: "Thales offers me, twice received as a prize, to the guardian of the people of Neleos." But the prose inscription runs as follows: "Thales of Miletus, son of Examias, to Delphinian Apollo, after twice receiving it from the Greeks." The bowl was carried from place to place by the son of Bathocles, whose name was Therion, as Eleusis says in his work on Achilles, and Alexo of Mindus in the 9th book of his mythical tales. But Eudoxus of Cnidus and Euanthes of Miletus say that a friend of Croesus received from the king a golden drinking cup, in order to bestow it on the wisest of the Greeks, and this man gave it to Thales. And when it came round to Chelon, he asked Pythian Apollo who was wiser than he, and the god replied, "My son." We will speak of my son in due course. In the list of sages, Eudoxus includes my son instead of Cleobulus, while Plato includes him in place of Periander. About Myson, Pythian Apollo replied with the following verses: "I declare that one Myson of Ken in Eta surpasses you in wise-heartedness." The question was posed by Anarchus, but Dimachus, the Platonist, and Clearchus hold that a bowl was sent by Croesus to Pittacus and began its round from him. Andron in his tripod says that the Argives offered a tripod as a prize of virtue to the wisest of the Greeks. Aristodemus of Sparta was judged worthy of the honour, but he withdrew in favour of Chelon. Alcius recalled Aristodemus in these verses: "No inept word spoke Aristodemus in Sparta. Money is the man, no pauper attains honour." Some say that a vessel with its cargo was sent by Periander to Thrasybulus, the tyrant of Miletus. It was shipwrecked in Coan waters, and the tripod was later found by certain fishermen. But Phanodicus says it was found in Athenian waters and brought to the city, and when an assembly was held, it was sent to Bias, for reasons I will discuss in the life of Bias. Others say that it was fashioned by Hephaestus and sent by that god to Pelops on the occasion of his marriage. Afterward it came to Menelaus, and then seized by Paris with Helen. It was cast into the Coan Sea by the Spartan woman, who said that it would be a cause of conflict. In time, when certain Lebedians had bought the contents of a fishing basket at the same place, the tripod was hauled up, and when the Lebedians quarrelled with the fishermen about it, they put ashore at Kos. When they could not resolve the dispute, they reported the fact to Miletus, their mother city. The Milesians, when their ambassadors were slighted, made war on the Coans. Many fell on both sides, and an oracle declared that the tripod should be given to the wisest. Both parties agreed on Thales, and after it had made its round, he dedicated it to Apollo of Didyma. The oracle the Coans received runs as follows: "The quarrel between the sons of Merops and the Ionians will not cease until the golden tripod, which Hephaestus cast into the sea, is sent from the city and reaches the seer, a man who is wise about the present, the future, and the past." The Milesians' oracle began, "Scion of Miletus, you ask Phoebus about a tripod?" as has been mentioned. So much for this version of the story. Hermippus in his Lives attributes to Thales the remark that some attribute to Socrates, namely that there were 3 blessings for which he was grateful to fortune. First, that I was born a man and not a beast, secondly, a man and not a woman, and thirdly, a Greek and not a barbarian. It is said that once, when brought outdoors by an old woman to observe the stars, he fell into a ditch, and the old woman, hearing his wail, said, "Since you can't see what's underfoot, Thales, do you think you'll know what's in the sky?" Timon also knows him as an astronomer and praises him in his Lampoons, saying, "Like Thales, among the 7 sages, an astute observer of stars." His writings, according to Lobon of Argos, run to 200 lines. His statue is said to carry the following inscription: Ionian Miletus reared Thales and made him known, the astronomer whose wisdom is unsurpassed. To his songs belong the following verses. Numerous words do not express a sound opinion. Seek for one thing only, that which is wise. Choose one thing only, that which has merit. For you will check the tongues of men whose chatter never ceases. And the following maxims are attributed to him. The most ancient of beings, God, for he is uncreated. The most beautiful thing, the universe, for it is God's creation. The largest thing, space, for it contains all things. The quickest thing, mind, for it runs through everything. The strongest thing, necessity, for it masters everything. The wisest thing, time, for it discovers everything. He said that there was no difference between life and death. "Why then," someone asked, "do you not die?" "Because," he replied, "it makes no difference." To the man who asked which was older, night or day, he said, "Night is older by 1 day." Someone asked him whether a man who does evil escapes the gods' notice. "No," he replied, "nor he who thinks evil." To the adulterer who asked whether he should deny the charge under oath, he replied, "Is perjury not worse than adultery?" When asked what is difficult, he said, "To know oneself." What is easy? To advise another. What is most pleasant? To succeed. What is the divine? That which has no beginning and no end. What is the strangest thing you have seen? An elderly tyrant. How could one most easily bear misfortune? By seeing one's enemies faring worse. How could we live the best and most honest lives? By refraining from doing that which we censure in others. Who is happy? The man who is healthy in body, resourceful in mind, and educable in nature. He tells us to remember our friends, whether present or absent, not to embellish our appearance, but to be beautiful by our pursuits. Do not enrich yourself dishonourably, and let no tale prejudice you against those who have shared your confidence. Whatever provision you make for your parents, he said, expect the same from your children. He said that the Nile floods when its waters are driven back by the Etesian winds, which blow in the opposite direction. Apollodorus, in his chronology, says that Thales was born in the 1st year of the 35th Olympiad. He died at the age of 78, or, as Socrates says, at the age of 90. For he died in the 58th Olympiad, being a contemporary of Croesus, whom he undertook to take across the Halys without a bridge, when he had diverted the course of the river. There have been 5 other men named Thales, as Demetrius of Magnesia says in his Men of the same name, an orator from Calatia, whose style was defective, a gifted painter from Sicyon, an ancient who lived at the time of Hesiod, Homer, and Lycurgus, a 4th mentioned by Duras in his work On Painting, a 5th more recent and little known, whom Dionysius mentions in his critical writings. The sage died from heat and thirst and weakness at an advanced age while viewing an athletic competition. The inscription on his tomb reads, "The tomb is small, but the man's renown soars to the skies. Behold the grave of Thales, the most thoughtful of mortals." And here is my own epigram about him from the first book of my epigrams, also entitled Permetros. One day, as Thales watched the games, you snatched the sage from the stadium. I commend you, Zeus, lord of the sun, for drawing him toward you, for he could no longer see the stars from earth. He was the author of Know Thyself, which Antisthenes, in his Successions, attributes to Phemeno, and which was appropriated by Chelon. Of the 7 sages, it seems proper to discuss them in general terms at this point. The following accounts are given. Damon of Cyrene, who wrote On the Philosophers, censures all the sages, but especially the 7. Anaximenes says that they all wrote in verse. Diogenes says that they were neither sages nor philosophers, but clever men with a bent for legislation. Archetimus of Syracuse has described their meeting at the court of Cypselus, which he himself claims to have attended. Ephorus, however, says that the meeting took place at the court of Croesus and without Thales. Some say they met at the Pan-Ionian festival at Corinth and at Delphi, and there is disagreement about their utterances, which are attributed differently by different writers, as in the following instance. There was a Lacedaemonian sage, Chilon by name, who said, "Nothing in excess, to all good things their proper season." There is also disagreement about their number. For Leandrius includes, in place of Cleobulus and Myson, Leophantus, son of Gorgidas, of Lepidus or Ephesus, and Epimenides of Crete. Plato, in his Protagoras, includes Myson in place of Periander. Ephorus includes Anacharsis in place of Myson, and some also include Protagoras. Diogenes gives us 4 who are generally accepted: Thales, Bias, Pittacus, and Solon. He names 6 others, from whom he selects 3: Aristodemus, Pamphilus, Chelon the Lacedaemonian, Cleobulus, Anacharsis, and Periander. Some add Acusilaus of Argos, the son of Cabas or Scabras. Hermippus, in his work on the sages, counts 17, from which various selections of 7 are made. They are Solon, Thales, Pittacus, Bias, Chilon, Myson, Cleobulus, Periander, Anacharsis, Acusilaus, Epimenides, Leophantus, Pherecydes, Aristodemus, Pythagoras, Lasus, son of Charantides, or Sisimbrinus, or, according to Aristoxenus, of Cabrinus, a native of Hermione, and Anaxagoras. Hippobotus, in his list of philosophers, includes Orpheus, Linus, Solon, Periander, Anacharsis, Cleobulus, Myson, Thales, Bias, Pittacus, Epicharmus, and Pythagoras. The following letters are attributed to Thales. Thales to Pherecydes. I hear that you intend to be the first Ionian to address the Greeks about divine matters, and perhaps it was a sound decision to publish your book rather than entrust it to anyone, no matter who, which is of no use. If it would give you pleasure, I would like to correspond with you about what you have written, and if you invite me to Syros, I will pay you a visit. Would Solon of Athens and I be of sound mind if, after sailing to Crete to pursue our inquiries there, and to Egypt to confer with the priests and astronomers there, we would not sail to you? For Solon will come too, with your leave. Fond of home as you are, you rarely visit Ionia, and have no desire to meet strangers. Instead, you apply yourself, as I expect, solely to writing. We, on the other hand, who write nothing, make the circuit of Greece and Asia. Thales to Solon. If you leave Athens, it seems to me that you could most comfortably take up residence in Miletus among colonists from your own country, for here you are in no danger. If you are distressed at the thought that we Milesians are ruled by a tyrant, for you abhor all dictators, you would at least enjoy the society of your friends. Bias wrote inviting you to Priene. If the city of Priene suits you better, settle there, and I myself will come and live near you. Solon. Solon, son of Exestides, was a native of Salamis. It was he who first introduced the shaking off of burdens at Athens. This was a ransoming of persons and property, for men used to borrow money by pledging their bodies as security, and many, owing to their poverty, were serfs. He was the first to forgive a debt of 7 talents owed to his father, and he encouraged others to do likewise. This law was called a shaking off of burdens for obvious reasons. He then framed the rest of his laws, which would take too long to enumerate, and had them inscribed on revolving wooden tablets. But his greatest accomplishment must be recounted. Athens and Megara both laid claim to Salamis, his birthplace, and when the Athenians had suffered many defeats, they voted that anyone who again advised them to fight over Salamis should be condemned to die. Solon, feigning madness and donning a garland, rushed into the agora. There he had his elegiac poem about Salamis read to the Athenians by a herald, and succeeded in rousing them. They again went to war with the Megarians, and won a victory thanks to Solon. The verses that follow did most to fan the Athenians' fury. Would that, exchanging countries, I were from Philogandros or Sicinos, rather than from Athens, for this rumour will soon reach men's ears. This fellow's from Attica. He's one of those who betrayed Salamis. And, let us to Salamis, to fight for a fair isle, and shake off wretched shame. He also persuaded them to acquire the Thracian Chersonese, and lest he be thought to have acquired Salamis merely by force and not by right, he dug up certain graves and showed that the corpses were turned eastward in conformity with burial customs at Athens, that the tombs themselves faced eastward, and that their inscriptions bore the names of the demes of the deceased, a practice peculiar to the Athenians. And some say that in Homer's catalogue, after the line, Ajax brought 12 ships from Salamis, Solon inserted the line and posted them next to the Athenian phalanxes. From then on the people paid heed to him, and would gladly have had him rule them as a tyrant, but he declined, and perceiving beforehand the ambitions of Pisistratus, his kinsman, according to Socrates, he did all he could to hinder him. Dashing into the assembly with spear and shield, he warned the people of Pisistratus' imposture, and what's more, he declared in these words that he was ready to help them. Men of Athens, I am wiser than some of you, and braver than others, wiser than those who failed to discern Pisistratus' deception, and braver than those who, though aware of it, keep silent out of fear. The council, which was composed of Pisistratus' partisans, declared that he was mad, to which he replied, "A little time will show the people my madness. It will show it indeed when the truth comes out." These elegiac verses prove that he foretold the tyranny of Pisistratus. From a cloud issues the force of snow and hail, and thunder follows upon brilliant lightning, and by mighty men a city is destroyed, and a people plunge unknowingly into enslavement by a tyrant. When Pisistratus had seized power, Solon, unable to persuade the people, placed his weapons in front of the general's quarters, saying, "My country, I have aided you by word and deed. he sailed away to Egypt and to Cyprus, and reached the court of Croesus. And when asked by him, "Whom do you consider happy?" Solon replied, "Tellus of Athens, and Cleobus and Beton." His remarks on that occasion have been repeated again and again. Some say that Croesus, after arraying himself in all his finery and seating himself on his throne, asked Solon whether he had ever seen a more beautiful sight. "Yes," Solon replied, "roosters and pheasants and peacocks, since they have been adorned with a natural brilliancy and are 10,000 times more beautiful." After leaving that place, he lived in Cilicia and founded a city that he named Soli, after himself. In it he settled some few Athenians, who in the course of time were no longer fluent in their native dialect and were said to solicize. The inhabitants of that town call themselves Solenses, those from Soli in Cyprus Solii. When he learned that Pisistratus was already reigning as tyrant, he wrote as follows to the Athenians: "If you have suffered badly through your own baseness, do not attribute your troubles to the gods as if they were fated. For you yourselves exalted these men and gave them pledges, and that is why you endure evil servitude. Each of you follows in the footsteps of a fox, yet you are all devoid of sense. For you look to the wily words of a man and pay no regard to the consequences." So spoke Solon. After he had gone into exile, Pisistratus wrote to him as follows: Pisistratus to Solon. I was not the only man to aim at a tyranny in Greece, nor, as a descendant of Codrus, am I unsuited for the office. For I merely regained the privileges the Athenians swore to confer on Codrus and his family, though they later revoked them. In everything else I do no wrong in the sight of gods or men, and I permit the Athenians to manage public affairs according to the laws you framed for them. And they fare better than they would under a democracy, for I allow no one to run riot. And though I am tyrant, I accord myself no undue rank or honour, but simply the privileges said to have belonged to the kings in former times. Each Athenian pays 1/10 of his income, not to me, but to a fund for defraying the costs of public sacrifices or any other charges the city incurs, or in the event we are faced with a war. I do not blame you for revealing my intention, for you did so out of goodwill to the city, rather than through enmity to me, and in ignorance, too, of the kind of rule I was going to establish. For had you known, you might perhaps have tolerated it and not gone into exile. Return home, then, trusting my word, though it is not given under oath, that Solon will suffer no harm from Pisistratus. Be aware that no other enemy of mine has suffered any harm. If you think fit to be one of my friends, you will be among the foremost, for I see in you nothing deceitful or untrustworthy, and if you wish to live in Athens on other terms, you will have my permission, but do not, on my account, deprive yourself of your country." So wrote Pisistratus. Solon says that 70 years is the limit of man's life. He is thought to have framed excellent laws. If a man does not support his parents, let him be disenfranchised, and likewise the man who consumes his patrimony. Let the idle man be held accountable to anyone who wishes to indict him. Lysias, however, in his speech against Nicidas, says that Draco wrote this law. To Solon he attributes the law that bars courtesans from the tribune. Solon also curtailed the honours of athletes who competed in the games, setting the allowance of an Olympic victor at 500 drachmas, of an Isthmian victor at 100, and proportionally for the others. For he thought it vulgar to increase the rewards of those men. Such increases should instead be awarded only to those who had died in battle, whose sons, moreover, should be maintained and educated at public expense. As a result, many citizens strove to prove themselves valiant in battle, like Polyzelus, Cynegarus, Callimachus, and all who fought at Marathon, or again like Harmodius and Aristoieton, Miltiades, and thousands more. Athletes, on the other hand, incur great expense while training, and as victors cause trouble. They are crowned for being victorious over their country rather than over their adversaries, and when they have grown old, according to the passage of Euripides, they go about like cloaks that have grown threadbare. Perceiving this, Solon received them without undue favour. Excellent also is the following law: the guardian of orphans may not marry their mother, and the man who comes into the estate on the death of the orphans may not be their guardian. And this one as well: an engraver of seals is not permitted to retain the imprint of a seal ring he has fashioned, and if someone knocks out the eye of a man who only has one, he should have both his eyes knocked out. That which you did not deposit, do not remove, on pain of death. A magistrate found intoxicated should be punished with death. He decreed that at public readings of Homer, the works should be recited in their proper order, so that wherever the first reader left off, there the second should begin. Solon therefore did more than Pisistratus to shed light on Homer. As Diogenes says in the 5th book of his Megarian history, this rule mainly concerned the passage that begins, "Those who dwelled in Athens." Solon was the first to name the 30th day of the month the Old and New Day. He was the first to institute a meeting of the 9 archons so that they might confer among themselves, as Apollodorus says in the 2nd book of his work on legislators. When civil strife broke out, he sided not with those in the city, or with those of the plain, or with those of the coast. He used to say that speech is a reflection of action, and that the man whose power is strongest is king, and that laws are like spider webs, for if something light and weak falls on them, they bear up against it, but under the weight of something larger they break up and are gone. He used to say that silence is the seal of speech, the opportune moment the seal of silence. He used to say that those who had influence with tyrants were like the pebbles used for calculations, for just as each pebble at times represents a larger number, at other times a smaller, so the tyrant treats each of his advisers at times as great and illustrious, at other times as worthless. When asked why he had not framed a law against parricide, he said, "In the hope that it will not happen." Asked how the number of crimes men commit could be kept to a minimum, he said, "If the uninjured were as incensed by wrongdoing as the injured." He also said, "Wealth breeds satiety, satiety, insolence." He required the Athenians to adopt a lunar calendar. He prohibited Thespis from producing tragedies, arguing that falsehood was pernicious. Thus, when Pisistratus wounded himself, Solon said that this was what came of tragic drama. He gave men the following advice, as Apollodorus says in his work on the philosophical schools: "Trust good character more than an oath. Do not lie. Pursue worthy goals. Be in no hurry to make friends, but once they are made, do not discard them. Command only when you have learned to be ruled. Give the best advice, not the most pleasant. Make reason your guide. Have no dealings with base men. Honor the gods. Respect your parents." They say that when Mimnermus had written, "May I, free of disease and sorrows, meet death in my 60th year," Solon reproached him in the following verses: "May you take my advice and erase those verses, and bear me no grudge that I propose something better. Revise them, Lygiastides, and chant as follows: May I meet death in my 80th year. Among the songs attributed to him is the following. Watch every man and observe whether, harbouring in his heart a hidden spear, he greets you with beaming countenance, and whether his speech, double-dealing, issues from a dark spirit. He clearly wrote his laws, public speeches, and words of advice addressed to himself, elegiac verses numbering 5,000, including his poem about Salamis and the Athenian constitution, poems in iambic metre and epodes. His statue bears the following inscription: Salamis, which brought the wicked insolence of the Medes to an end, begat Solon, the venerable legislator who stands before you. He flourished in the 46th Olympiad, in the 3rd year of which he served as archon in Athens, as Sosicrates says. It was then that he framed his laws. He died in Cyprus at the age of 80, after instructing his kinsman to convey his bones to Salamis, and when they had been reduced to ashes, scatter them over the land. Hence Cratinus, in his play, Chirons, makes him say, I inhabit an island, as men report, for I was scattered throughout the city of Ajax. There is also my own epigram in the above-mentioned Parmetros, where I discourse about all the illustrious dead in all metres and rhythms, in the form of epigrams and lyrics. It runs as follows. Distant Cyprian fire consumed the body of Solon. Salamis harbours his bones, their dust has nourished grain. Revolving wooden tablets brought his soul to the heavens, for the laws he framed sit lightly on his fellow citizens. He is said to have been the author of Nothing in Excess, and Dioscurides in his memoirs says that when Solon wept for his dead son, of whom I have learned nothing, and someone said to him, but it will do no good, he replied, That's why I weep, because it does no good. The following letters are attributed to him. Solon to Periander. You tell me that many are plotting against you. If you intend to get rid of them all, you should lose no time. Someone could scheme, even among those you might not suspect. One man because he fears for his own safety, another because he has observed that you take fright at everything, and he might earn the city's gratitude if he found a way for you not to suspect him. Thus your best course would be to resign, and so be rid of the blame. But if you must at all costs remain tyrant, give thought to how you may acquire a mercenary force superior to the forces of the city. Then you will have no one to fear, and need not banish anyone. Solon to Epimenides. It turns out that my laws were not destined to confer much benefit on the Athenians, any more than you did by purifying the city. For religion and legislators are unable, by themselves, to benefit cities. It can only be done by those who lead the multitude in whatever direction their judgment dictates. Thus religion and laws, when things are going well, are beneficial. Under adverse conditions they are of no help. Nor are my laws nor all my statutes any better, but those who sat back did the Commonwealth harm, namely those who did not prevent Pisistratus from aiming at a tyranny. Nor was I, when I warned them, considered trustworthy. He who flattered the Athenians was trusted more than I, who told them the truth. For my part, after placing my weapons in front of the general's quarters, I declared that I was wiser than those who did not perceive that Pisistratus was aiming at a tyranny, and braver than those who hesitated to resist him. They, however, denounced the madness of Solon, and finally I bore witness, saying, My country, I, Solon, am ready to defend you by word and deed. But to some of my countrymen I appear mad. I will therefore abandon public life as the only enemy of Pisistratus. Let others, if they like, attend him as a bodyguard. For understand, my friend, that the man was utterly intent on becoming tyrant. He began by being a demagogue. Later, after wounding himself, he appeared before the court of the Helii, and cried out that his wounds had been inflicted by his enemies, and he asked the people to provide him with a guard of 400 young men, and the people, unwilling to listen to me, gave him the men. These were his club-bearers, and after that he dissolved the popular assembly. It was in vain that I strove to free the poor from serfdom, since now they are in servitude to one master, Pisistratus. Solon to Pisistratus. I believe that I will suffer no harm at your hands, for before you became tyrant, I was your friend, and now I have no quarrel with you, other than that of any other Athenian who dislikes tyranny. Whether it is better for them to be ruled by one man or to live under a democracy, let each man decide for himself, relying on his own judgment. And I declare that of all tyrants you are the best, but I see that it is not honourable for me to return to Athens, lest someone reproach me on the grounds that, though I granted the Athenians equality of civic rights and decided not to be a tyrant myself when I had the opportunity, I now return and approve of what you are doing. Solon to Croesus. I admire you for your kindness to me, and, by Athena, if I did not wish beyond anything to live in a democracy, I would rather reside in your palace than at Athens, where Pisistratus is ruling by force. But I prefer to live where all have fair and equal rights. I will pay you a visit, however, as I am eager to become your guest friend. Chilon. Chilon, son of Damagetas, was a Lacedaemonian. He composed an elegiac poem in 200 verses, and used to say that it is the excellence of a man to foresee the future insofar as it can be grasped by reason. To his brother, who took it ill that he had not become Ephor, as Chilon had, the latter said, I know how to submit to injustice, but you do not. He was appointed Ephor in the 56th Olympiad. Pamphila says it was in the 6th, and that he was the first to become an Ephor, during the archonship of Euthydemus, as Sosicrates says, and he was the first to introduce the custom of making the Ephors the king's auxiliaries. Satyrus, however, says that this was done by Lycurgus. As Herodotus says in his first book, when Hippocrates was sacrificing at Olympia and his cauldrons boiled spontaneously, it was Chilon who advised him not to marry, or, if he had a wife, to divorce her and disown his children. They say that he inquired of Aesop what Zeus was doing, and Aesop said, He is humbling the proud and exalting the humble. When asked in what respects the educated differed from the uneducated, he said, In good hopes. When asked what is hard, he said, To keep a secret, to use leisure well, and to be able to bear an injury. He offered the following advice: Watch your tongue, especially at a drinking party. Do not speak ill of your neighbours, for if you do, you will be spoken of in ways that give you pain. Make no threats, for that is womanish. Be quicker to visit friends in adversity than in prosperity. Make a thrifty marriage. Do not speak ill of the dead. Honour old age. Take thought for your safety. Prefer a loss to an ill-gotten gain. The one will only grieve you once, the other forever. Do not laugh at another's misfortune. When strong, be gentle, that you may be respected, rather than feared, by your neighbours. Learn how to manage your own house well. Do not let your tongue outrun your thought. Control your temper. Do not despise divination. Do not desire impossibilities. Do not hurry on the road. When speaking, do not gesticulate, for that is a sign of madness. Obey the laws. Remain calm. Of his songs, the following is the most famous. By the touchstone gold is tested. giving clear proof, and by gold the mind of men, both good and evil, is put to the test. They say that one day, in old age, he said that he knew of no instance in his life when he had broken the law, but on one point he was doubtful. When judging a suit in which a friend was involved, he pronounced sentence according to the law, but persuaded to acquit the accused in order to safeguard both the law and his friend. He was especially renowned among the Greeks for his warning about Cythera, the island off the coast of Laconia, for when he learned how it was situated, he said, "Would that it had not arisen there, or else had sunk into the sea," and his warning was sensible. For Demaratus, who had been banished by the Lacedaemonians, advised Xerxes to station his fleet off the island, and Greece would have been captured had Xerxes obeyed him. Later, during the Peloponnesian War, Nicias subdued the island, installed an Athenian garrison, and did the Lacedaemonians considerable harm. Chelon was a man of few words. Hence, Aristagoras of Miletus called that style of speaking Chelonian, is the son of Brancus, the man who founded the temple at Branchide. Chelon was an old man near the 52nd Olympiad, when Aesop, the fable writer, was in his prime. He died, as Hermippus says, at Pisa, after he had embraced his son, an Olympic victor in boxing. His death was caused by excessive joy coupled with the weakness of old age, and everyone at the festival escorted his distinguished funeral procession. My own epigram about him runs as follows: "I am thankful to you, torch-bearer Pollux, that Chelon's pugilist son won the olive wreath. If his father died of joy at seeing him crowned, we need not take offence. May such a death be mine." His statue bears the following inscription: "Sparta, crowned for bravery, bred Chelon, the wisest of the 7 sages." His maxim is, "Give a pledge, suffer the consequences." This short letter is his. Chelon to Periander. You send me word of an expedition against foreigners that you yourself will accompany. It strikes me that for a ruler domestic affairs are dangerous. I call that tyrant fortunate who dies at home. Pittacus. Pittacus, son of Herodias, was a native of Mytilene. Duris says that his father was a Thracian. With the help of Alcaeus' brothers, he deposed Melancrus, the tyrant of Lesbos, and when the Athenians and Mytileneans fought over the territory of Achilles, Pittacus served as the Mytileneans' general. Phrynon, an Olympic victor in the Pancratium, commanded the Athenians. Pittacus agreed to meet Phrynon in single combat. Hiding a net beneath his shield, he entangled Phrynon, killed him, and recovered the territory. Later, however, as Apollodorus says in his chronology, the Athenians and the Mytileneans submitted their claims to arbitration. Periander heard the case and decided in favor of the Athenians. At the time, however, the Mytileneans honored Pittacus highly and entrusted him with power. After ruling for 10 years and putting the government in order, he resigned from office and lived 10 years more. The people of Mytilene assigned him a tract of land. This he dedicated as a sacred territory. It is now called the Pitaceum. Sosicrates says that after he had cut off a small portion for himself, he declared that the half was more than the whole, and when Croesus offered him presents of money, he declined them, saying that he had twice as much as he wanted. For when his brother died without issue, Pittacus had inherited his estate. Pamphila, in the 2nd book of her commentaries, says that Pittacus' son, Tyrrheus, while sitting in a barber shop in Cyme, was killed by a smith with the blow of an axe. When the people of Cyme sent the murderer to Pittacus, he, on learning what had happened, released the man, saying, "Forgiveness is better than remorse." Heraclitus, however, says that it was Alcaeus he released when he had him in his custody, saying, "Forgiveness is better than vengeance." Pittacus framed laws. If a man transgresses when drunk, the penalty should be doubled. His purpose was to discourage drunkenness, since the island possessed wine in abundance. He said, "It is hard to be good," a saying cited by Simonides when he says the maxim of Pittacus, "To become a truly good man is hard." Plato also mentions him in the Protagoras. Even the gods do not fight against necessity. And rule reveals the man. When someone asked him what is the best thing, he said, "To do well the work in hand." And when asked by Croesus what is the best rule, he said, "The rule of changeful wood," by which he meant the law. He also urged men to achieve bloodless victories. In response to the Phocians saying that we must search for a good man, he said, "If you seek too hard, you will not find him." And to those who asked what he was grateful for, he said, "Time." What is invisible? The future. What is trustworthy? The earth. What is untrustworthy? The sea. He said that it was the mark of sagacious men, before difficulties arise, to provide against their arising, and that of courageous men, once difficulties have arisen, to deal with them well. Do not discuss your plans beforehand, since, if you fail, you will be laughed at. Reproach no one with his misfortune, for fear of nemesis. Restore what you have been entrusted with. Do not speak ill of a friend, or even of an enemy. Practice piety. Love temperance. Revere truth, fidelity, experience, tact, fellowship, and diligence. Of his songs, the following is the most famous. With bow and quiver full of arrows, we must march against the scoundrel. No word from his mouth may be trusted, for he harbours in his heart a deceitful thought. He also composed elegiac verses, 600 in number, and a prose work on laws for his fellow citizens. He flourished in the 42nd Olympiad. He died during the archonship of Aristomenes in the 3rd year of the 52nd Olympiad, an old man who had passed his 70th year. His monument carries the following inscription: "With a mother's tears, holy Lesbos mourns the death of her offspring, Pittacus." His maxim, "Know the right moment." There was another Pittacus, a legislator, as Favorinus says in the first book of his Reminiscences, and Demetrius in Men of the Same Name. He was called the Short. It is said that once, when a young man was consulting him about marriage, Pittacus gave this answer, which Callimachus includes in his epigrams. A stranger from Artaneus asked Pittacus of Mytilene, the son of Herodias, this question: "Old man, 2 marriages beckon me. One bride is of my rank in wealth and birth, the other is above me. Which is the better match? Come now, advise me, which should I take for a wife?" So he spoke, but Pittacus, raising his staff, an old man's weapon, said, "Look yonder, they will tell you the whole story." Some boys with tops were whipping them, spinning them fast in a wide crossroads. "Follow in their track," he said, and the man stood nearby. The boys were saying, "Keep to your own ground." Hearing these words, the stranger ceased to aim at the richer house, heeding the cry of the boys, and just as that man led home the poor bride, do likewise, Dion, keep to your own ground. He seems to have been moved to give this advice by his own situation, for his own wife, who was better born than he, being the sister of Draco, son of Penthilus, treated him with great haughtiness. Alcaeus nicknamed him Sarapos, and Sarapon, splay-footed, because his feet were broad and he dragged them after him. He was called Chiropodes, chapped feet, because his feet were chapped, a condition they called kirades. They called him Gaurex, braggart, because he tended to swagger. Phusgon and Gastron, paunch and potbelly, because he was stout. Zophodormidas, diner in the dark, because he used no lamp. Agasortos, swept clean, because he was dirty and slovenly. He took exercise by grinding corn, as Clearchus the philosopher reports. He wrote the following short letter. Pittacus to Croesus. You bid me come to Lydia that I may behold your wealth, but even without seeing it, I am convinced that the son of Laertius is the richest of kings. There is no advantage to me in a journey to Sardis, for I have no need of gold, and have acquired goods sufficient even for my friends. Nevertheless, I will come, that I may join you as your guest. Bias. Bias, son of Tutames, a native of Priene, was the sage whom Satyrus preferred among the seven. Some say he was wealthy, though Duris says he was a foreigner. Phanodicus says that he ransomed some young Messenian women who had been captured in war, raised them as his daughters, provided them with dowries, and sent them back to their fathers in Messenia. In time, as has been related, when the bronze tripod bearing the inscription, "To the Wise Man," was found by fishermen at Athens, Satyrus says that the young women came forward to the assembly, though others, including Phanodicus, say it was their father, recounted their story and declared that Bias was wise, and the tripod was sent off to him. And Bias, when he saw it, declared that Apollo was wise and would not accept it. But some say that he dedicated it to Heracles in Thebes, since he was a descendant of the Thebans who had established a colony at Priene. Phanodicus says the same. It is said that when Laertius was besieging Priene, Bias fattened 2 mules and drove them into the camp, and that Laertius was amazed that the citizens' prosperity extended even to their beasts. Hoping to obtain a truce, he sent a messenger, but Bias, after he had piled up heaps of sand and placed a layer of wheat on the top, showed them to the man. And finally, on being informed of this, Laertius concluded a peace with the people of Priene. Shortly thereafter, when Laertius sent word inviting Bias to his court, Bias said, "I, in turn, invite Laertius to eat onions," that is, to weep. It is said that he was a formidable legal counselor, that he used his power of speech for a good end. It is to this that Demodocus of Leros is alluding when he says, "If you happen to be arguing a case, plead as they do at Priene." And Hipponax, better at pleading cases than Bias of Priene. He died in the following way. Late in life, he had been pleading on behalf of some client. When he finished his speech, he leaned his head on his grandson's chest. Opposing counsel made his speech, and when the judges voted and issued a verdict in favor of the man Bias was representing, the court was dismissed, and Bias was found dead in his grandson's arms. The city gave him a magnificent funeral, and had these words inscribed on his tomb: "This stone conceals Bias, glorious Priene's native son, and the Ionians' great ornament." My own epitaph is, "Here lies Bias, whom Hermes guided calmly to Hades, the snow of old age upon his head. For he spoke, pleaded a case on behalf of a friend, then, inclining his head in his grandson's arms, he prolonged his long sleep." He wrote a poem of 2,000 lines about Ionia, explaining how its prosperity could be assured. Of his songs, the following is the most famous. "Please all the citizens in the city you inhabit, for this earns the most gratitude. But a stubborn manner often flashes forth with harmful mischief." The growth of strength is the work of nature, but the power to speak in aid of one's country belongs to soul and good sense. Abundant wealth comes to many merely by chance. He said that he is unfortunate who cannot bear misfortune, and that it is a disease of the soul to desire what is unattainable, and to be forgetful of the misfortunes of others. When asked what was difficult, he said, "To bear nobly a change for the worse." He was once on a voyage with impious men. When a storm overtook the ship, and even they called upon the gods, he said, "Be silent, lest they notice you aboard this ship." When asked by an impious man what piety was, he was silent, and when the man asked him the reason, he said, "I am silent because you ask about matters that do not concern you." When asked what is sweet to men, he said, "Hope." He said it was more agreeable to decide a dispute between two enemies than between two friends. For in the latter case one would be sure to make one of his friends an enemy, while in the former he would make one of his enemies a friend. When asked what activity gives a man pleasure, he said, "Making a profit." He said that men should measure life as if they were going to live both for a short and a long time, and to love their friends as if they would one day hate them, since the majority of men are bad. And he gave this advice: "Be slow to undertake any enterprise, but persevere steadfastly in whatever you undertake. Do not rush to speak, for that is a sign of madness. Love wisdom. As concerns the gods, say that they exist. If a man is unworthy, do not praise him because of his wealth. Prevail by persuasion, not by force. Attribute to the gods whatever good you do. Take wisdom as your provision from youth to old age, for it is more dependable than all other possessions." Bias is mentioned by Hipponax, as has been said, and the implacable Heraclitus praised him highly, writing, "In Priene lived Bias, son of Teutames, a man of more account than all the rest." And the people of Priene dedicated a sacred precinct to him, which is called the Teutomeum. His maxim is, "Most men are bad." Cleobulus. Cleobulus, son of Eugoras, was a native of Lindos, though Duras says he was a Carian. Some say that he traced his descent back to Heracles, that he was distinguished for strength and beauty, and that he was conversant with Egyptian philosophy. He had a daughter, Cleobuline, who composed riddles in hexameters. She is mentioned by Cratinus, who used her name, in the plural form, as the title of one of his comedies. He is also said to have restored the temple of Athena, founded by Danaus. He composed songs and riddles whose verses number 3,000, and some say that he composed the epigram on Midas's tomb. "I am a maiden of bronze, and I rest upon the tomb of Midas. As long as water flows and tall trees grow, and the sun rises and shines, and the bright moon, and rivers run, and the sea washes against the shore, abiding on his tear-drenched tomb, I shall announce to passers-by that Midas is buried here." They cite as evidence a song of Simonides, in which he says, "What man with any sense would praise Cleobulus, the denizen of Lindos, who has compared the might of a pillar to ever-flowing rivers and the flowers of spring, to the flame of the sun and the golden moon, and even to the ocean's eddies? For all things are inferior to the gods, and as for stone, even mortal hands may crumble it. His is the advice of a fool." The epitaph is not composed by Homer, who they say lived many years before Midas. The following riddle in Pamphila's commentaries is attributed to Cleobulus. "One father, 12 sons. Each of these has twice 30 daughters who have 2 possible forms. Some are white, the others black, and though immortal, they all die. The answer is the year. Of his songs, the following is the most famous. Want of taste prevails among mortals, and a multitude of words, but the right moment will suffice. Set your mind on something noble. May gratitude not be vain. He said that we should give our daughters in marriage when they are maidens in years, but women in wisdom, thereby indicating that we must also educate our daughters. He said that we should render a service to a friend to make him an even better friend, and to any enemy to make him a friend. For we must guard against the censure of friends and the schemes of enemies. Whenever a man leaves his house, let him first ask himself what he intends to do, and on his return let him ask himself what he has done. He advised men to train the body well, to be fonder of hearing than of speaking, to prefer knowledge to ignorance, to restrict their speech to words of good omen, to be friendly to virtue, hostile to vice, to avoid injustice, to counsel their city for the best, to prevail over pleasure, to do nothing by violence, to educate their children, to bring an end to enmity. Do not show affection to your wife or quarrel with her when strangers are present, for the former is a sign of folly, the latter of madness. Do not chastise a servant when you have been drinking, for you will be thought the worse for wine. Marry a person of your own rank, for if you take a wife who is your superior, he said, you will have her kinsmen as masters. Do not laugh at those who are being mocked, for you will incur their hatred. Be not arrogant in prosperity, nor abject in poverty. Know how to bear reversals of fortune with nobility. He died in old age, having lived 70 years. His inscription reads, Here Lindos, glory of the sea, bewails the passing of her native son, the sage Cleobulus. His maxim is, moderation is best, and to Solon he wrote the following letter. Cleobulus to Solon. You have companions and a home everywhere, but I maintain that Lindos, which is governed by a democracy, will be most agreeable to Solon. The island lies in the ocean, and one who lives here has nothing to fear from Pisistratus, and friends from everywhere will come to visit you. Periander. Periander, son of Cypselus, a native of Corinth, was of the family of the Heraclidae. His wife, Lycida, whom he called Melissa, was the daughter of Procles, the tyrant of Epidaurus, and Erycina, the daughter of Aristocrates and sister of Aristodemus, who together reigned over almost all of Arcadia, as Heraclides of Pontus says in his work On Power. By Lycida he had 2 sons, Cypselus and Lycophron, the younger a man of intelligence, the elder weak-minded. After some time, in a fit of anger, he killed his wife, either throwing a footstool at her or with a kick when she was pregnant, having trusted the false accusations of concubines whom he later burned alive. To Corcyra he banished the son named Lycophron, who grieved for his mother, but when Periander had grown old, he sent for his son to succeed him in the tyranny. The Corcyraeans, anticipating his plan, killed his son. Thereupon, in a fit of rage, Periander sent the sons of the Corcyraeans to Aliates to be castrated. But when their ship touched at Samos, they took refuge in the temple of Hera and were saved by the Samians. Periander died of grief at the age of 80. Socrates says that he died 41 years before Croesus, 3 years before the 49th Olympiad. Herodotus, in his first book, says that he was a guest friend of Thrasybulus, the tyrant of Miletus. Aristippus, in the first book of his work on the luxuriousness of the ancients, relates the following story about Periander. His mother, Cratia, conceiving a passion for him, had intercourse with him in secret, and he took pleasure in it. And when the affair came to light, he became harsh to everyone, so pained was he at being detected. And Ephorus reports Periander's vow that if he won a victory in the chariot race at Olympia, he would dedicate a golden statue. But after his triumph, he found himself short of gold, and at a local festival, noticing that the women had adorned themselves, he confiscated all their ornaments and sent the promised offering. Some say that, wishing to keep his burial place unknown, he devised the following stratagem. He ordered 2 young men to whom he had shown a certain road to go there at night, kill the man they met, and bury him. Then he instructed 4 others to go in pursuit of the first men, and to kill and bury them. And again he sent out a larger number to pursue the 4, and thus he himself was slain when he encountered the first pair. The Corinthians inscribed these words on his cenotaph. Here Corinth holds in her sea-girt bosom Periander, a prince of wealth and wisdom. My own verses about him run as follows. Grieve not that you have not gained your end. Instead, delight in all that God gives. For the sage Periander perished in despair at not gaining an end he desired. His maxim is, do nothing for money, for one should gain that which deserves to be gained. He composed a didactic poem in 2,000 verses. He said that those who would reign securely as tyrants should make goodwill their bodyguard, not weapons. When someone asked him why he was tyrant, he replied, because to step down voluntarily and to be deposed are both dangerous. His other sayings include, tranquility is beautiful, rashness poses danger, shameful gain is blank. Democracy is better than tyranny. Pleasures fade, but honours are immortal. Be moderate in prosperity, sensible in adversity. Be the same to your friends, whether they are in prosperity or adversity. Keep your promises. Betray no secrets. Correct not only those who transgress, but also those who are about to do so. He was the first to have a bodyguard and to transform his rule into a tyranny, and he did not let anyone live in the town without his consent, as Ephorus and Aristotle say. He flourished in the 83rd Olympiad and was tyrant for 40 years. Sotion, Heraclides, and Pamphila, in the 5th book of her commentaries, say that there were 2 men named Periander, one a tyrant, the other a sage of Ambracia. Neanthes of Cyzicus agrees and says that the 2 men were related to each other, and Aristotle says that the Corinthian Periander was the sage, but Plato denies this. His maxim is, practice is everything. He also wished to dig a canal across the isthmus. The following brief letters are attributed to him. Periander to the sages. Many thanks to Phoebus Apollo that I found you together, and that my letters will also bring you to Corinth. For my part, I shall receive you, as you know yourselves, in the most democratic manner. I hear that last year you assembled at the Lydian court in Sardis, so do not hesitate now to come to me, the ruler of Corinth, for the Corinthians will be pleased to see you coming to the house of Periander. Periander to Procles. The murder of my wife was unintentional, but you injure me deliberately when you set my son against me. So either dispel my son's hostility, or I will take my revenge, for I long ago paid my debt for your daughter by burning on her pyre the clothes of all the women of Corinth. And Thrasybulus wrote to him as follows. Thrasybulus to Periander. I gave your herald no answer, But I took him to a cornfield and cut off the ears of corn that grew higher than the rest, striking them with a staff while he accompanied me. And he will report to you, if you ask him, what he heard or saw. And you must follow my example if you wish to strengthen your dictatorship. Slay the citizens who are preeminent, whether or not they appear hostile to you, since for a dictator every man, even a friend, arouses suspicion. Anacharsis. Anacharsis the Scythian was the son of Eurus and brother of Carduodas, the Scythian king. But his mother was a Greek, which is why he spoke both languages. He composed a poem of 800 verses on the customs of the Greeks and the Scythians with regard to simplicity of life and military matters, and because of his outspokenness he furnished the occasion for a proverb, to talk like a Scythian. Socrates says that he came to Athens in the 47th Olympiad, during the archonship of Eucrates. Hermippus says that on arriving at Solon's house, Anacharsis told one of his servants to announce that he had come and wished to see Solon, and, if possible, to become his guest friend. And the servant, when he conveyed the message, was ordered by Solon to tell Anacharsis that men generally make guests only of persons from their own country. In response, Anacharsis said that he was now in Solon's own country and had a right to be entertained as a guest. And Solon, struck by his quick-wittedness, admitted him and made him his greatest friend. After a while, when he returned to Scythia and was thought to be subverting his country's customs, since he made much of Greek ways, he was shot by his brother's arrow while hunting, and perished after having said that he had returned from Greece in safety, thanks to Logos, but was killed in his native land, thanks to Phthonus. Some say that he was slain while performing Greek rites. Here is my own epigram about him. When Anacharsis, after roaming widely, came to Scythia, he wished to persuade everyone to live according to Greek customs, but when the word on his lips was still unachieved, a winged arrow swiftly spirited him to the immortals. It was he who said that the vine bears 3 clusters of grapes. The first is that of pleasure, the second that of drunkenness, and the third that of disgust. He said he found it astonishing that among the Greeks the skilled compete, but the amateurs judge. When asked how one could avoid becoming too fond of wine, he said, "By keeping before your eyes the disgraceful conduct of drunkards." He used to say that he found it surprising that the Greek lawgivers penalize the violent, but reward athletes for striking one another. Upon learning the hull of a ship was 4 finger-breadths thick, he said that this was the distance that separated the passengers from death. He said that olive oil was a drug that induces madness, because athletes, when they anoint themselves with it, are maddened against one another. Why, he said, do they prohibit lying and yet tell blatant falsehoods in their business dealings? He was astonished, he said, that the Greeks, to begin with, drink from small cups, and, once they are sated, from large ones. His statues bear this inscription: bridle speech, gluttony and lust. When asked whether there are flute players in Scythia, he said, no, nor even vines. When asked which are the safest vessels, he said, those in dry dock. And he said that the most astonishing thing he had seen in Greece was that they leave smoke on the mountains and convey the fuel into the city. When asked which are more numerous, the living or the dead, he said, in which category, then, do you place those who are sailing? When reproached by a native of Attica because he was a Scythian, he said, in truth, my native land is a disgrace to me, but you are a disgrace to your native land. When asked what among men is both good and bad, he said, the tongue. He said it was better to have one friend of great worth than many worth nothing. He defined the market as a place where men may deceive and defraud one another. Insulted by a drunken youth, he said, "Young man, if in youth you cannot hold your liquor, you will be a water-carrier in old age." According to some, he invented for the needs of life the anchor and the potter's wheel. And he wrote the following letter: Anacharsis to Croesus. I, O king of the Lydians, have come to the land of the Greeks to be instructed in their customs and pursuits. I have no need of gold, but am content to return to Scythia a better man. At any rate, I have come to Sardis, as I attach great importance to earning your esteem. Myson. Myson, son of Strymnon, as Socrates says on Hermippus' authority, was a native of Ken, from a village in Aeta or Laconia, and is numbered among the 7 sages. They say that his father was a tyrant. We are told by someone that when Anacharsis inquired whether anyone was wiser than he, the Pythian priestess gave the following response, which has been quoted in the Life of Thales as her reply to a question from Chelon. I declare that one Myson of Ken in Aeta surpasses you in wise-heartedness. His curiosity aroused, Anacharsis went to the village in summer and found Myson fitting a plough-handle to a plough, and said, "But, Myson, it is not the season for a plough." "Which is just the time," Myson replied, "to repair it." But others say that the oracle begins with the words, "I mean a certain Aetian," and the people wonder, "Who's this Aetius?" Parmenides says that Aetus is the deme in Laconia to which Myson belonged. Socrates, in his Successions, says that his father was from Aetus, his mother from Ken. Euthyphro, son of Heraclides of Pontus, says he was a Cretan, for Rhetia is a town in Crete. Anaxilaus says he was an Arcadian. Myson is mentioned by Hipponax, who says, "And Myson, whom Apollo declared the wisest of all men." Aristoxenus, in his miscellaneous notes, says that he was not very different from Timon and Epimantus, since he was a misanthrope. At any rate, he was seen in Lacedaemon laughing alone in a deserted place. When someone suddenly came up to him and asked why, with no one present, he was laughing, Myson replied, "It's just for that reason." Aristoxenus says that the reason he remained obscure is that he belonged not to a city, but to a village, and an unimportant one at that. Hence, because of his obscurity, some people, Plato the philosopher is the exception, attributed to Pisistratus what belonged to Myson, for Plato mentions him in the Protagoras, making him one of the 7 in place of Periander. He used to say that we should not investigate facts based on arguments, but should investigate arguments based on facts. For the facts were not arranged to account for the arguments, but the arguments to account for the facts. He died at the age of 97. Epimenides. Epimenides, as Theopompus and many others say, was the son of Phaestius. Some, however, say that his father was Dosiadas, others Agisacus. He was a native of Crete, from Knossos, though he changed his appearance by letting his hair grow. Sent one day by his father to the country to find a sheep, he stepped out of the road at midday and fell asleep in a cave for 57 years. Waking up after all that time, he searched for the sheep, thinking he had been asleep only a short time. When he did not find it, he went to the farm, and finding that everything had changed and someone else was in possession, he returned to the town, utterly perplexed. And there, entering his own house, he found some people who asked him who he was. At last, after finding his younger brother, by then an old man, he learned the whole truth from him. he became celebrated throughout Greece and was regarded as the man most loved by the gods. When the Athenians were afflicted with a pestilence, the Pythian priestess advised them to purify the city. They sent a ship to Crete under the command of Nicias, son of Niceratus, to appeal to Epimenides for help. And on his arrival in the 47th Olympiad, he purified their city and brought the pestilence to an end in the following way. Taking sheep, some black and some white, he brought them to the Areopagus. From there he let them go wherever they liked, having ordered those who followed them to note the place where each sheep lay down, and to offer a sacrifice to the local deity. And thus he brought the evil to an end. And that is why even today one may find altars in the Athenian demes that bear no name, memorials of that atonement. But according to others, he said that the cause of the pestilence was the Cylonian pollution, and showed them how to rid themselves of it. And consequently 2 young men, Cratinus and Ctesibius, were put to death, and the pestilence was brought to an end. The Athenians voted him a talent of money and a ship to convey him back to Crete. But he did not accept the money, and he created a friendship and a military alliance between the Canossians and the Athenians. Shortly after returning home he died, as Phlegon says in his work on longevity, having lived 157 years, but according to the Cretans 299 years. Xenophanes of Colophon, however, says he heard that Epimenides lived to the age of 154. He wrote poems, The Birth of the Curites and Corybantes, and Theogony in 5,000 verses, and the building of the Argo and Jason's voyage to Colchis in 6,500 verses. He also wrote prose works on sacrifices, on the Cretan constitution, and on Minos and Rhadamanthus in 4,000 lines. He founded in Athens the temple of the revered goddesses, as Lobon of Argos says in his work on poets. He is said to have been the first to purify houses and fields and to found temples. There are some who say that he did not go to sleep, but that he withdrew for a time, occupied in gathering roots. There is a letter he is supposed to have written to Solon, the lawgiver, containing the constitution that Minos established for the Cretans. But Demetrius of Magnesia, in his work on poets and writers of the same name, tries to prove that the letter is late and that it was not written in the Cretan dialect, but in Attic, and in New Attic at that. But I have found another letter that runs as follows. Epimenides to Solon. Courage, my friend, for if Pisistratus had attacked the Athenians when they were still serfs and not in possession of good laws, he would have held power forever after enslaving the citizens. But as it is, he is trying to enslave men who are not cowardly, men who with pain and shame remember the warning of Solon and will not tolerate rule by a tyrant. But even if Pisistratus himself keeps the city under his thumb, I do not expect that his power will pass to his children, for it is hard for men who have lived in freedom under the best laws to be slaves. As for you, do not wander, but come to me in Crete, for here the monarch will pose you no danger. But if some of his friends fall in with you on your travels, I fear that something terrible may happen to you. Such is his letter, but Demetrius says that some have reported that he received a special kind of food from the nymphs and kept it in a cow's hoof, and that he assimilated this food a little at a time, produced no excrement, and was never seen to eat. Timaeus mentions him in his second book. Some say that the Cretans sacrificed to him as to a god, for they say that he was exceptionally foresighted. At any rate, when he saw Munichia, he said that the Athenians were unaware of all the ills that place would cause them. Otherwise they would destroy it with their teeth. And he said this long before the event. It is also said that he was the first to call himself Aeacus, that he predicted for the Lacedaemonians their defeat by the Arcadians, and that he claimed to have come back to life many times. Theopompus, in his Marvels, says that when Epimenides was building the temple of the nymphs, a voice broke forth from the sky, saying, "Epimenides, build a temple, not for the nymphs, but for Zeus." And he predicted for the Cretans the defeat of the Lacedaemonians by the Arcadians, as has been mentioned, and the Lacedaemonians were indeed defeated at Orchomenus. And he grew old over the course of days, equal in number to the years during which he had slept, for this is also reported by Theopompus. Neronianus, in his Parallels, says that the Cretans called him Cures. The Lacedaemonians guard his body among themselves in obedience to an oracle, as Sosibius the Laconian says. There have been two other men named Epimenides, the genealogist and the author who wrote about roads in the Doric dialect. Pherecydes. Pherecydes, son of Babis, was a native of Syros, as Alexander says in his Successions, and a student of Pittacus. Theopompus says that he was the first to write about nature and the gods. Many marvellous tales are told about him. When he was walking along the beach in Samos and saw a ship running with a fair wind, he said that it would soon sink, and down it went before his eyes. And while drinking water that had been drawn up from a well, he predicted that on the third day there would be an earthquake, and that is what happened. As he was leaving Olympia, he advised Perilaus, his host in Messene, to emigrate with his household, but Perilaus did not obey him, and Messene was captured. He urged the Lacedaemonians to honour neither gold nor silver, as Theopompus says in his Marvels. He told them that Heracles had given him this command in a dream, and on that same night Heracles ordered the kings to obey Pherecydes. But some connect these stories with Pythagoras. Hermippus says that in the course of a war between Ephesus and Magnesia, in which he wanted the Ephesians to prevail, he inquired of a passer-by where he came from. When the man replied, "From Ephesus," Pherecydes said, "Then drag me by the legs and set me in the territory of Magnesia, and announce to your countrymen that after the victory they should bury me where they find me. And tell them Pherecydes has laid this command upon them." The man delivered the message, and the next day the Ephesians attacked and conquered the Magnesians, and they buried Pherecydes where he had died, and honoured him magnificently. According to others, he went to Delphi and hurled himself from Mount Corycus. But Aristoxenus, in his work on Pythagoras and his disciples, says that he died a natural death and was buried by Pythagoras in Delos. Others say that he died from a disease caused by vermin, and when Pythagoras visited and asked how he was, he poked his finger out the door and said, "My skin makes it clear." Ever since, among the learned, the expression is understood to imply a negative condition. Those who use it in a positive sense are using it incorrectly. He said that the god's word for table is thuros, or that which takes care of offerings. Andron of Ephesus says that there were two natives of Syros named Pherecydes, the one an astronomer, the other a theologian, and the son of Babis, with whom Pythagoras studied. Eratosthenes, however, says that there was only one Pherecydes of Syros, the other Pherecydes being an Athenian genealogist. The book written by Pherecydes of Syros survives. It begins thus: "Zeus and Kronos and Chthoniya existed always, and Chthoniya received the name Ge because Zeus gave her earth, Ge, as a gift of honour. His sundial is also preserved on the island of Syros." Duris, in the second book of his Seasons, says that the following verses were inscribed on his tomb. "The sum of all wisdom has been mine, but tell my friend Pythagoras, if any more existed, that he is the foremost among all the Greeks. I speak no lie. Ion of Chios says about him, so endowed was this man with courage and modesty that even in death his soul lives a happy life, if the sage Pythagoras has truly seen and learned from all men their thoughts." There is also my own poem in the Phericratian metre. The renowned Pherecydes, to whom Syros once gave birth, his former beauty lost, consumed, they say, by lice, bade them place him straightway upon Magnesian ground, that he might give victory to the brave citizens of Ephesus. For there was an oracle, known only to him, which commanded this, and he died among them. Thus it would be true to say, if any one is truly wise, he is useful both while he lives and when he is no more. He lived in the 59th Olympiad. He wrote the following letter. Pherecydes to Thales. May you die well when your time has come. Disease has overtaken me since I received your letter. I was ridden with lice and racked by fever. I have therefore ordered my servants, after they bury me, to bring you what I have written. If you and the other sages approve of it, make it public, as it is. If, on the other hand, you do not approve it, do not make it public, for the work did not yet satisfy me. The facts are not firmly established, and I do not claim to have discovered the truth, but only what can be said when discoursing about the gods. The rest must be thought out, for everything is conjectural. Pressed harder by my illness, I did not allow any of the doctors or my friends to enter my room, but when they stood at the door and asked how I was, I passed my finger through the keyhole and showed them that I was devoured by the evil, and I told them to come tomorrow to the burial of Pherecydes. These are the men who were called the sages. Some include the tyrant Pisistratus. We must speak of the philosophers, beginning with the Ionian philosophy, which was inaugurated by Thales, whose student was Anaximander. Anaximander, 610 to circa 547 BC. Anaximenes, después de Cristo, 528 to 525 BC. Anaxagoras, circa 500 to 428 BC. Archelaus, flourished in the 5th century BC. Socrates, 469 to 399 BC. Xenophon, circa 430 to circa 354 BC. Aeschines, circa 425 to circa 350 BC. Aristippus, circa 435 to 350 BC. Phaedo, 5th to 4th century BC. Euclides, circa 450 to 380 BC. Stilpo, 4th century BC. Crito, 5th century BC. Simon, 5th century BC. Glaucon, 5th to 4th century BC. Simmias, late 5th and early 4th century BC. Cebes, 5th century BC. Menedemus, circa 339 to 265 BC. Book 2. Pre-Socratics, Socrates, and 12 followers of Socrates, starting with Xenophon. Anaximander. Anaximander, son of Pracides, was a native of Miletus. He affirmed the unlimited as a first principle and element, without defining it as air or water or anything else. He also affirmed that though its parts change, the whole is unchangeable, that the earth, spherical in shape, lies in its midst, holding the place of a centre, that the moon, shining with borrowed light, is illuminated by the sun, and that the sun is not smaller than the earth, and that it consists of the purest fire. He was the first to invent the gnomon, and he placed it on the sundials in Lacedaemon, as Favorinus says in his miscellaneous history, to indicate the solstices and equinoxes. He also built clocks. He was the first to draw on a map the contours of the land and of the sea. He also fashioned a sphere. He published a summary of his doctrines which by chance fell into the hands of Apollodorus, the Athenian, who in his chronology says that in the second year of the 58th Olympiad Anaximander was 64, and that he died shortly thereafter, having flourished near the period when Polycrates was tyrant of Samos. They say that the boys made fun of his singing, and that when he learned of it, he said, "Then for the boy's sake I must sing better." There was another Anaximander, a historian, also of Miletus, who wrote in the Ionic dialect. Anaximenes, son of Eurystratus, was a native of Miletus and a student of Anaximander. Some say that he also studied with Parmenides. He declared that air is a first principle, as is the unlimited. He held that the stars move not under the earth, but around it. He wrote simply and plainly in the Ionic dialect. He lived, according to Apollodorus, at the time of the capture of Sardis, and died in the 63rd Olympiad. There have been two other men named Anaximenes, both of Lampsacus, the one an orator, the other a historian. The latter was the nephew of the orator who wrote about the achievements of Alexander. Anaximenes the philosopher wrote the following letter: Anaximenes to Pythagoras. Thales, son of Examnias, has met an unfortunate end in old age. He left his house at night, as was his habit, with his serving-woman, to view the stars, and forgetting where he was as he gazed, he stepped over the edge of a steep slope and fell. Thus the astronomer of Miletus met his end. Let us, who were his students, remember the man, and let our children and students do likewise, and let us continue to regale one another with his words. Let all our discussions begin with Thales. And another, Anaximenes to Pythagoras. You were the better advised among us when you migrated from Samos to Croton, where you live in peace. For the sons of Iases wreak unending havoc, and the Milesians have no respite from tyrants. And the king of the Medes terrifies us, though not at any rate as long as we are willing to pay tribute. But the Ionians are about to go to war with the Medes to regain their common freedom, and once the battle is joined we can have no more hope of safety. How then could Anaximenes have the heart to talk of ether and the like, when threatened with destruction or slavery? But you are in favour with the people of Croton and all the other Greek inhabitants of Italy. Students come to you even from Sicily. Anaxagoras. Anaxagoras, son of Hegesibulus or Eubulus, was a native of Clazomene. He was a student of Anaximenes and was the first to set mind above matter. For at the beginning of his treatise, which is written in a pleasing and lofty style, he says, "All things were together, then mind came and set them in order." This is why he was called Nous, mind, and Timon in his Lampoons says of him, "And perhaps, they say, there is Anaxagoras, a great hero, whom they call Mind, because his was the mind that awakened suddenly and tied together all that had formerly been in a state of confusion." He was distinguished for his noble birth and wealth, but also for his magnanimity, since he made over his patrimony to his relatives. For when they accused him of neglecting it, he said, "Then why don't you look after it?" And at last he retired and devoted himself to the study of nature, without troubling himself about the city's affairs. And when someone inquired, "Do you care nothing for your native land?" he replied, "Hush, I am greatly concerned for my native land," and pointed to the sky. He is said to have been 20 years old at the time of Xerxes' crossing, and to have lived for 72 years. Apollodorus, in his chronology, says that he was born in the 70th Olympiad and died in the first year of the 88th. He began to study philosophy at Athens during the archonship of Callias at the age of 20, as Demetrius of Phalerum says in his list of archons, and there he remained, they say, for 30 years. It was he who said that the sun is a red-hot mass of iron and is larger than the Peloponnese. Others, however, ascribe this view to Tantalus. He said that the moon has habitations as well as crests and ravines. He took as first principles the bodies whose particles are all identical, for just as gold is said to be made up of gold dust, so the universe is made up of small homogeneous bodies. And mind, on the one hand, is a first principle of movement. Among bodies, on the other hand, the heavy ones occupy the region below, like the earth, and the light ones, like fire, the region above. Water and air occupy the intermediate region. Thus the sea spreads over the earth, which is flat, and its moisture evaporates through the action of the sun. As for the stars, in the beginning their motion resembled that of a dome, so that the celestial pole, which is always visible, was vertically overhead, but later it assumed an inclined position. He held that the Milky Way is a reflection of the light of those stars that are not illuminated by the sun, that comets are a conglomeration of planets that emit flames, and that shooting stars are thrown off by the air like sparks. Winds arise when the air is rarefied by the action of the sun. Thunder is a collision of clouds, lightning the violent friction of clouds, and an earthquake a subsiding of air into the earth. Animals were produced from moisture, heat, and earth, but later from one another, males from the right side, females from the left. They say that he predicted the falling of the stone at Aegospotami, which he said would fall from the sun. Hence Euripides, who was his student, said, in his Phaethon, that the sun is a golden clod. Furthermore, when he went to Olympia, he sat down wrapped in a leather cloak as if it were going to rain, and rain it did. When someone asked him whether the mountains at Lampsacus would ever become a sea, he is said to have replied, "Yes, if time doesn't come to an end." When asked to what end he had been born, he said, "To study the sun, the moon, and the sky." To someone who said, "You were deprived of the Athenians," he replied, "On the contrary, they were deprived of me." When he saw the tomb of Mausolus, he said, "A costly tomb is the image of wealth turned to stone." To someone who complained that he was dying in a foreign land, he said, "From whatever point it starts, the descent to Hades is the same." According to Favorinus in his Miscellaneous History, Anaxagoras seems to have been the first to declare that the poetry of Homer is concerned with virtue and justice, and Metrodorus of Lampsacus, who was his disciple, lent even more support to this view. It was he who was the first to pay serious attention to Homer's treatment of nature. Anaxagoras was also the first to publish a book of prose. Silenus, in the first book of his Histories, says that during the archonship of A stone fell from the sky, and that Anaxagoras declared that the entire vault of heaven is made of stones, that it coheres by the force of its rotation, and that if this were weakened, it would fall. Various accounts of his trial are given. Sotion, in his Succession of the Philosophers, says that Anaxagoras was indicted for impiety by Cleon, because he declared the sun to be a red-hot mass of iron, and that when Pericles, his student, pleaded for him, he was fined 5 talents and banished. Satyrus, in his Lives, says that it was Thucydides, Pericles' political opponent, who initiated the action, and that the charge was not only for impiety, but also for siding with the Medes, and that he was sentenced to death by default. Satyrus adds that when he received word of 2 things at the same time, his condemnation and the death of his sons, he said about the sentence, "As concerns my accusers and myself, long ago nature condemned us to die." And about his sons, "I knew that my children were mortal." Some, however, attribute this remark to Solon, others to Xenophon. Demetrius of Phalerum, in his work on old age, says that Anaxagoras buried his sons with his own hands. Hermippus, in his Lives, says that Anaxagoras was confined to prison while awaiting execution. Pericles came forward and asked the people whether they had anything to reproach him with in his own life, and when they replied that they had not, he said, "Well, I am this man's student. Do not be carried away by slanders and put him to death, but listen to me and release him." And Anaxagoras was released, but as he could not bear the insult he had suffered, he did away with himself. Hieronymus, in the 2nd book of his Miscellaneous Notes, says that Pericles brought him into court so weak and wasted by disease that he owed his acquittal more to pity than to the merits of his case. So much for his trial. He seemed to have harboured hostility towards Democritus, whom he failed to engage in a dialogue. At the end he returned to Lampsacus, and it was there that he died. And when the magistrates of the city asked what he wanted done for him, he said they should let the children make merry every year in whatever month he died, and the custom is kept up even now. When he died, the people of Lampsacus gave him a distinguished burial and had the following verses inscribed on his tomb. Here, after approaching the farthest limit of the truth of the celestial world, lies Anaxagoras. My own verses about him run as follows. He once declared the sun to be a mass of red-hot iron, and for this Anaxagoras was bound to die. His friend Pericles saved him, though he himself, his wisdom failing, ended his own life. There have been 3 other men named Anaxagoras, of whom no other account contains a complete list. The first was an orator of the school of Isocrates, the second a sculptor mentioned by Antigonus, and the third a grammarian, a student of Zenodotus. Archelaus. Archelaus, son of Apollodorus, or as some say of Mydon, was a native of Athens or Miletus, a student of Anaxagoras, and a teacher of Socrates. It was he who first brought natural philosophy from Ionia to Athens. He was called the naturalist because with him natural philosophy came to an end, after Socrates had introduced ethics. Yet Archelaus seems also to have touched on ethics, for he has discussed laws and goodness and justice. But Socrates, who received the subject from him and advanced it to its pinnacle, was thought to be its inventor. Archelaus held that becoming has 2 causes, heat and cold, that living things were generated from slime, and that the just and the shameful exist not by nature, but by convention. His theory is as follows. He says that water, melted by heat to the extent that, permeated by the action of fire, it is compacted, produces earth. But insofar as it overflows its perimeter, it generates air. Hence, earth is constrained by air, and air by fire that surrounds it. He says that living creatures are generated from earth when it is heated and emits a milk-like slime that serves as a kind of nourishment, and in this same way earth produced human beings. He was the first to say that sound is produced when air is struck, and that a sea forms in hollow places when water filters through earth. He said that the sun is the largest of the stars, and that the universe is infinite. There have been 3 other men named Archelaus: the man who described the countries traversed by Alexander, the writer who composed Natural Curiosities, and an orator who wrote a handbook on rhetoric. Socrates. Socrates was the son of Sophroniscus, a stonemason, and Phainarete, a midwife, as Plato says in the Theaetetus. He was an Athenian and belonged to the deme of Alopecia. It was thought that he collaborated with Euripides, hence Mnesilochus says, "This new play of Euripides is The Phrygians, for which Socrates supplied the firewood." And he refers to some of Euripides' plays as patched up by Socrates, and Callias in The Captives. A. Why then have you an air so solemn and high-minded? B. I have the right. Socrates is responsible. Aristophanes in The Clouds. It's he who writes for Euripides those witty, wordy tragedies. He studied with Anaxagoras, according to some, but also with Damon, as Alexander says in his Successions. After the condemnation of Anaxagoras, he became a student of Archelaus, the natural philosopher. He also became his beloved, according to Aristoxenus. Duris says that he was a slave and a stoneworker, and some say that the statues of the Graces on the Acropolis are his work, given that they are clothed. Hence Timon, in his Lampoons, says, "From these the sculptor turned away, a prater about laws, an enchanter of the Greeks, an expounder of subtle arguments, a sneerer who mocked the orators, a quasi-Attic dissembler." For he was formidable in rhetoric as well, according to Idomeneus, and Xenophon reports that the 30 prevented him from teaching the art of speech, and Aristophanes portrays him in a comedy, making the weaker argument the stronger. For he was the first, as Favorinus says in his miscellaneous history, with his student Aeschines, to teach rhetoric. Idomeneus confirms this in his work on Socrates and his associates. He was the first to discourse about the conduct of life, and the first of the philosophers to be condemned and executed. Aristoxenus, son of Spintharus, says that he made money. For example, he would invest a sum and collect the interest, and then, when it was spent, invest the sum again. Demetrius of Byzantium says that Crito, captivated by the beauty of his soul, removed him from the workshop and educated him. Having grasped that the study of nature is of no concern to us, Socrates discoursed on ethics in the workshops and the agora, and he claimed to be investigating what evil and what good has been done in your halls. Since he often spoke too vehemently in the course of his inquiries, men pommeled him with their fists or tore his hair out, and for the most part he was laughed at and despised, and he bore all these things so patiently that once, when he had been kicked and someone expressed surprise that he stood for it, Socrates replied, "If a donkey had kicked me, should I have taken it to court?" So much for Demetrius' account. He had no need to go abroad, like most people, except if he had to serve in a military expedition, For the rest of the time he remained where he was and pursued his inquiries all the more zealously with those who conversed with him, not so as to change their minds, but to try to learn the truth. They say that when Euripides had given him the treatise of Heraclitus, and he was asked, "What do you think of it?" he replied, "The parts I have understood are excellent, as are the parts I have not understood, I suppose, except that a Delian diver is needed to plumb their depths." He took care to exercise and keep in good condition. At any rate, he served in the campaign to Amphipolis, and when Xenophon had fallen from his horse in the battle of Delium, Socrates bore him on his back and saved him. And when all the Athenians were fleeing, he himself retired at his own pace, looking around calmly and remaining ready to defend himself should anyone attack him. He also served in the expedition to Potidæa, which was made by sea, for one could not get there on foot, as the war made the land route impassable. It was there that he is said to have stayed in the same position for an entire night, and they say that when he had won the prize of valour after the battle, he resigned it in favour of his beloved Alcibiades, according to Aristippus in the 4th book of his work on the luxuriousness of the ancients. Ion of Chios says that in his youth he went abroad to Samos with Archelaus, and Aristotle says he went to Delphi. He also went to the Isthmus, according to Favorinus in the 1st book of his Reminiscences. He was firm in his convictions and a supporter of the democracy, as is clear from his refusal to obey Critias and his associates when they ordered him to conduct the wealthy Leon of Salamis to them for execution. And he alone voted to acquit the 10 generals, and when it was possible for him to escape from prison, he declined to do so. He even rebuked his friends for weeping over him, and while imprisoned made his finest and most famous remarks. He was self-reliant and honourable, and once, according to Pamphila in the 7th book of her commentaries, when Alcibiades offered him a large piece of land where he might build a house, he said, "And suppose I needed shoes, and you offered me a hide, that I might make myself a pair. Would it not be ridiculous for me to accept it?" Often, when observing the multitude of things for sale, he would say to himself, "How many things I can do without," and he was continually reciting these iambics. "Silver plate and purple garments are useful for actors in tragedy, not for life." He showed how little he thought of Archelaus of Macedon, Scopa of Cranon, and Eurylochus of Larissa, by not accepting their gifts of money or visiting their courts, and his way of life was so well regulated that on the many occasions when a plague broke out at Athens, he was the only man who did not fall ill. Aristotle says that Socrates lived with 2 women. His first wife was Xanthippe, by whom he had Lamprocles. His second was Myrto, the daughter of Aristides the Just, whom he took without a dowry, and by whom he had Sophroniscus and Menexenus. Others say that he married Myrto first. Still others, including Satyrus and Hieronymus of Rhodes, say that he was married to both at the same time. For they say that when the Athenians, because of a shortage of men, wished to increase their population, they decreed that a man could marry one Athenian woman and have children by another, and that Socrates accordingly did so. He easily disregarded even those who mocked him. He prided himself on the simplicity of his life and never took a fee. He used to say that he most enjoyed the food that least needed a condiment, and the drink that made him least in want of another. He said that the man whose needs are fewest is nearest to the gods. One may grasp this from the comic poets, who, in the course of ridiculing him, unwittingly sing his praises. Thus Aristophanes, O man who righteously desires great wisdom, what a blessed life you will lead among the Athenians and the rest of the world! For your memory, intelligence, and hardihood are excellent. You never tire, whether standing or walking, never shiver from cold, never hunger for breakfast. From wine you abstain, and from gluttony and all other nonsense. Amypsias, who portrays him in a threadbare cloak, says, "You have come to us, Socrates, the best of a small number of men, and the vainest by far. Well, at least you are hardy. Where could we get you a decent coat? Your sorry state is a reproach to the cobblers. Yet, however hungry he is, the man has never stooped to flatter." This disdainful, high-minded spirit of his is also brought to light by Aristophanes when he says, "Because you swagger along in the streets, gazing askance, barefoot, enduring many ills, and look up at us with a grave and solemn countenance." Yet sometimes, adapting himself to circumstances, he would even don fine clothing, as in Plato's Symposium, when he is on his way to Agathon's house. He was adept at both persuading and dissuading. Thus, after conversing with Theaetetus about knowledge, he sent him away divinely inspired, as Plato says, "But when Euthyphro had indicted his own father for the murder of a foreigner, Socrates, after conversing with him about piety, dissuaded him from his course, and by his exhortations he turned Lysis into a highly moral person." He was also adept at basing his arguments on facts. When his son Lamprocles was incensed with his mother, Socrates put the boy to shame, as Xenophon has somewhere mentioned. And when Glaucon, Plato's brother, wished to enter politics, Socrates dissuaded him, as Xenophon says, on the grounds of his inexperience, whereas he encouraged Charmides, who had a natural bent for politics. He aroused the proud spirit in Iphicrates the general by showing him how the gamecocks of Medias the barber flapped their wings at those of Callias, and Glauconides thought that the city should secure Socrates for itself, as it would a pheasant or a peacock. He used to say that it was strange that any man could easily tell you how many sheep he had, but could not name all the friends he had made, so little did they mean to him. Seeing Euclides devoting himself to eristic arguments, he said, "You'll be able to deal with sophists, Euclides, but not with men," for he considered such hair-splitting useless, as Plato says in the Euthydemus. When Charmides offered him some slaves so that he might derive an income from them, he would not accept them, and he took no notice of the beauty of Alcibiades, according to some. He praised leisure as the finest of possessions, as Xenophon says in his Symposium. He declared that there was only one good, knowledge, and only one evil, ignorance, and that wealth and noble birth bring their possessor no honour. On the contrary, they bring every evil. For example, when someone told him that the mother of Antisthenes was a Thracian, he replied, "But did you imagine that so noble a man could have been born of 2 Athenian parents?" And when Phaedo, who had been taken captive in war, was sitting in prison, Socrates had him ransomed by Crito, and made a philosopher of him. Late in life he learned to play the lyre, saying there was nothing strange in studying what one does not know. And he was constantly dancing, since he thought that kind of exercise kept the body in good condition, as Xenophon says in his Symposium. He used to say that his daemonion warned him of future events. He said that well-being was no little thing, but was attained little by little, and he said that he knew nothing except the fact that he knew nothing. He used to say that when people pay high prices for early fruit, they must give up hope of its ripening in season. When someone once asked him, "What is the virtue of a young man?" he replied, "Nothing in excess." He said that a man should study geometry only to the point where he is able to measure the land he either acquires or cedes. When he heard the line in Euripides' play, Auger, where the poet says about virtue, "It's best to let it wander at will," Socrates rose and left the theatre, saying that it was absurd to make a fuss about a slave who could not be found, and to allow virtue to perish in this way. When asked whether or not one should marry, he said, "Whichever you do, you will regret it." He used to say he found it surprising that sculptors take the trouble to turn a block of marble into a perfect likeness of the subject, but take no trouble about themselves, lest they turn out to resemble marble blocks. He thought that young men should constantly examine themselves in the mirror, the handsome that they might prove handsome in character, and the ugly that they might conceal their ugliness by education. When he had invited some rich men to his house, and his wife, Xanthippe, was ashamed of the dinner, he said, "Take heart. If they are reasonable, they will adapt themselves. If worthless, it won't matter to us." He used to say that some men lived to eat, while he himself ate to live. To the man who feared the worthless multitude, he said it was as if someone who rejects a single 4-drachma piece as valueless should accept as valuable a heap of such coins. When Aeschines said, "Poor as I am, I have nothing else to give, but I offer you myself," Socrates replied, "But don't you feel that you are offering me the greatest gift of all?" To someone who, ignored when the 30 rose to power, took it ill, Socrates says, "You don't regret that, do you?" To a man who said, "The Athenians have condemned you to die," he replied, "And nature has also condemned them to die." Some, however, attribute this remark to Anaxagoras. When his wife said, "You die unjustly," he replied, "Would you prefer that I die justly?" When he dreamt that someone said to him, "On the 3rd day you will reach fertile Phthia," he said to Aeschines, "On the 3rd day I shall die." When he was about to drink the hemlock, and Apollodorus offered him a beautiful cloak to die in, Socrates asked, "Then is my own cloak good enough to live in, but not to die in?" When told, "So-and-so is speaking badly of you," he said, "It's only because he hasn't learned to speak well." When Antisthenes had turned his cloak so that its tear became visible, Socrates said, "I discern your vanity through your cloak." To someone who asked, "Doesn't so-and-so insult you?" he replied, "Not at all, for what he says doesn't apply to me." He said that we should offer ourselves as butts for the comic poets, for if they say something apt, they will make us better men, and if not, it's of no concern to us. Of Xanthippe, who first scolded him and later drenched him with water, he said, "Didn't I say that Xanthippe's thunder would end in rain?" When Alcibiades said that Xanthippe's scolding was intolerable, he said, "But I am used to it, exactly as if I were constantly hearing the clattering of pulleys. And as for you," he asked, "do you mind the cackling of geese?" "No," replied Alcibiades, "for they provide me with eggs and goslings." To which Socrates replied, "Well, Xanthippe provides me with children." Once, when she had stripped off his coat in the marketplace, and his friends advised him to use his hands to defend himself, he said, "Of course, by Zeus, so that each of you, while we are sparring, may say, 'Good one, Socrates,' and 'Well done, Xanthippe.'" He used to say that he consorted with a cantankerous woman, just as horsemen do with mettlesome horses. "And just as these men," he said, "once they have tamed them, easily master the rest, so I, by living with Xanthippe, will know how to adapt myself to everyone else." For these words and deeds, and others like them, he was honored by the Pythian priestess when she gave Chaerephon the famous response. Of all men, Socrates is the wisest. It was mainly for this that he was envied, and especially because he would refute those who had a high opinion of themselves, showing them to be fools, as he surely did in the case of Anytus, according to Plato's Meno. For Anytus, unable to bear being ridiculed by Socrates, began by inciting Aristophanes and his circle against him, and then persuaded Meletus to lodge a complaint against him for impiety and corrupting the youth. The complaint was lodged by Meletus, and the speech delivered by Polyeuctus, as Favorinus says in his miscellaneous history. Polycrates the sophist wrote the speech, as Hermippus says. Others, however, say that it was written by Anytus, and Lycon the demagogue made all the preliminary arrangements. Antisthenes, in his Successions of Philosophers, and Plato in the Apology say that he had 3 accusers, Anytus, Lycon, and Meletus, that Anytus was angered on behalf of the craftsmen and politicians, Lycon on behalf of the orators, and Meletus on behalf of the poets, all of whom he ridiculed. But Favorinus, in the first book of his Reminiscences, says that the speech of Polycrates against Socrates is not genuine, for he says that it contains a reference to the reconstruction of the walls by Conon, which occurred 6 years after the death of Socrates. And that is indeed the case. The indictment against him was drawn up as follows, for it is still available today in the Metruon, says Favorinus. This complaint was lodged under oath by Meletus, son of Meletus of Pythos, against Socrates, son of Sophroniscus of Alopecia. Socrates breaks the law because he does not recognize the gods recognized by the city, and because he introduces other new divinities, and he breaks the law because he corrupts the youth. The penalty is death. As for the philosopher, when he read the speech Lysias had written in his defense, he said, "A fine speech, Lysias, but it is not suitable for me," for it was clearly more forensic than philosophical. When Lysias asked, "But how, if the speech is fine, would it not suit you?" Socrates replied, "Well, wouldn't fine clothes and fine shoes also be unsuitable for me?" Justus of Tiberias, in his work The Garland, says that during the trial Plato ascended to the tribune and said, "Though I am the youngest, men of Athens, of those who have ascended to the speaker's platform," at which point the jurors roared, "Get down!" Socrates was condemned by 281 votes, more than those cast for acquittal, and when the jurors were assessing what he should suffer or what fine he should pay, he said he would pay a fine of 25 drachmas. Eubulides says he agreed to pay 100. And when the jurors raised an uproar, he said, "In view of my services, I propose as a penalty that I be maintained in the Prytaneum at public expense." They sentenced him to death, 80 votes being added to the number cast for conviction. He was imprisoned, and a few days later he drank the hemlock after engaging in many noble discussions, which Plato recounts in the Phaedo. According to some, he composed a paean that begins, "Hail Apollo of Delos and Artemis, renowned children." But Dionysodorus says that the paean is not his work. He also composed a fable, not very successful, in the manner of Aesop, which begins, "Aesop once told the inhabitants of the town of Corinth not to judge virtue by the wisdom of a jury trial." He was thus no longer among men, and the Athenians immediately felt such remorse that they closed the wrestling arenas and gymnasia. They banished his other accusers, but sentenced Meletus to death. They honored Socrates with a bronze statue, sculpted by Lysippus, which they placed in the Pompeion, and when Anytus visited Heraclea, the people banished him by proclamation that very day, And it was not only in the case of Socrates that the Athenians repented, but in a great many others. For they fined Homer, as Heraclides says, 50 drachmas on the grounds of insanity, and declared that Tyrtaeus was deranged, and honoured Astydamas with a bronze statue before Aeschylus and his fellow poets. And Euripides reproached them in his Palamedes, saying, "You have slain the all-wise, the harmless nightingale of the Muses." So much for that account. But Philochorus says that Euripides died before Socrates. Socrates was born, according to Apollodorus in his chronology, during the archonship of Apsephion, in the 3rd year of the 77th Olympiad, on the 6th of Thargelion, the day when the Athenians purify the city, and the day, according to the Delians, that Artemis was born. He died in the 1st year of the 95th Olympiad, at the age of 70. Demetrius of Phalerum agrees, but others say he died at the age of 60. Socrates and Euripides were both students of Anaxagoras. Euripides was born in the 1st year of the 75th Olympiad, during the archonship of Calliades. It seems to me that Socrates discoursed on natural philosophy as well as ethics, at least where he converses about divine providence. Xenophon mentions this too, though he declares that Socrates talked only about ethics. That Plato, after mentioning Anaxagoras and some other physicists in the Apology, addresses on his own account topics that Socrates disregarded, though he attributes everything to Socrates. Aristotle says that a sorcerer who came to Athens from Syria predicted, among the other evils awaiting Socrates, that he would die a violent death. My own verses about him run as follows: "Drink, Socrates, now that you are in the house of Zeus, for truly did the god call you wise, and wisdom is a god. For you merely received the hemlock from the Athenians, but it is they who, through your mouth, have drained the cup." He had for rivals, as Aristotle says in his 3rd book on poetry, a certain Antilochus of Lemnos and Antiphon the soothsayer, just as Pythagoras had as his rivals Chilon and Onotas, and Homer, during his lifetime, Cyagrus, and after his death, Xenophanes of Colophon, and Hesiod, during his lifetime, Cercops, but after his death, the aforementioned Xenophanes, and Pindar, Amphimenes of Cos, Thales, Pherecydes, Bias, Salarus of Priene, Pittacus, Antimenidas and Alcaeus, Anaxagoras, Sosibius, and Simonides, Timocrian. Among those who succeeded him and were called Socratics, the leaders were Plato, Xenophon, and Antisthenes. Among the 10 traditional Socratics, the 4 most distinguished are Aeschines, Phaedo, Euclides, and Aristippus. We must speak first about Xenophon, then about Antisthenes, later among the Cynics, then about the Socratics, and in turn about Plato, since the 10 schools begin with him, and he himself founded the first academy. This, then, is the order I will follow. There was another Socrates, a historian who wrote a geographical description of Argos, another a peripatetic from Bithynia, another a composer of epigrams, and finally a native of Kos who wrote about the names of the gods. Xenophon. Xenophon was the son of Gryllus. He was an Athenian of the deme of Erchia. He was modest and extraordinarily handsome. It is said that Socrates met him in a narrow lane, extended his staff, and blocked his way, inquiring where each kind of food was being sold. On receiving an answer, he then asked, "Where do men become good and honourable?" Xenophon was perplexed, and Socrates said, "Follow me, then, and learn." And from then on he was a student of Socrates. He was the first to note down Socrates' words, which he published under the title Memorabilia. He was also the first philosopher to write a work of history. Aristippus, in the fourth book of his work on the luxuriousness of the ancients, says that Xenophon fell in love with Clinias, and said of him, "As it is, I find it sweeter to gaze at Clinias than at all the beautiful things in the world. I would accept being blinded to everything else if I could gaze at him alone. I am vexed with night and with sleep because I cannot see him, and I take the greatest joy in day and the sun because they show me Clinias." He became an ally of Cyrus in the following way. He had a close friend named Proxenus, a Boeotian who was a student of Gorgias of Leontini, and a friend of Cyrus. This man, who was living in Sardis at the court of Cyrus, sent a letter to Xenophon at Athens, inviting him to visit so that he might become a friend of Cyrus. Xenophon showed the letter to Socrates and asked for his advice, and Socrates sent him to Delphi to consult the oracle. Xenophon obeyed, came into the god's presence, and inquired not whether he should go off to Cyrus, but how he should go to him. For this he was reproached by Socrates, who nevertheless advised him to go, and he went to Cyrus and became as close a friend to him as Proxenus himself. As for all that occurred on his expedition and on the return journey, Xenophon has himself given us an adequate account. He remained on bad terms with Meno of Pharsalus, who throughout the expedition commanded the mercenary troops, and at one point he reproaches him for having a beloved older than himself. He also reproaches one Apollonides for piercing his ears. After the expedition and the misfortunes it met with in Pontus and the betrayals of Cethus, the king of the Odrysians, he went to Asia, to Agesilaus, the king of the Spartans, and provided him with Cyrus' soldiers as mercenaries, for he was devoted to Agesilaus beyond measure. At that point he was banished by the Athenians for siding with the Spartans. When he was in Ephesus and had some money, he gave half to Megabyzus, the priest of Artemis, to keep until his return, or, if he should not return, to apply to the setting up of a statue in honor of the goddess. The other half he sent as a votive offering to Delphi. Then he departed for Greece with Agesilaus, who had been recalled for the war against Thebes, and the Spartans accorded Xenophon the office of proxenos. Then he left Agesilaus and went to Silus, a place in Elis, not far from the city. He was accompanied by his wife, whose name was Felicia, according to Demetrius of Magnesia, and two sons, Grillus and Diodorus, as Dinacus says in his work against Xenophon in a matter of dereliction. The sons were nicknamed the Dioscuri. Making the festal assembly a pretext, Megabyzus joined him there. Xenophon recovered his money, purchased an estate, and dedicated it to the goddess. Through the estate runs a river, the Selinus. A river in Ephesus has the same name. From then on he spent his time hunting, entertaining his friends, and writing his histories. Dinacus says that his house and farm were given to him by the Spartans. But there is also a report that Philopidas, the Spartan, sent to him at Silus some slaves from Dardanus, whom he had captured, and that Xenophon disposed of them as he saw fit, and that the aliens marched against Silus and succeeded, owing to the Spartans' late arrival, in capturing the place. At that point his sons withdrew to Leprium with a few servants, and Xenophon himself, who had previously gone to Elis, joined his sons in Leprium and escaped with them to Corinth, where he settled. In the meantime, since the Athenians had voted to assist the Spartans, Xenophon sent his sons to Athens to serve in their expedition in defense of Sparta, for they had actually been educated in Sparta, as Diogenes says in his Lives of the Philosophers. Without performing any conspicuous feat, Diodorus returned safe from the battle. He had a son who had the same name as his brother, but Gryllus, who had been posted with the cavalry, this was in the battle near Mantinea, fought valiantly and died, as Ephorus says in his 25th book. Cephisodorus was serving as cavalry commander, Hegesilaus as general. It was in this battle that Epaminondas fell. They say that at that very time Xenophon was performing a sacrifice, his head crowned with a wreath. When his son's death was reported to him, he removed the wreath, but afterward, when he learned that his son had died nobly, he replaced it. Some report that he did not even shed a tear, but said, "Well, I knew he was mortal." Aristotle says that countless authors wrote encomia and funeral orations for Gryllus, a certain number of them in order to gratify his father. Moreover, Hermippus, in his work on Theophrastus, says that even Isocrates wrote an encomium for Gryllus, but Timon mocks Xenophon in these lines: "A pair of weak discourses, or a triad, or even more, such as Xenophon or the vigorous Aeschines might be persuaded to write." Such was his life. He flourished in the 4th year of the 94th Olympiad, and departed for the expedition with Cyrus during the archonship of Xenianetus, the year before the death of Socrates. He died, as Thesiclides of Athens says in his list of archons and Olympic victors, in the 1st year of the 105th Olympiad, during the archonship of Calamedes, the year Philip, son of Amyntas, came to power in Macedonia. He died in Corinth, as Demetrius of Magnesia says, apparently at an advanced age. He was an accomplished man in every respect, an avid horseman and hunter, and an able tactician, as is clear from his writings. He was pious, fond of sacrifices, and adept at prophecy from the entrails of sacrificial victims, and he modelled himself closely on Socrates. He wrote roughly 40 works, though these have been divided into books in various ways. The Anabasis, with a preface for each book, but no general introduction. Sauropedia, Hellenica, Memorabilia, Symposium, Economicus, on horsemanship, on hunting, on the duties of a cavalry commander, Apology of Socrates, on revenues, Hieron, or on tyranny, Agesilaus, the constitutions of Athens and Sparta. The latter, according to Demetrius of Magnesia, is not by Xenophon. It is said that he also made famous the works of Thucydides, which had remained unknown until then, and which he could have appropriated for his own purposes. For the sweetness of his style, he was called the Attic Muse. Hence he and Plato were jealous of each other, as will be mentioned in the chapter on Plato. My own epigram about him runs as follows: Xenophon marched to Persia not only because of Cyrus, but because he sought a path that would lead him to Zeus. Well taught, he narrated the Greek exploits, and then recalled how fine was the wisdom of Socrates. And another about how he died. Xenophon, the citizens of Cranaeus and Cecrops condemned you to exile for your friendship with Cyrus, but Corinth, hospitable to strangers, welcomed you. So fond were you of her delights, and there you chose to abide. I have found in other accounts the statement that he flourished in the 89th Olympiad, at the same time as the other Socratics, and Istrus says that he was banished by a decree of Eubulus, and was recalled by a decree of the same man. There have been 7 men named Xenophon. The first was our present subject, the second an Athenian, the brother of the Pisistratus, who wrote the Theseid, who wrote, among other works, a biography of Epaminondas and Pelopidas. The third, a doctor from Kos. The fourth, the author of a history of Hannibal. The fifth, an authority on mythical marvels. The sixth, a sculptor from Paros. And the seventh, a poet of the old comedy. Aeschines. Aeschines was the son of Carinus, the sausage-maker, though some say his father was Lysanias. He was an Athenian, and industrious from an early age. This was why he never left Socrates. Hence the latter used to say, "Only the son of the sausage-maker knows how to honour me." Idomeneus says that it was Aeschines, not Crito, who advised Socrates in the prison about his escape, and that Plato, because Aeschines was friendlier to Aristippus than to himself, attributed Aeschines' words to Crito. Aeschines was maliciously slandered, especially by Menedemus of Eretria, who claimed that most of the dialogues Aeschines passed off as his own were by Socrates, and that he had obtained them from Xanthippe. Of these dialogues, some, the ones that are called headless, are very slack and show none of the Socratic vigour. Peristratus of Ephesus denied that they were the work even of Aeschines. Persius says that most of the 7 were written by Pasiphon of Eretria, who inserted them among the dialogues of Aeschines. Moreover, Aeschines claimed authorship of Antisthenes' Little Cyrus, Lesser Heracles, and Alcibiades, as well as dialogues by other writers. As for the second category of dialogues by Aeschines, namely those that carry the stamp of the Socratic manner, they are 7 in number. The first was the Miltiades, which for that reason is rather weak, Callias, Axiochus, Aspasia, Alcibiades, Telauges, and Rhinon. They say that poverty drove him to Sicily, to the court of Dionysius, and that Plato ignored him, whereas Aristippus introduced him to Dionysius, and that when he offered Dionysius some of his dialogues, he received gifts from him. Later, when Aeschines returned to Athens, he did not venture to assume the profession of sophist, since at that period the associates of Plato and Aristippus were highly esteemed, but he took fees for his lectures, and later composed forensic speeches for victims of injustice, which is why Timon wrote, "And the vigorous Aeschines might be persuaded to write." When Aeschines was hard-pressed by poverty, it is said that Socrates told him he ought to borrow from himself by reducing his consumption of food. Even Aristippus cast doubt on the genuineness of his dialogues. At any rate, it is said that one day, when Aeschines was reading one of them at Megara, Aristippus made fun of him by asking, "Where, thief, did you come by that?" Polycritus of Mende, in the first book of his work on Dionysius, says that Aeschines lived with the tyrant until the man's banishment, and remained in Sicily until Dion returned to Syracuse. He adds that Dion was accompanied by Carcinus, the comic poet. There is a letter to Dionysius attributed to Aeschines. He was well trained in rhetoric, as is clear from his defence of the father of Phaeax, the general, and from the speeches in which he closely imitates Gorgias of Leontini. Moreover, Lysias wrote a speech against him that he entitled On Dishonest Prosecution, and from this too it is clear that he was skilled in rhetoric. One disciple had been attributed to him, the Aristotle, who was nicknamed Myth. Still, of all the Socratic dialogues, Panasius thinks that those of Plato, Xenophon, Antisthenes, and Aeschines are genuine. He is in doubt about those of Phaedo and Euclides, and rejects all the others. There have been 8 men named Aeschines. The first was our present subject, the second an author of handbooks on rhetoric, the third the orator who opposed Demosthenes, the fourth an Arcadian, a student of Isocrates, the fifth a Mytilenian, whom they call the rhetorician's scourge, the sixth a Neapolitan, an academic philosopher, a student and beloved of Melanthius of Rhodes, the seventh a Milesian, a political writer, and the eighth a sculptor. Aristippus. Aristippus was by family a citizen of Cyrene, but he was drawn to Athens, as Aeschines says, by the fame of Socrates. Assuming the profession of sophist, according to Phanias, the peripatetic of Eresus, he was the first of the followers of Socrates to charge a fee and to send money to his teacher. One day, after sending him 20 minas, he received them back. Socrates, claiming that his daemonian did not permit him to accept them, finding the offer itself offensive. Xenophon was ill-disposed to Aristippus, and this is why the discourse against pleasure that he has Socrates making is directed against Aristippus. Theodorus also maligns him in his work on the philosophic schools, as does Plato in his work on the soul, as we have mentioned elsewhere. He was skillful at adapting himself to place and time and person, and at playing his role suitably under all circumstances. This is why he was more esteemed than anyone else by Dionysius, for he always managed to make the best of any situation. He derived pleasure from enjoyments that were present, and did not trouble himself to seek those that were not. Hence Diogenes used to call him the royal dog, and Timon sneered at him for his luxuriousness in these words: "Such is the luxurious nature of Aristippus, who traffics in lies." One day, it is said, Aristippus gave orders for a partridge to be purchased for 50 drachmas, and when someone reproached him for it, he said, "Would you have bought it for an obol?" And when the man nodded assent, Aristippus said, "Well, 50 drachmas mean no more to me." One day, when Dionysius told him to pick one of 3 courtesans, Aristippus took them all, saying, "It did Paris no good to prefer one to the others." But when he had brought them as far as his porch, he let them depart, so extreme were his preferences and his disdain. This is why Strato, or Plato, according to some, once said to him, "To you alone it has been granted to sport both a fine cloak and rags." When Dionysius spat at him, he put up with it, and when someone faulted him for this, he said, "Well, the fishermen put up with being sprinkled by the sea in order to catch the sardine, so should I not put up with being sprinkled with spittle, that I may catch the anchovy?" One day, when Aristippus was walking past him, Diogenes, who was washing lettuces, mocked him, and said, "If you had learned to live on these, you would not be paying court to tyrants." To which Aristippus replied, "And if you had learned to associate with men, you would not be washing lettuces." When asked what he had gained from philosophy, he said, "To be able to consort confidently with everyone." Reproached one day for living extravagantly, he said, "If this were wrong, it would not be done at the festivals of the gods." When asked one day what advantage philosophers enjoyed, he said, "If all the laws are repealed, we will live just as we do now." When asked by Dionysius why the philosophers go to the doors of rich men, but rich men no longer go to philosophers, he said, "Because the philosophers know what they need, while the rich do not." When asked how the educated differ from the uneducated, he said, "Just as horses that have been tamed differ from untamed horses." One day, as he was entering the house of a courtesan, and one of the young men with him blushed, he said, "It's not hard to go in. What's hard is not being able to leave. To someone who presented him with a riddle and said, "Solve it," he replied, "Why, fool, do you want to solve it, since even unsolved it gives us trouble?" He said it was better to be a beggar than to be uneducated, for the former is in need of money, the latter of humanity. When reviled one day, he withdrew, and when the other man pursued him and asked, "Why do you run away?" he said, "Because you have the right to malign me, while I have the right not to listen." When someone said that he always saw philosophers at the doors of rich men, he replied, "Yes, and doctors at doors of sick people, but no one would prefer being sick to being a doctor." One day, on a voyage to Corinth, he was overtaken by a storm and became distressed. To someone who said, "We ordinary folk are not afraid, but you philosophers are scared to death," he said, "That's because the souls concerned are not comparable." To someone who plumed himself on his vast knowledge, he said, "Just as people who eat and exercise most are not healthier than those who eat and exercise only as much as they need, likewise it is those who read with an eye not to quantity but to usefulness who are virtuous." To a speechwriter who, after arguing on his behalf and winning the case, asked him, "What good did Socrates do you?" he replied, "Just this, that the speeches you made in my defense are true." He gave his daughter Arete the best advice, training her to despise excess. When someone asked him in what way his son would be better off if educated, he replied, "If nothing else, at least in the theatre he won't sit like a stone upon stone." When someone brought his son to him as a student, Aristippus asked him for 500 drachmas, and when the man said, "For that much I can buy a slave," he replied, "Buy one then, and you'll have two." He said that he took money from his students, not for his own use, but so that they might know on what their money should be spent. When reproached one day because he hired a speechwriter to handle his lawsuit, he said, "Well, when I give a dinner, I hire a chef." Compelled one day by Dionysius to discuss some doctrine of philosophy, he said, "It would be absurd that you should learn from me what to say, and yet instruct me when to say it." They say that Dionysius was offended at this, and made Aristippus recline at the foot of the table, and Aristippus said, "You must have wanted to make the place more prestigious." When someone boasted of being a good diver, he said, "Aren't you ashamed to pride yourself on the feats of a dolphin?" When asked one day how the wise man differs from the unwise, he said, "Send both of them naked among strangers, and you will learn." When someone boasted that he could drink a great deal without getting drunk, he said, "So can a mule." When someone reproached him for living with a courtesan, he said, "Is there any difference between taking a house in which many once lived and taking one in which no one has lived?" When the man said no, he asked, "Or between sailing in a ship in which countless people once sailed, or in one in which nobody has?" "None." "Then it makes no difference," he said, "whether the woman you live with has lived with many or with nobody." When someone blamed him for taking fees, though he was a student of Socrates, he said, "So I do. And Socrates, when people sent him grain and wine, used to accept a little and send back the rest. That's because he had the preeminent Athenians to supply his needs, whereas I have only Eutychides, my slave." He consorted with Laius, the courtesan, as Sotion says in the second book of his Successions. To those who faulted him for it, he said, "I possess Laius, but am not possessed by her. For it's the height of virtue not to abstain from pleasures, but to conquer and not be mastered by them." To someone who reproached him for his extravagant banquet, he said, "Wouldn't you have bought this for 3 obols?" And when the man assented, he said, "Then it's not I who love pleasure, but you who love money." One day when Simus, Dionysius's steward, a Phrygian and a pest, was showing him the tyrant's luxurious house and its mosaic floors, Aristippus coughed up phlegm and spat in his face, and when the man got angry, Aristippus said, "I couldn't find a more appropriate place." When Charondas, or Phaedo, according to some, asked, "Who is it that has drenched himself with unguent?" he replied, "I am the unfortunate wretch, and the king of the Persians is even more unfortunate than me. But consider this, since none of the other animals would be worse off for being perfumed, the same might be true of man. And may those blasted catamites die miserable deaths who make it shameful for us to use a fine scent." When Plato reproached him for living extravagantly, he said, "Do you regard Dionysius as a good man?" When Plato assented, Aristippus said, "And yet he lives more extravagantly than I do, so nothing prevents one from living both extravagantly and nobly." When asked how Socrates died, he said, "As I myself would wish to die." Polyxenus, the sophist, paid him a visit one day, and when he noticed women and costly food, he reproached Aristippus. A few moments later, Aristippus asked, "Can you join us today?" And when the other accepted the invitation, Aristippus said, "Why, then, did you fault us? For you evidently object not to the food, but to the cost." When his servant, in the course of a journey, was carrying money and was oppressed by the weight of it, as Bias reports in his lectures, Aristippus said, "Pour away the greater part and carry only as much as you can." On a voyage once, when he realized that the vessel was manned by pirates, he took his money and began counting it. Then, as if unintentionally, he threw it into the sea, and made a show of bemoaning his loss. According to others, he remarked that it was better for the money to be lost because of Aristippus than for Aristippus to be lost because of the money. When Dionysius asked him one day what he had come for, he said he had come to offer what he had and to obtain what he had not. But some say he replied, "When I needed wisdom, I went to Socrates, but now that I need money, I have come to you." He disparaged the general run of men who, when purchasing pots, strike them to test their soundness, but judge haphazardly when adopting a way of life. Others, however, attribute this observation to Diogenes. Once, at a drinking party, when Dionysius ordered each guest to put on purple clothes and dance, Plato declined, saying, "I could not wear women's clothing." Aristippus, on the other hand, took the clothes and, when about to dance, made the apt reply, "For at the Bacchic revelry, she who is modest will not be corrupted." Once, when he asked a favor of Dionysius on behalf of a friend and failed to obtain it, he fell to the tyrant's feet. And to someone who mocked him, he said, "I am not to blame, but Dionysius, who has ears in his feet." When residing in Asia, he was taken captive by Artaphernes, the satrap, and when someone asked him, "Can you be confident under these circumstances?" he replied, "When, fool, could I be more confident than now, since I am going to converse with Artaphernes?" He used to say that those who obtained a general education, but were deprived of philosophy, were like the suitors of Penelope, for they had their way with Melantho, Polydora, and the other serving women, and were able to do everything but marry the mistress herself. Ariston makes a similar remark, for he says that Odysseus, when he went down to Hades, saw and encountered almost all the dead, but never set eyes on the queen herself. When Aristippus was asked what subjects talented boys should study, he said, "Those that will be useful to them when they've become men." To someone who reproached him for going from Socrates to Dionysius, he said, "Well, I went to Socrates for education, paideia, to Dionysius for amusement, paideia." When he had made some money by teaching, Socrates asked him, "Where did you get so much?" To which Aristippus replied, "Where you got so little." To a courtesan who said, "I am pregnant by you," he said, "You could be no more sure of it than if, after walking through a field of rushes, you claimed you'd been pricked by one particular thorn." When someone reproached him for rejecting his own son as if he were not his offspring, he replied, "We know that phlegm and lice spring from us, but since they are useless, we throw them as far away as possible." When he had received money from Dionysius, whereas Plato had received a book, and someone reproached him, he replied, "Well, I need money, and Plato needs books." To someone who asked him why Dionysius reproached him, he replied, "For the same reason others do." He asked Dionysius for money, and the tyrant replied, "But you said that the wise man would not be at a loss." Taking him up, Aristippus said, "Give me some, and let us consider the question." And when Dionysius had given him money, he said, "Do you observe that I have not been at a loss?" And when Dionysius said to him, "He who traffics with a tyrant becomes his slave, though he comes to him a free man," Aristippus replied, "If freed to come, he is no slave." This is reported by Diogenes in his work on the lives of philosophers. Others attribute the remark to Plato. Though incensed with Aeschines, Aristippus soon said, "Shall we not reconcile and give up talking nonsense, or will you wait until someone reconciles us over the wine-cup?" To this, Aeschines replied, "I'd be glad to reconcile." "Remember then," said Aristippus, "that I, though older, approached you first." And Aeschines said, "Well and rightly said, by Hera. Your venture was far better than mine, for I started a quarrel, you a friendship." These are the remarks attributed to him. There have been 4 men named Aristippus. The first was our present subject, the second the author of a book about Arcadia, the third, known as the Mother Taught, was the grandson of the first Aristippus by his daughter, and the fourth a philosopher of the New Academy. To the Cyrenaic philosopher are attributed a history of Libya in 3 books sent to Dionysius, and a volume containing 25 dialogues, some written in Attic, others in Doric, including the following: Artabazus, to the shipwrecked, to the exiles, to a beggar, to Laius, to Prorus, to Laius about the mirror, Hermes, a dream, to the toastmaster, Philomelus, to his friends, to those who reproach him for acquiring old wine and courtesans, to those who reproach him for dining extravagantly, a letter to his daughter Arete, to one in training for the Olympic Games, a question, another question, an anecdote addressed to Dionysius, another on the statue, another on the daughter of Dionysius, to one who considers himself dishonored, to one who undertakes to offer advice. Some say that he wrote 6 books of essays, others, including Socrates of Rhodes, that he wrote none at all. According to Sotion, in his second book, and Panicius, his writings include the following: on education, on virtue, exhortation, Artabazus, the shipwrecked, the exiles, essay, 6 books, anecdotes, 3 books, to Laius, to Prorus, to Socrates, on fortune. He declared the goal to be the smooth motion that results in sensation. Since we have written his life, Let us now go through the philosophers of the Cyrenaic school that started with him, although some call themselves Hegesiacs, some Aniceroians, still others Theodorians. We should also go through the followers of Phaedo, whose leaders form the Eretrian school. The succession runs thus. Aristippus' disciples were his daughter Arete, Ethiops of Ptolemaeus, and Antipater of Cyrene. The student of Arete was Aristippus, nicknamed the Mother Taught. Aristippus' student was Theodorus the Godless, later nicknamed God. Antipater's student was Epitimides of Cyrene. Epitimides was Parabatus, and Parabatus were Hegesias the Death Persuader and Anicerois, who ransomed Plato. Those who followed the way of life of Aristippus and were called Cyrenaics held the following views. They supposed that there were two states, pain and pleasure, the latter being a smooth motion, the former a rough one. Pleasure does not differ from pleasure, nor is one thing a greater source of pleasure than another. Pleasure is agreeable and pain repulsive to all living beings. But bodily pleasure, which for them is the goal, as Panesius says in his work on the philosophical schools, is not the sedate pleasure that follows from the removal of pains, or the sort of freedom from discomfort that Epicurus accepts and claims is the goal. They also hold that their goal is different from happiness, for the goal is a particular kind of pleasure, whereas happiness is the sum total of the particular pleasures, among which they count both past and future pleasures. The particular pleasure is to be chosen for its own sake, whereas happiness is not to be chosen for its own sake, but for the sake of the particular pleasures. The proof that pleasure is the goal is that from childhood we are instinctively drawn to it, and that, when we obtain it, we do not seek for anything more, and we avoid nothing so much as its opposite, pain. Pleasure is good, even if it results from the most shameful conduct, as Hippobotus says in his work on the philosophical schools, for even if the action is inappropriate, the pleasure that results from it is to be chosen for its own sake, and is good. But the removal of pain, which has been discussed in Epicurus, does not seem to the Cyrenaics to be pleasure, no more than the absence of pleasure seems to be pain, for they regard both pleasure and pain as consisting in motion, whereas the absence of pain, or absence of pleasure, is not motion, since absence of pain is like the condition of one who is asleep. They maintain that some people, whose judgment has been perverted, are capable of not choosing pleasure. Not all mental pleasures and pains result from physical pleasures and pains. For example, one rejoices in the simple prosperity of one's country, just as one does in one's own prosperity. But they hold that pleasure is not derived from memory or the expectation of good, which was a doctrine of Epicurus. For the motion of the soul is dissipated over time. They hold that pleasures do not result from merely seeing or hearing. At any rate, we listen with pleasure to those who imitate funeral dirges, but without pleasure to those who chant actual dirges. They call the absence of pleasure and the absence of pain the intermediate states. Yet they regard bodily pleasures as far superior to mental pleasures, and bodily pains as far worse than mental pains, which is why the guilty are punished with bodily pains. For they assume that pain is harder to bear, and that we find pleasure preferable. They therefore pay more attention to the body than to the mind. Hence, though pleasure is to be chosen for its own sake, they hold that the things that produce certain pleasures are often painful in nature, the very opposite of pleasure, so that the accumulating of pleasures that don't produce happiness seems to them exceedingly troublesome. They do not assert that every wise man lives pleasantly and every worthless man painfully, but that this is generally the case. It is sufficient to enjoy one by one the pleasures that come our way. They say that practical wisdom is a good, though it is not to be chosen for its own sake, but for its consequences. That a friend is a good by reason of the benefits he affords us, just as we cherish a part of the body, as long as we have the use of it. That some of the virtues are found even in the foolish. That physical training helps one to acquire virtue. That the sage will not be susceptible to envy or lust or superstition, since these feelings spring from empty opinion. But he will experience pain and fear, for these feelings are natural. Wealth also produces pleasure, though it should not be chosen for its own sake. They hold that the affections are comprehensible. They mean the affections themselves, not their causes. They eschewed the study of nature because of its apparent incomprehensibility, but applied themselves to logic for the sake of its usefulness. But Meleager, in the second book of his work on opinions, and Clytomachus, in the first book of his work on the philosophical schools, say that the Cyrenaics regarded both natural philosophy and logic as useless. For once a man has learned the theory of good and evil, he is able to speak well, to be free of superstition, and to escape the fear of death. Nothing is just or beautiful or ugly by nature, but only by convention and custom. The man who is eager for the good will do nothing wrong, since he will be deterred by the prospect of punishments and disrepute, and he is the wise man. They allow for progress in philosophy and in other fields. They hold that one man's pain may exceed that of another, and that sensations are not always trustworthy. The so-called Hegesiacs gave their attention to the same objects, namely pleasure and pain. They held that there is no such thing as gratitude, friendship, or beneficence, since we do not choose these things for their own sake, but for the advantages they afford us, apart from which these things do not exist. They held that happiness is wholly impossible, since the body is infected with many sufferings, and the soul shares the body's sufferings and is disturbed by them, and fortune disappoints many of our expectations. Consequently, happiness has no actual existence. They held that both life and death may be equally desirable. They assumed that nothing is pleasant or unpleasant by nature. It is due to lack or novelty or surfeit that the same things are pleasant to some, unpleasant to others. Poverty and wealth count for nothing when it comes to pleasure, since the wealthy and the poor do not experience pleasure differently. Slavery and freedom are equally irrelevant when it comes to measuring pleasure. Noble birth is as irrelevant as low birth, good reputation as irrelevant as disrepute. To the fool, life is advantageous. To the wise, it is a matter of indifference. The wise man will do everything with an eye to his own interests, since he regards no one else as equally deserving. For even if he appears to reap the greatest advantages from someone else, these do not compare with what he himself contributes. They also rejected sense perceptions because they do not yield accurate knowledge. They held that one should do everything that appears reasonable, and that faults should be pardoned, since no one errs willingly, but only under the constraint of some passion, and that we should not hate others, but rather teach them better. The wise man will not have as great an advantage in his choice of goods as he will in his ability to avoid evils, since he makes it his goal to live without pain or grief. This is the advantage enjoyed by those who remain indifferent with regard to the sources of pleasure. The Aniceroeans agreed with them in all other respects, but allowed for friendship, gratitude, respect for parents, and duty on behalf of one's country. Hence, if the wise man suffers torments, he will be no less happy, even if only a few pleasures accrue to him. The happiness of a friend is not preferable in itself, since it is imperceptible to his neighbour. Reason is not sufficient to instill self-confidence, or to render us superior to the opinion of the multitude. One must form habits, taking into account the bad predispositions that have been cultivated in us over the years. One should cherish a friend, not only for his usefulness, for if that fails we would not associate with him, but for the good will, for the sake of which we will even endure hardships. Yet though we make pleasure our goal, and are vexed when deprived of it, nevertheless we willingly endure this out of affection for our friend. The so-called Theodorians derived their names from Theodorus, whom we wrote of earlier, and adhered to his doctrines. Theodorus utterly rejected beliefs about the gods. We came across his book, On the Gods, which is not easy to despise. It is from this book, they say, that Epicurus borrowed most of what he said on the subject. Theodorus also studied with Anicetus and Dionysius, the dialectician, as Antisthenes of Rhodes says in his Successions of Philosophers. He considered joy and grief to be ends, the former of wisdom, the latter of folly. He regarded wisdom and justice as goods, their opposites as evils, and pleasure and pain as intermediate states. He rejected friendship because it exists neither among the foolish nor among the wise. In the former case, when the need disappears, so does the friendship. As for the wise, they are so self-sufficient that they have no need of friends. He says that it is reasonable for the earnest man not to destroy himself for his country, since he would not throw away his wisdom to benefit the foolish. He said that the world was his native land, and that theft, adultery, and sacrilege were permissible on occasion, since none of these is shameful by nature, once the conventional views about them, which exist only to constrain the foolish, are dispelled. Openly and without any embarrassment, the wise man will engage in sexual relations with those he loves. This was why he advanced some of his arguments by interrogations of this kind. Would a woman skilled in grammar be useful insofar as she is skilled in grammar? Yes. And would a boy or a young man skilled in grammar be useful insofar as he is skilled in grammar? Yes. And would a beautiful woman be useful insofar as she is beautiful? And would a boy or a youth who is beautiful be useful insofar as he is beautiful? Yes. So a boy or a youth who is beautiful would be useful insofar as he is beautiful. Yes. So is he useful for sexual relations? Once these points were admitted, he would press on. So if anyone has sexual relations insofar as this is useful, he does no wrong, nor if he uses beauty insofar as it is useful will he do wrong. It was with interrogations of this kind that he fortified his discourse. He seems to have been called God after the following exchange with Stilpo. So are you, Theodorus, what you claim to be? And when Theodorus nodded assent, Stilpo said, And do you claim that you are God? When Theodorus assented, Stilpo said, Then you are God. When Theodorus gladly admitted as much, Stilpo laughed and said, But by this argument, poor fellow, you would acknowledge that you are a jackdaw and 10,000 other things. One day, when Theodorus was sitting beside Euryclides, the Hierophant, he said, Tell me, Euryclides, who are they who violate the mysteries? And when the man replied, Those who reveal them to the uninitiated, Theodorus said, Then you violate them too, since you explain them to the uninitiated. And yet he would hardly have escaped being brought before the Areopagus if Demetrius of Phalerum had not protected him. Amphicrates, in his work on illustrious men, says that Theodorus was condemned to drink hemlock. Residing for a time at the court of Ptolemy, son of Lagus, Theodorus was once sent by Ptolemy as an ambassador to Lysimachus. When he expressed himself with great frankness, Lysimachus said, "Tell me, aren't you the Theodorus who was banished from Athens?" Theodorus replied, "You have been well informed, for when Athens could not bear me, she expelled me, just as Semele expelled Dionysus." When Lysimachus replied, "Take care not to come here again," Theodorus said, "I won't, unless Ptolemy sends me." When Mithras, Lysimachus' minister, who was standing nearby, said, "It seems that you ignore not only gods but kings as well," Theodorus replied, "How can I ignore the gods when I consider you their enemy?" They say that one day in Corinth, when Theodorus was walking by with a number of students, Metrocles the cynic, who was washing wild chervil, said, "Hey there, sophist! You would not have needed so many students had you washed lettuces." To which Theodorus replied, "And had you learned to associate with men, you would not have needed to occupy yourself with those lettuces." The same remark has been attributed, as was mentioned earlier, to both Diogenes and Aristippus. Such was Theodorus' character and his discourse. Finally, he returned to Cyrene, lived with Magas, and continued to be accorded every honour. The first time he was expelled from Cyrene, he is said to have made a charming remark, for he said, "You do well, men of Cyrene, to banish me from Libya to Greece." There have been 20 men named Theodorus. The first was a Samian, the son of Rhoecus. It was he who advised laying charcoal under the foundation of the temple in Ephesus, for the site was very damp, and he said that once the charcoal had lost its woody part, the solid part would be impermeable to moisture. The second Theodorus was a Cyrenian geometer, whose lectures Plato attended. The third, our present subject. The fourth, the writer of an excellent book on exercising the voice. The fifth, an authority on composers of music, beginning with Terpander. The sixth, a Stoic. The seventh, a writer on the Romans. The eighth, a Syracusan author on tactics. The ninth, a man from Byzantium, known for his political speeches, as was the 10th, whom Aristotle mentions in his Epitome of Orators. The 11th was a Theban sculptor. The 12th, a painter mentioned by Polymon. The 13th, an Athenian painter, of whom Menodotus writes. The 14th, an Ephesian painter mentioned by Theophanes in his work on painting. The 15th, a poet who wrote epigrams. The 16th, a writer on poets. The 17th, a doctor, a student of Athenius. The 18th, a Stoic philosopher from Chios. The 19th, a Milesian, also a Stoic philosopher. And the 20th, an author of tragedies. Phaedo. Phaedo of Elis of the Eupatridae was taken prisoner when his native land was conquered and was forced to stay in a brothel, but he would close its door and take part in conversations with Socrates until the latter induced Alcibiades or Crito to buy his freedom. From then on he studied philosophy as a free man. Hieronymus, in his work on suspension of judgment, attacks Phaedo and calls him a slave. Of the dialogues attributed to him, the Sopirus and Simon are genuine, the Nicias is doubtful, the Medius is attributed by some to Aeschines, by others to Polyaenus, Antimachus or the Elder is also doubtful, and the Cobbler's dialogues are attributed by some to Aeschines. He was succeeded by Plistanus of Elis, and in the 3rd generation by Menedemus of Eretria and Asclepiades of Phlius, both of whom had left the school of Stilpo. Until then it was known as the Elean school, but after Menedemus it was called the Eretrian school. We will speak later of Menedemus, because he too founded a school. Euclides. Euclides was a native of Megara on the Isthmus of Corinth, or according to some, of Gela, as Alexander says in his Successions. He devoted himself to the study of Parmenides' works, and his successors were called Megarians, then Eristics, and later Dialecticians, a name they were first given by Dionysius of Chalcedon, because they framed their discourses in the form of question and answer. Hermodorus says that Plato and the other philosophers came to Euclides after the death of Socrates, because they feared the cruelty of tyrants. He declared that the good is one, though it is called by many names, sometimes wisdom, sometimes God, sometimes mind, and so forth. He rejected what is opposed to the good, claiming that it does not exist. When he faulted logical demonstrations, it was not their premises that he attacked, but the conclusion, and he rejected argument by analogy, saying that the argument must be based either on similar or dissimilar terms. If it is based on similar terms, then it would be better to argue from the things themselves, not from things that are similar to them. And if it is based on dissimilar terms, then the juxtaposition is superfluous. Hence, Timon, in the course of sniping at the other Socratics, speaks of him as follows: "But I care not for these babblers, nor for anyone else, nor for Phaedo, whoever he is, nor the wrangler Euclides, who has infected the Megarians with a rage for disputation." He wrote 6 dialogues: Lamprias, Aeschines, Phoenix, Crito, Alcibiades, and On Love. One of Euclides' successors was Eubulides of Miletus, who wrote many dialectical arguments in the interrogatory form, including the Lyre, the Concealed, Electra, the Veiled Man, the Sorites, the Horns, and the Bald Head. One of the comic writers says of him, "The eristic Eubulides, who conducted interrogations about horns, and confounded the orators with lying, boastful arguments, has departed with the empty bragging of Demosthenes." It seems that Demosthenes had also been his student, and with his help had overcome an inability to pronounce the letter R. Eubulides was at variance with Aristotle, and often sought to discredit his doctrines. Among Eubulides' other successors was Alexinus of Elis, an exceedingly contentious man, which is why he was nicknamed Elenxinus. He was particularly at variance with Zeno. Hermippus says of him that after he had departed Elis for Olympia, it was there that he pursued philosophy. When his students asked him why he settled there, he replied that he wanted to found a school that would be called the Olympian School. But since their provisions ran low, and they judged the place unhealthy, they returned, and Alexinus spent the rest of his life in solitude with only one servant. Later on, while swimming in the river Alpheus, he was pierced by the point of a reed and died of his wound. My own verses about him run as follows: "It was no idle tale that an unlucky man, while diving, pierced his foot with a nail. Since that august man, Alexinus, before he could cross the Alpheus, was pricked by a reed and died." He wrote not only a reply to Zeno, but many other books as well, including one against Ephorus, the historian. One of Eubulides' students was Euphantus of Olynthus, who wrote a history of his own times. He was also the author of several tragedies, for which he was highly esteemed at the competitions. He was also the teacher of King Antigonus, to whom he dedicated a treatise on kingship that was very popular. He died of old age. Eubulides had other students, including Apollonius Cronus, of whom Diodorus, son of Amenius of Iasus, who was also nicknamed Cronus, was a student. It was of him that Callimachus in his epigrams says, Momus himself wrote on the walls, "Cronus is wise." Diodorus was also a dialectician and was thought by some to have invented the veiled man and horns arguments. When residing at the court of Ptolemy Soter, he had certain dialectical questions posed to him by Stilpo. Unable to solve them on the spot, he was reproached by the king. Among other things, by way of a joke, he was nicknamed Cronus. After leaving the drinking party and writing an account of the problem, he killed himself in despair. My own verses about him run as follows. Diodorus Cronus, which of the gods plunged you into such wretched despair that you threw yourself into Tartarus when you failed to solve Stilpo's riddle? You have indeed shown yourself a Cronus without the R and without the C. Euclides' successors include Ichthyas, son of Metellus, a man of noble character to whom Diogenes the Cynic addressed a dialogue, Clinomachus of Thurii, who was the first to write about propositions, predicates, and the like, and Stilpo of Megara, a highly distinguished philosopher of whom we must speak. Stilpo. Stilpo, a citizen of Megara in Greece, studied with some of Euclides' successors. Others say that he studied with Euclides himself, but also, according to Heraclides, with Thrasymachus of Corinth, who was a student of Ichthyas. He so far surpassed the rest in ingenuity and subtlety that nearly all of Greece looked to him and started to Megarize. About him, Philip the Megarian says, and I quote, "For from Theophrastus he drew away Metrodorus the theorist and Timagoras of Gela, from Aristotle of Cyrene, Clitarchus and Simmias, and from the dialecticians he drew Paeonius from Aristides, and he made Diphilus of the Bosporus, son of Ephantus, and Myrmex, son of Xenitus, who had both come to refute him, his zealous admirers. Besides these, he won over Phrasidemus the Peripatetic, an expert in natural philosophy, and the rhetorician Alcinous, the foremost among the Greek orators. He also captivated Crates and a great many others. Along with these, he even carried off Zeno the Phoenician. He was also exceedingly well versed in politics. He had a wife, and he lived with a courtesan, Nicarit, as Onitor has somewhere said. He had a dissolute daughter who was married to one of his friends, Simmias of Syracuse, and when she did not live according to custom, someone told Stilpo that she had ruined his reputation. But he replied, "No more than I have burnished hers." He was received, they say, by Ptolemy Soter, and when Ptolemy took possession of Megara, he gave Stilpo a gift of money and invited him to sail back to Egypt with him. Stilpo accepted a moderate sum, but declined the journey and removed to Aegina until Ptolemy sailed. Furthermore, when Demetrius, son of Antigonus, seized Megara, he saw to it that Stilpo's house was preserved and all his plundered property returned. It was then that Demetrius requested a list of his lost property, and Stilpo said that nothing that truly belonged to him had been lost, for no one had taken away his education, and he retained his reason and his knowledge. When Stilpo spoke to Demetrius about benevolence to one's fellow men, he argued so effectively that Demetrius paid heed to him. They say that Stilpo once proposed some such argument about the Athena of Phidias. "Isn't Athena, daughter of Zeus, a god?" When the other said yes, Stilpo said, "Yet this is not by Zeus, but by Phidias." When the other agreed, Stilpo said, "Then this is not a god." For this he was summoned to the Areopagus, where he did not deny what he had said, but claimed that his reasoning was correct, for Athena was not a god, but a goddess. It was the males who were gods. The Areopagites nevertheless ordered him to leave the city at once. It was then that Theodorus, who was nicknamed God, made the mocking remark, "How does Stilpo know this? Did he pull up her dress and see her bush?" Theodorus was indeed quite brazen, but Stilpo quite ingenious. When Crates asked him whether the gods enjoy obeisance and prayers, they say that Stilpo replied, "Don't inquire about these things, foolish fellow, on the street, but when we are alone." This is the same answer Bion made when he was asked whether gods exist. "Won't you scatter the crowd from me, you long-suffering elder?" Stilpo was plain and unaffected, and at ease with the ordinary man. At any rate, when Crates the cynic did not answer the question put to him, but merely broke wind, Stilpo said, "I knew you would utter anything but what you should." One day, when Crates offered him a fig while posing a question, Stilpo took the fig and ate it. And when Crates said, "Oh, Heracles, I have lost the fig," Stilpo said, "Not only the fig, but also the question of which the fig was the security deposit." Another time, catching sight of Crates suffering in the winter cold, he said, "Crates, you seem to me to need a new coat." That is, to need sense as well as a coat. Offended, Crates parodied him as follows, "And I saw Stilpo enduring grievous ills in Megara, where they say the bed of Typhoeus is, and there he would wrangle, surrounded by many companions. They would pass their time chasing virtue by transposing letters." It is said that at Athens he attracted so much attention that men would run together from their workshops to see him, and when someone remarked, "They marvel at you, Stilpo, as if you were a strange beast," he replied, "Not at all, but as if I were a genuine man." Exceptionally clever at disputation, he rejected even the ideas, to the point where he would say that when someone says man, he does not mean any man in particular, for he means neither this man nor that. For why should he mean this one more than that? Hence he does not mean this particular man. Again, vegetable is not this vegetable that someone shows me, for vegetable existed 10,000 years ago. Hence it is not this vegetable. They say that right in the middle of a conversation with Crates, he rushed off to buy some fish, and when Crates tried to detain him and said, "Are you leaving the argument?" he replied, "Not at all. The argument I'm keeping. It's you I'm leaving. For the argument abides, but the fish is going to be sold." 9 dialogues, lifeless in style, are attributed to him. Moschus, Aristippus or Callias, Ptolemy, Charicrates, Metrocles, Anaximenes, Epigenes to his daughter, and Aristotle. Heraclides says that Zeno, the founder of the Stoic school, was his student. Hemippus says that he died at an advanced age, after taking wine in order to hasten his end. My own verses about him run as follows. "Surely you know Stilpo the Megarian, whom old age overtook, and then disease, an unconquerable pair. But he found in wine a charioteer more powerful than that evil team, since after drinking he outstripped them." He was also mocked by Sophilus, the comic poet, in his drama, The Wedding. The reasoning of Carinus is simply stoppers for Stilpo. Crito. Crito was a native Athenian. He was exceedingly fond of Socrates, and took such care of him that he never left any of his needs unmet. And his sons also studied with Socrates, Critobulus, Hermogenes, Epigenes, and Ctesippus. Crito wrote a single book containing 17 dialogues under the following titles: That Men Are Not Made Good as the Result of Instruction, On Greed, What is Appropriate, or the Statesman, On the Beautiful, On Wickedness, On Good Management, On Law, On the Divine, On the Arts, On Associating with a Teacher, On Wisdom, Protagoras, or the statesman, on letters, on the art of poetry, on the beautiful, on learning, on knowing, or on knowledge. What is knowledge? Simon. Simon was an Athenian and a cobbler. When Socrates visited his workshop and conversed on any subject, Simon made notes of all he could remember, which is why they call his works the Cobbler's Dialogues. There are 33 in a single volume. On the gods, on the good, on the beautiful. What is the beautiful? On justice, 2 dialogues. On virtue, that it cannot be taught. On courage, 3 dialogues. On law, on leadership, on honour. On poetry, on comfort, on love, on philosophy, on knowledge, on music, on poetry. What is the beautiful? On teaching, on conversing, on judging, on reality, on number, on diligence, on work, on greed, on pretentiousness, on the beautiful. Others are on deliberation, on reason, or on what is appropriate, on wickedness. He was the first, they say, to use Socratic arguments in conversation. When Pericles promised to support him and urged him to come to him, Simon said that his freedom of speech was not for sale. There was another Simon, a writer of handbooks on rhetoric, another who was a doctor at the time of Seleucus Nicator, and another who was a sculptor. Glaucon. Glaucon was an Athenian. 9 of his dialogues are contained in a single volume. Phaedrus, Euripides, Amniticus, Euthias, Lysithedes, Aristophanes, Cephalus, Anaxiphimus, Menexenus. There are 32 others, but they are considered spurious. Simmias. Simmias was a Theban. 23 of his dialogues are contained in a single volume. On wisdom, on reasoning, on music, on epic poetry, on courage, on philosophy, on truth, on letters, on teaching, on art, on governing, on propriety, on what to choose and what to avoid, on friendship, on knowing, on the soul, on living a good life, on what is possible, on wealth, on life. What is the beautiful? On diligence, on love. Cebes. Cebes was a Theban. 3 of his dialogues survive: the Tablet, the Seventh Day, Phrynicus. Menedemus. Menedemus, a native of Eritrea, belonged to Phaedo's school. He was the son of Clisthenes, a member of the family called the Theopropidae, of noble birth, but a builder and a poor man. Some say that he was also a scenery painter, and that Menedemus learned both trades. Hence, when Menedemus had proposed a certain decree, a disciple of Alexinus attacked him, saying that a sage should design neither a scene nor a decree. When Menedemus had been sent as a garrison commander to Megara, he visited Plato at the academy, and was so captivated that he relinquished his command. Asclepiades of Phlius drew him away, and both men lived in Megara with Stilpo, and attended his lectures. From there they sailed to Elis, where they joined Ancipulus and Moscus, who belonged to the school of Phaedo. Before their time, as was mentioned in the chapter on Phaedo, the philosophers of this school were called Eleans. They were later called the Eritrean school, after the native city of our present subject. Menedemus appears to have been quite pompous, hence Crates pokes fun at him, saying, Asclepiades of Phlius and the Eritrean bull, as does Timon in this verse. After flashing out, blank, a supercilious, puffing fellow. Menedemus was so high-minded that when Eurylochus of Cassandria was invited to the court of Antigonus with Cleopides of Cyzicus, he declined, as he was afraid that Menedemus would hear of it, for the latter was sarcastic and outspoken. At any rate, one day when a young man was speaking too boldly, Menedemus said nothing, but he picked up a twig and traced on the ground the figure of a young man being penetrated, and continued until everyone saw it, at which point the young man understood the insult and departed. Hierocles, who was in command of the Piraeus, was walking up and down with Menedemus in the sanctuary of Amphiaraus, and talking about the capture of Eretria. Without saying anything else, Menedemus asked him what Antigonus hoped to gain by screwing him. To the adulterer, who prided himself on his exploits, he said, "Don't you know that it's not only the cabbage that has good juice, but the radish as well?" To a young man who was being noisy, he said, "Take care not to let everyone know you've got something up your ass." When Antigonus was consulting him as to whether he should attend a drinking party, Menedemus replied that Antigonus should say nothing else except that he was the son of a king. When an inconsiderate fellow was telling him a pointless story, Menedemus asked him whether he had a farm, and when the man replied that he also had a great many flocks and herds, Menedemus said, "Go then and attend to them, so they're not ruined along with an ordinary fellow who's amusing himself with subtleties." To a man who asked whether the serious man should marry, he replied, "Do I seem serious to you or not?" When the man declared that he thought him serious, he said, "Well, I am married." When someone said there were many good things, Menedemus asked how many, and whether there were more than 100. Unable to curb the extravagance of one of the men who used to invite him to dinner, he spoke not a word when invited, but reproached his host silently by eating nothing but olives. But because of his outspokenness, he found himself in danger in Cyprus, when he and his friend Asclepiades were staying at the court of Nicocreon. For when the king held a monthly festival and invited these two, along with the other philosophers, Menedemus is reported to have said that if the meeting of such men were a good thing, then the festival should be held every day. If not, it was superfluous even on the present occasion. When the tyrant replied that on this day he had the leisure to listen to philosophers, Menedemus persisted even more stubbornly, declaring, right in the middle of the feast, that one should listen to philosophers on every occasion, and consequently, if a certain flute player had not intervened, the two men would have perished. Hence, when they were overtaken by a storm on their vessel, Asclepiades is reported to have said that though the art of the flute player had saved them, the frankness of Menedemus had destroyed them. Menedemus shirked his duties, they say, and was indifferent to the affairs of his school. At any rate, there was no visible order at his lectures, nor were benches arrayed in a circle, but each of his students would listen from wherever he happened to be walking about or sitting, and Menedemus himself behaved in the same way. But he was a nervous person, they say, and so eager for glory that early on, when he and Asclepiades were building a house with a carpenter, and Asclepiades appeared nude on the roof, carrying the mortar, Menedemus would hide himself if he saw anyone coming. And when he entered public life, he was so nervous that when offering frankincense, he would miss the censer. And one day, when Crates cornered him and attacked him for engaging in politics, he ordered certain men to throw Crates into prison. But Crates remained on the lookout for him whenever he passed by, and standing on tiptoe, would call him little Agamemnon and Hegesipolis. He was also rather superstitious. At any rate, one day, when he was at an inn with Asclepiades and had unknowingly eaten meat that had been thrown away, he grew nauseated and pale, until Asclepiades reproached him, saying that it was not the meat that bothered him, but his suspicion about it. In all other respects he was magnanimous and liberal. As for his physical condition, even when elderly he was as firm and sun-tanned in appearance as an athlete, and remained robust and fit. In stature he was well proportioned, as is clear from the small statue in the old racetrack at Eretria. The figure, by design, is half naked, allowing one to see most of his body. He was also fond of entertaining, and because Eretria was unhealthy, he organized numerous drinking parties. Among these there would be gatherings of poets and musicians. He welcomed Aratus, Lycophron, the writer of tragedies, and Antagoras of Rhodes, but he devoted himself principally to Homer, then to the lyric poets, then to Sophocles, and also to Achaeus, to whom he awarded second place among the writers of satyr plays, giving first place to Aeschylus. And that is why, against his political opponents, he would quote these verses: "Thus the swift is overtaken by the weak, and the eagle by the tortoise in a twinkling." These verses are from Omphalos, Achaeus' satyr play. Thus those writers who say that Menedemus had read nothing except the Medea of Euripides, which some say is the work of Neophron of Sicyon. Among the teachers of philosophy, he despised those of the school of Plato and Xenocrates, as well as Parabates of Cyrene, but he admired Stilpo. Once, when he was asked about him, Menedemus contented himself with saying that he was a man of great liberality. Menedemus was hard to understand, and when elaborating an argument, he proved a formidable adversary. He would twist and turn in all directions, and was ingenious at inventing loopholes. He was exceptionally contentious, as Antisthenes says in his Successions, and he made a habit of posing the following argument: "Of two things, is one different from the other? Yes. And is conferring benefits different from the good? Yes. Then to confer benefits is not good." He rejected, they say, the negative propositions, admitting only the affirmative ones, and of these he accepted the simple but rejected the non-simple, by which I mean the hypothetical and compound propositions. Heraclides says that in his doctrines he was a Platonist, but that he made fun of dialectic. Thus one day when Alexinus asked him whether he had stopped beating his father, Menedemus replied, "In fact, I have never beaten him, nor have I stopped beating him." When Alexinus retorted that he should have cleared up the ambiguity by answering yes or no, Menedemus said, "It would be absurd for me to obey your rules when I can stop you at the doorstep." And when Bion applied himself to discrediting the soothsayers, Menedemus would say that he was merely slaughtering corpses. One day, when he heard someone say that the greatest good was to obtain everything one desired, Menedemus said, "It's much better to desire what you need." Antigonus of Caristus says that Menedemus never wrote or composed anything, and therefore did not support any doctrine. In his debates, he says, Menedemus was so pugnacious that he would leave with his eyes blackened. Yet though violent in debate, in his conduct he was exceedingly gentle. At any rate, though he often mocked Alexinus and ridiculed him mercilessly, he nevertheless assisted him. For when Alexinus' wife was afraid she might be attacked and robbed in the course of her journey, he provided her with an escort from Delphi to Chalcis. He was a devoted friend, as is clear from his dedication to Asclepiades, which was no different from the tender affection shown by Pylades. But as Asclepiades was the elder, it was said that he was the playwright, Menedemus the actor. There is a story that once, when Archippus sent them a promissory note for 3,000 drachmas, they wrangled so about who had the lesser claim that neither of them took the money. It is said that they took as wives a mother and daughter, Asclepiades marrying the daughter, Menedemus the mother, and that when Asclepiades' wife died, he took Menedemus' wife, and that Menedemus, when he entered politics, married a wealthy woman. Nevertheless, since the two men shared a single abode, Menedemus entrusted its management to his first wife. It was Asclepiades who died first at an advanced age at Eretria, having lived frugally with Menedemus, though they were well off. Some time later, when a beloved of Asclepiades came to a drinking party, and the servants would not let him in, Menedemus told them to admit him, saying that Asclepiades, though under the ground, was opening the door to him. The two men were subsidized by Hipponicus the Macedonian and Agitor of Lamia, the latter giving each of them 30 minas, the former giving Menedemus 2,000 drachmas to provide dowries for his daughters. He had 3, according to Heraclides, by a wife who came from Oropus. He used to conduct his drinking parties in the following manner. He would take a meal beforehand with 2 or 3 friends until it was late in the day. Then someone would summon the guests who had also already dined. So if anyone came too early, he would walk up and down and inquire of those who came out what was being served and what time it was. If there were only vegetables or salt fish, they would depart, but if there was meat, they would go in. In summer, a rush mat would be placed on the couches, in winter, a sheepskin. Each guest had to bring his own cushion. The cup that was passed around was no larger than a half pint. Dessert consisted of lupine seeds or beans, sometimes also of seasonal fruit, such as pears, pomegranates, peas, or even, by Zeus, dried figs. All these details are mentioned in the satyr play written in his honour by Lycophron, which he entitled Menedemus and composed as a tribute to the philosopher. To it belong the following verses. And after a brief meal, the small drinking cup was passed around with moderation, and the dessert was a temperate discourse for those who cared to listen. At first he was despised by the Eretrians and called a dog and a babbler, but later he was so admired that he was entrusted with the city's affairs. Sent as an ambassador to Ptolemy and Lysimachus, he was honoured wherever he went. He was even sent to Demetrius, and succeeded in reducing by 50 talents the tribute of 200 talents that the city was paying that year to the king. When accused to Demetrius of intending to hand over the city to Ptolemy, he defended himself in a letter that begins as follows. Menedemus to King Demetrius. Greetings. I hear that you have received a report about us. There is a story that it was Aeschylus, one of his political opponents, who had slandered him. He appears to have served with great dignity in the embassy to Demetrius on behalf of Oropus, as Euphantus mentions in his histories. Antigonus, too, was fond of him, and proclaimed himself his student, and when the king defeated the barbarians near Lysimachia, Menedemus wrote a decree in his honour, simple and free of flattery, that begins, The generals and delegates have declared, whereas King Antigonus, after defeating the barbarians in battle, is returning to his own country, and whereas in all his undertakings his judgment is sound, the Senate and the people have decided. It was because of this, and also because of his friendship with Antigonus in other matters, that Menedemus was suspected of betraying the city to him, and he emigrated when falsely denounced by Aristodemus. He resided in Oropus, in the sanctuary of Amphiaraus, and when some golden drinking cups went missing, as Hermippus says, Menedemus was ordered to depart by a common decree of the Boeotians. At that point, in despair, he secretly slipped into his native city, took with him his wife and daughters, and proceeded to the court of Antigonus, where he died of sorrow. But Heraclides gives a wholly different account, namely that Menedemus, when made a delegate of the Eretrians, often liberated his city from tyrants by calling in Demetrius, in which case he would not have betrayed the city to Antigonus, but must have been falsely accused. That he went to Antigonus and wished to free his native land, and that when Antigonus would not yield, Menedemus, in despair, abstained from food for 7 days and died. The same account is given by Antigonus of Carystus. It was only with Perseus that Menedemus was openly at war, for it was thought that when Antigonus was willing to restore the Eretrians' democracy for Medemus' sake, Perseus prevented him. This is why one day at a drinking party Menedemus refuted Perseus in argument and said, among other things, "He's certainly a philosopher, but as a man he's the worst of all who exist or are yet to be born." According to Heraclides, Menedemus died at the age of 84. My own verses about him run as follows. "I heard of your fate, Menedemus, how of your own free will you died by eating nothing for 7 days, an act worthy of an Eretrian, but unworthy of a man, for the guide who led you on was your own faint-heartedness." These, then, were the followers of Socrates and their students. We must turn to Plato, the founder of the Academy, and to those of his successors who won renown. Book 3. Plato, circa 429 to 347 BC. Plato. Plato, son of Ariston and Perictione, or Potone, was an Athenian, his mother tracing her descent back to Solon. For Solon's brother was Dropides, and Dropides was the father of Critias, who was the father of Calliscrus, who was the father of Critias, one of the 30, and of Glaucon, who was the father of Charmides and Perictione, by whom Ariston fathered Plato. Thus Plato was in the 6th generation from Solon. Solon himself traced his descent to Neleus and Poseidon, and his father is said to have traced his descent to Codrus, son of Melanthus. Both, according to Thrasyllus, trace their descent to Poseidon. Speusippus, in Plato's funeral feast, and Clearchus in his encomium on Plato, and Anaxileides in his 2nd book on philosophy, say that there was a story in Athens that Ariston tried to force himself on Perictione, who was then in the bloom of youth, and was rebuffed, and that when he ceased resorting to force, he saw a vision of the god Apollo, after which he abstained from conjugal relations until Perictione gave birth. Plato was born, as Apollodorus says in his Chronicles, in the 88th Olympiad, on the 7th day of the month of Thargelion, on the day on which Apollo was born, according to the Delians. He died at a wedding feast, according to Hermippus, in the 1st year of the 108th Olympiad, at the age of 81. Neanthes, however, says that Plato died at the age of 84. He was, therefore, 6 years younger than a Socrates, for the latter was born during the archonship of Lysimachus, the former during that of Ammianus, the year Pericles died. He was of the deme of Collytus, as Antileon says in the 2nd book of his work, Chronology. He was born, according to some, in Aegina, in the house of Phidiades, son of Thales, as Favorinus says in his miscellaneous history, for Plato's father had been sent there with others as a settler, but returned to Athens when the Athenians were expelled by the Spartans, who came to aid the Aeginetans. As Apollodorus says in the 8th book of his Discourses, Plato was also a choregos at Athens, Dion defraying his expenses. Plato had two brothers, Adimantus and Glaucon, and a sister, Potone, who was the mother of Speusippus. He was taught letters at the school of Dionysius, whom he mentions in Rivals in Love. He studied gymnastics with Ariston the Argive wrestler, from whom he received the name Plato because of his robust constitution. He was originally named Aristocles, after his grandfather, as Alexander says in his Successions, but some say he was given this name because of the breadth of his style, or because his face was broad, as Neanthes claims. There are also some who say that he wrestled at the Isthmian Games, as Dicaearchus states in the first book of his work, On Lives, and that he applied himself to painting and writing poems, first dithyrambs, then lyric poetry and tragedies. He is said to have been weak-voiced, as Timotheus the Athenian says in his work, On Lives. Socrates is said to have dreamt that he had a newborn swan in his lap, and that the bird suddenly sprouted feathers and flew up with a sweet cry, and the next day Plato was introduced to him, and Socrates realized that the young man was the bird of the dream. Plato studied philosophy at first in the academy, then in the garden at Colonus, as Alexander says in his Successions, where he read the works of Heraclitus. Later, when he was about to compete for a prize in tragedy, he listened to Socrates in front of the theatre of Dionysius, after which he burned his poems, saying, "Come hither, Hephaestus, Plato needs you now." From then on, they say, having reached the age of 20, he became a disciple of Socrates. After Socrates died, he attached himself to Cratylus the Heraclitean and Hermogenes, who professed the philosophy of Parmenides. Then, at the age of 28, according to Hermodorus, he withdrew to Megara to be with Euclides, along with a number of Socrates' disciples. Later he went to Cyrene to visit Theodorus, the mathematician, and from there he departed for Italy to meet the Pythagoreans, Philolaus and Eritus. Then he travelled to Egypt to see the priests. It is said that Euripides accompanied him. Falling ill there, he was cured by the priests, who treated him with sea-water. This may have inspired the line, "The sea washes away all human ills." He also declared that according to Homer, the Egyptians surpass all mankind as healers. Plato was then planning to meet with the Magi, but departed because of the wars in Asia. On his return to Athens, he resided at the Academy, a gymnasium on the outskirts of the city in a woodland named after a hero, one Hecademus, as is stated by Eupolis in his Shirkas. In the shady walks of divine Hecademus, and Timon says of Plato, "Broadest, he led all, a sweet-voiced speaker, musical as the cicadas, who, perching on a tree of Hecademus, send forth their gentle voices." Originally, because of the syllable he in the hero's name, the place was called Hecademia. The philosopher was a friend of Isocrates, and Praxiphanes describes a conversation of theirs about poets that was held at the country estate where Isocrates was Plato's guest. Aristoxenus says that Plato served in 3 military campaigns, the first time at Tanagra, the second at Corinth, and the third at Delium, where he also won the prize of valour. He created a synthesis of the doctrines of Heraclitus, Pythagoras, and Socrates. About perceptible things he agreed with Heraclitus, about objects of thought with Pythagoras, and about political philosophy with Socrates. Some, including Satyrus, say that Plato wrote to Dion in Sicily instructing him to purchase from Philolaus 3 books about the doctrines of Pythagoras for 100 minas, for they say he was well provided for, having received more than 80 talents from Dionysius, as Onator says in the essay where he addresses the question whether the wise man will make money. He also derived considerable assistance from Epicharmus, the comic poet, having edited a great many of his writings, as Alcimus says in his work To Amintas, which consists of 4 books. In the first of these, he writes as follows: Plato appears to draw heavily on the words of Epicharmus. Just consider. Plato says that the object of sense is that which never remains fixed in quality or quantity, but is always changing and in flux, the assumption being that the things from which one may take away number are no longer equal or determinate, nor do they have quantity or quality. These are things that are always engaged in becoming, but never in being. The object of thought, on the other hand, is something from which nothing is subtracted and to which nothing is added. This is the nature of eternal things, the character of which is to be always alike and the same. And indeed Epicharmus has expressed himself clearly about objects of sense and objects of thought. A. But gods always existed and were never lacking, while things in our world are always the same and always arise from the same cause. B. But it is said that chaos was the first of the gods. A. How so, if there was nothing out of which or into which it could come first? B. Then did nothing come first? A. No, by Zeus, nor second either, of the things that we are now talking about. A. If someone adds 1 to an odd or even number of pebbles, whichever you like, or takes 1 away from an existing quantity, do you think we have the same number? B. By no means. A. Or if one wants to add a cubit to another length, or cut one from an existing length, would the original length remain? B. Of course not. A. So, now consider mankind in this same way. For one man grows, the other wastes away, but all are changing all the time. Well, a thing that is naturally changing and never remaining the same would always be different from the thing that has undergone the change, and even you and I were different yesterday, and we're different today, and will be different tomorrow, and will never remain ourselves, according to this argument. Alcimus goes on to say, the wise maintain that the soul senses some things through the body, for example, when it hears and sees, but senses other things by itself, without the body. This is why, among existing things, some are objects of sense, some of thought. Hence Plato says that those who wish to understand the principles of the universe must first distinguish the ideas by themselves, for example, similarity, unity, quantity, magnitude, rest, and motion. Second, one must assume the existence, in and of itself, of beauty, goodness, justice, and other such things. And third, one must understand how many of the ideas relate to one another, as do knowledge, or magnitude, or ownership, bearing in mind that the things we experience have the same names as these ideas because they partake of them, by which I mean that all that partakes of justice is just, and all that partakes of beauty is beautiful. Each of these ideas is eternal. It is a concept that does not admit of change. Hence, he says that in nature the ideas stand like archetypes, and that all other things resemble these archetypes because they are copies of them. And here are the words of Epicharmus about the good and about the ideas. A. Is flute playing a thing? B. By all means. A. Is man, then, flute playing? B. Certainly not. A. Let me see, then. What is a flute player? Who do you think he is, a man or not? B. A man, of course. A. Then, don't you think the same would be the case with the good? The good is in itself a thing, and the man who has learned that thing and knows it becomes good. For just as one becomes a flute player when he has learned flute playing, or a dancer when he has learned dancing, or a platter when he has learned plaiting, and likewise in all such instances, whichever you like, the man himself would not be the craft, but the craftsman. Plato, in developing his theory of ideas, says, if in fact there is memory, then the ideas must be present in things, because memory is of something stable and permanent, but nothing is permanent except the ideas. For how, he asks, would animals have survived unless they grasped ideas and had been endowed by nature with the intelligence to do so? As it is, they remember similarities and what their food is like, which proves that the ability to register similarity is innate in all animals. Hence they also recognize their own kind. Well, how does Epicharmus put it? Wisdom, Eumeus, does not belong to one kind only, but all living creatures alike have understanding. For if you will diligently study the female among poultry, she does not bear her young alive, but broods upon her eggs and breathes life into them. As for her wisdom, nature alone comprehends it, for the hen has learned it from her. And again, it is not surprising that we speak this way, and are pleased with ourselves and think ourselves so fine, for a dog appears the finest thing to a dog, an ox to an ox, an ass to an ass, and a pig to a pig. Noting these and other such instances throughout his 4 books, Alcimus draws attention to the assistance Plato derived from Epicharmus. That Epicharmus himself was not unaware of his own wisdom, one can learn from the verses in which he envisions his emulator. And as I think, for that which I think I know full well, the memory of my words will survive. Someone, taking and divesting them of the metre they now possess, will clothe them in a purple robe embroidered with fine phrases. A man hard to wrestle with, he will make everyone else seem easy to pin. Plato, it seems, was the first to bring to Athens the works of Sophron, the writer of mimes, which had been neglected, and to imitate his manner of drawing characters. His works were even found under Plato's pillow. He sailed 3 times to Sicily, the first time to see the island and the craters of the volcano. It was then that Dionysius, the son of Hermocrates, the reigning tyrant, forced Plato to associate with him. When Plato was conversing about tyranny and declared that the advantage of the ruler is not of value for its own sake unless he is preeminently virtuous, he offended his host. In his anger, Dionysius said, "You talk like an old fart," to which Plato replied, "And you like a tyrant." Vexed at this, the tyrant was at first eager to have Plato put to death. Then, dissuaded by Dion and Aristomenes, he did not go that far, but entrusted Plato to Polus the Spartan, who had just arrived on an embassy with orders to sell him into slavery. And Polus took him to Aegina, where he put him up for sale. Then Carmandrus, son of Commandrides, indicted him on a capital charge in accordance with the law that had been enacted among the Aeginetans, to the effect that any Athenian who set foot on the island should be put to death without trial. It was Carmandrus himself who had passed the law, as Favorinus says in his miscellaneous history. But when someone declared, in jest, that the transgressor was a philosopher, they acquitted him. Some say that when Plato was brought into court and found himself under close scrutiny, he spoke not a word, but calmly awaited the outcome. The assembly decided not to put him to death, but to sell him as though he were a prisoner of war. Anicirus of Cyrene, who chanced to be present, ransomed Plato for 20 minas. Some say he paid 30, and sent him to Athens to his friends, who promptly remitted the money. But Anicetus refused to accept it, saying that the Athenians were not the only men who deserved to look after Plato. Others say that Dion sent the money, and that Anicetus did not keep it, but bought Plato a little garden in the academy. And it is reported that Polus was defeated by Chabrias, and thereafter drowned at Helice, having incurred the god's wrath on behalf of the philosopher, as Phavorinus says in the first book of his Reminiscences. Dionysius himself could not rest easy. On learning what had happened, he wrote asking Plato not to speak ill of him, and Plato wrote back that he had no leisure to think about Dionysius. On his second visit, Plato asked the younger Dionysius for a territory and men who would live in accordance with his plan for a republic. But though Dionysius gave his promise, he did not keep it. Some say that Plato found himself in danger for having encouraged Dion and Theodotus to try to liberate the island. It was then that Archytas the Pythagorean, writing a letter to Dionysius, interceded for Plato and had him brought safely to Athens. Archytas' letter runs as follows. Archytas wishes Dionysius good health. We, all of us being friends of Plato, have sent Lamiscus and Photidas to you, that we may receive the philosopher in accordance with the agreement made with you. You would do well to recall the zeal with which you urged us all to secure his coming, resolved as you were to persuade him and to undertake, among other things, responsibility for his safety while he remained with you and on his return journey. Remember also that you made much of his coming, and from then on esteemed him more than anyone at court. But if some animosity has arisen, it is incumbent upon you to behave humanly and restore the man to us unharmed. You will thereby do what is just, and at the same time earn our gratitude. Plato sailed to Sicily a third time in the hope of reconciling Dion and Dionysius, but on failing to gain his end, he returned to his own country. There he did not engage in public life, though it is clear from his writings that he was a statesman. The reason was that by when the people had become accustomed to policies at odds with his own, Pamphila, in the 25th book of her Reminiscences, says that the Arcadians and Thebans, when they were founding Megalopolis, invited him to be their lawgiver. But when he learned that they were opposed to equality of possessions, he would not go. There is a story that he pleaded for Chabrias when the general was on trial for his life, though none of the other citizens was willing to do so. And as Plato was going up to the Acropolis with Chabrias, Crobylus, the informer, met him and said, "Have you come to plead for the defendant? Do you not know that the hemlock of Socrates awaits you?" To this Plato replied, "Just as I ran risks when defending my country, so I'll run them now in fulfilling my duty to a friend." He was the first to introduce argument by question and answer, as Phavorinus says in the 8th book of his miscellaneous history, and the first to explain to Leodamas of Thasos the analytic method of inquiry. He was also the first in philosophical discourse to use the terms antipodes, element, dialectic, quality, oblong for number, planar surface for limits, and divine providence. He was the first philosopher to rebut the speech of Lysias, son of Cephalus, quoting it verbatim in the Phaedrus. He was the first to recognize the importance of scholarship, and as he was the first to attack the views of almost all his predecessors, one wonders why he failed to mention Democritus. Neanthes of Cyzicus says that when Plato went to Olympia, the eyes of all the Greeks were turned toward him. It was then that he met Dion, who was about to launch a military campaign against Dionysius. In the first book of Phavorinus' Reminiscences, it says that Mithridates the Persian dedicated a statue of Plato in the Academy, and had it inscribed with the words, Mithridates the Persian, son of Orontobates, dedicated to the Muses a likeness of Plato fashioned by Silanion. Heraclides says that as a young man, Plato was so reserved and decorous that he was never seen laughing immoderately. Yet he too was ridiculed by the comic poets. At any rate, Theopompus says in his comedy Sweet Tooth, "Nothing is truly one, even the number 2 is scarcely one, as Plato says." And Anaxandrides in his comedy Theseus says, "Since he was munching olives, just like Plato." And even Timon makes a pun on Plato's name, as imagined by Plato, who made astonishing discoveries. Alexis, in his Merops, "You've come in the nick of time. In my perplexity, walking up and down, just like Plato, I found no wise plan, but only tired my legs." And in the Ancilian, "You don't know what you're talking about. Run about with Plato, and you'll know all about soap and onions." Amphis, in his Amphicrates, A. "As for the good, whatever it may be, that you're likely to get on her account, I know even less about it, master, than I do about the good of Plato." B. "Just listen." In the Dexidemedes, "O Plato, all you know is how to frown, lifting your haughty eyebrows like a snail." Cratinus, in the False Changeling, A. "Are you a man?" B. "Clearly." A. "And have you a soul?" B. "As Plato would say, I don't know for sure, but I suspect I have." Alexis in Olympiodorus, "My mortal body withered away, but my immortal part soared into the air." B. "Isn't this a lecture of Plato's?" And in The Parasite, "Or with Plato to chatter on alone." Anaxilas also makes fun of him in his Botreleon, and in Circe, and in Wealthy Women. Aristippus, in the 4th book of his work on the luxuriousness of the ancients, says that Plato fell in love with a young man named Astor, who joined him in the study of astronomy, and with the above-mentioned Dion, and, as some say, with Phaedrus too. His passion is evident in the following epigrams, which he is said to have addressed to them. "You gaze at the stars, my Astor. Would that I were heaven, that I might gaze at you with many eyes." And another, "You shone once, Astor, morning star among the living, and now in death, evening star among the dead." And this to Dion. "Tears to Hecuba and the women of Troy, from their birth the fates allotted. But on you, Dion, who have set up a trophy of noble deeds, the gods showered prosperous hopes. You lie in your wide country, honoured by your countrymen. You drove my spirit mad with love, O Dion." This, it is said, was actually inscribed on Dion's tomb in Syracuse, and they say that when he fell in love with Alexis and Phaedrus, as I mentioned earlier, he wrote the following verses. "Now I have only to say of Alexis, he is beautiful, and everyone everywhere turns to gaze at him. Why, my heart, do you show the dogs a bone, and live to regret it? Wasn't this how we lost Phaedrus?" He also had a passion for Archianassa, of whom he wrote as follows. "I have a mistress, Archianassa of Colophon, whose very wrinkles inspire the keenest passion. O wretches who met such beauty on its maiden voyage, what fire you braved!" And also to Agathon. "While kissing Agathon, my soul rushed to my lips, as if, unhappy wretch, it would pass over to him." And another, "I throw you an apple, and if you consent to love me, accept it, and in exchange give me your virginity. But if you're otherwise inclined, then take this very apple, and see how fleeting is the bloom of youth." And another, "An apple am I, tossed by one who loves you. Only consent, Xanthippe, For you and I are ripening on the vine. They say that the epigram about the Eritreans who were swept from their country was written by him. We are Eritrean by race, from Euboea, and lie dead near Susa. How far, alas, from our native land! And this: Cyprus to the Muses, maidens, honour Aphrodite, or I'll arm Eros against you. The Muses to Cyprus, save your chatter for Ares, the lad doesn't fly this way. And another: a man found some gold and left a noose in its place. The owner, finding his treasure gone, donned the noose. Molon, being hostile to Plato, said, "What is surprising is not that Dionysius should be in Corinth, but that Plato should be in Sicily." And it seems that Xenophon was not on good terms with Plato. They have written similar works, at any rate, as if out of rivalry with each other. A Symposium, an Apology of Socrates, and memoirs that deal with ethical matters. And one of them wrote a Republic, the other an Education of Cyrus. In his Laws, Plato says that Xenophon's account of Cyrus' education is a fiction, for the real Cyrus did not resemble the man portrayed by Xenophon. They both make mention of Socrates, but nowhere do they refer to each other, except for Xenophon's mention of Plato in the third book of his Memorabilia. It is said that when Antisthenes was about to read one of his own works in public, he invited Plato to attend, and when Plato asked what he was planning to read, Antisthenes said, "A work on the impossibility of contradiction," to which Plato replied, "But how can you write on this subject?" And because Plato had showed that the argument against contradiction was self-contradictory, Antisthenes wrote a dialogue against Plato entitled Sathon. From then on they continued to be on bad terms with each other. They say that when Socrates heard Plato reading the Lysis, he said, "By Heracles, how many lies the young man is telling about me!" For Plato has included in the dialogue quite a few things that Socrates did not say. Plato was also ill-disposed to Aristippus. At any rate, in his dialogue on the soul, he disparages him, saying that he was not present when Socrates died, but was in Aegina, right nearby. They say that he also vied with Aeschines, because the latter was highly esteemed by Dionysius, and that when Aeschines arrived at the court he was spurned by Plato because of his poverty, while Aristippus supported him. And Idomeneus claims that the arguments Plato has Crito make in the prison, advising Socrates to escape, were actually advanced by Aeschines, and that Plato attributed them to Crito out of spite. Plato nowhere mentions himself in his writings, except in the dialogue on the soul and in the Apology. Aristotle says that the style of the dialogues is somewhere between poetry and prose. Favorinus says that Aristotle alone stayed to listen when Plato was reading On the Soul, though the rest of the audience got up and left. Some say that Philip of Opus transcribed Plato's laws, which were preserved on wax tablets. They also maintain that Philip was the author of Epinomis. Euphorion and Panetius have said that several revisions of the opening of the Republic have been discovered. Aristoxenus says that almost the entire Republic was included in Protagoras' disputations. It is said that the first dialogue he wrote was the Phaedrus, for the undertaking has a fresh and youthful feeling. Dicaearchus, however, disparages its whole style as vulgar. It is said that Plato, after watching someone playing at dice, admonished him, and when the man said that he played for an insignificant stake, Plato replied, "But the habit is not insignificant." When asked if there would be memoirs of him as there were of his predecessors, he replied, "One must first make one's name, and the memoirs will follow." One day, when Xenocrates had come by, Plato told him to flog his slave, since he himself was too enraged to do so. He is also reported to have said to one of his slaves, "I would have flogged you had I not been so enraged." Being seated on horseback, he quickly dismounted, saying he had to take care not to be corrupted by horse pride. He advised those who were drunk to look at themselves in the mirror, for they would then abstain from such unseemly conduct. To drink to excess, he said, was nowhere becoming, except at feasts of the god who gave us wine. He also disapproved of sleeping too much. In the laws, at any rate, he says, no one who is sleeping is good for anything. He said that the truth is the pleasantest thing to hear. According to others, he said it was the pleasantest thing to speak. In the laws, he says this about truth. Truth, my friend, is beautiful and steadfast, but it is not easy to persuade men of this. He also thought it right to leave a memorial of himself behind, either in the hearts of friends or in books. He spent most of his time in seclusion, according to some writers. He died in the manner we have related, in the 13th year of Philip's reign, as Favorinus says in the 3rd book of his Reminiscences. Theopompus says that Plato was accorded honours by Philip. Myronianus, in his Parallels, says that Philo mentions some proverbs about Plato's lice, implying that this was the cause of his death. He was buried in the Academy, where he had passed most of his life in the study of philosophy. Hence the school he founded was called the Academic School, and the entire population of Athens joined in the funeral procession from the Academy. His will runs as follows. This property has been left, and these dispositions made by Plato. The estate in Ephistiade, bounded on the north by the road from the temple of Cephesia, on the south by the temple of Heracles of Ephistiade, on the east by the property of Archistratus of Frerari, and on the west by that of Philip of Colidi. Let no one be permitted to sell or transfer it, but let it be the property of young Adimantus, for all intents and purposes. The estate in Aricide, which I bought from Callimachus, bounded on the north by the property of Eurymedon of Nerinus, on the south by that of Demostratus of Zaipete, on the east by that of Eurymedon of Myrinus, and on the west by the Cephisus. 3 minas of silver, a silver bowl weighing 165 drachmas, a small cup weighing 45 drachmas, a gold signet ring and gold earring, both together weighing 4 drachmas and 3 obols. Euclides, the mason, owes me 3 minas. I grant Artemis her freedom. I leave 4 servants, Tychon, Bictus, Apollonides, and Dionysius. Household furniture, as set down in the inventory, a copy of which is in Demetrius' possession. I owe no one anything. My executors are Leosthenes, Speusippus, Demetrius, Hegias, Eurymedon, Callimachus, and Thrasippus. Such was his will. The following epitaphs were inscribed on his tomb. The first, excelling among mortals for temperance and justice, here lies divine Aristocles. If anyone ever won great praise for wisdom, he won the greatest, and without arousing envy. Next, earth hides Plato's body in her bosom, but his soul has an immortal station with the blessed. Ariston's son, whom every good man, though living far off, honours for glimpsing the divine life. And a third that is more recent. Eagle, why do you swoop over this tomb? Tell me, do you gaze at the starry house of one of the gods? I am an image of the soul of Plato, which has flown to Olympus, while his earth-born body lies in Attic soil. There is also my own, which runs thus. And how could Phoebus, unless he brought Plato to life in Greece, have healed the souls of men by letters. For Asclepius, the god's son, is a healer of the body, while Plato heals the immortal soul. And another on how he died. Phoebus gave mortals Asclepius and Plato, the one to save the soul, the other the body. After a wedding feast, Plato departed to that city he had built for himself, and resided in the abode of Zeus. These are his epitaphs. His students were Speusippus of Athens, Xenocrates of Chalcedon, Aristotle of Stagira, Philip of Opus, Hestiaeus of Perinthus, Dion of Syracuse, Amiclus of Heraclea, Erastus and Coriscus of Scepsus, Timoleus of Cyzicus, Aeon of Lapsacus, Python and Heraclides of Enus, Hippothales and Callippus of Athens, Demetrius of Amphipolis, Heraclides of Ponticus, and many more, including 2 women, Leasthenia of Mantinea and Axothea of Phlius, who is reported by Deciacus to have worn men's clothes. Some say that Theophrastus also attended Plato's lectures. Chameleon includes Hyperides the orator and Lycurgus, as does Polymon. Sabinus adds Demosthenes, citing Menesistratus of Thesson as his authority in the 4th book of his collected meditations, and this is likely. Now for you who are rightly fond of Plato and eager to examine his philosophical doctrines in preference to those of anyone else, I have considered it necessary to sketch the nature of his discourses, the classification of his dialogues, and the method of his argument by induction, in as elementary a way as possible, and in summary form, in order that the information I have gathered about his life may not be found to omit his doctrines. For it would be like carrying owls to Athens, as the saying goes, were I to provide you with a highly detailed account. It is said that Zeno of Elea was the first to write dialogues, but Aristotle, in the 1st book of his work, On Poets, declares that Alexamenus of Styra, or of Teos, as Favorinus says in his Reminiscence, was the first. It seems to me, however, that Plato, who perfected the form, ought in fairness to be awarded the prize for its discovery as well as for its elaboration. A dialogue is a conversation consisting of questions and answers on some philosophical or political topic, with careful attention to the characters of the persons introduced and their way of speaking. Dialectic is the art of discourse by which we either refute or establish some proposition by means of the interlocutor's questions and answers. Of the Platonic dialogues, there are 2 principal types, one adapted for instruction, the other for inquiry. The instructional type is itself divided into 2 types, the theoretical and the practical. The theoretical is divided into the physical and logical, the practical into the ethical and political. The type concerned with inquiry is also divided into 2 types, one fostering dialectical skill, the other skill in debate. The type concerned with skill in dialectic has 2 subdivisions, one maieutic, the other pyrastic, and the type concerned with skill in debate can also be divided into 2 types, the probative and the refutative. We are not unaware that some writers classify the dialogues differently, for they say that some are dramatic, others narrative, and still others a combination of the 2. But they classify the dialogues in a manner more appropriate for tragedy than for philosophy. Physics is covered in the Timaeus, logic in the Statesman, Cratylus, Parmenides, and the Sophist, ethics in the Apology, Crito, Phaedo, Phaedrus, and the Symposium, as well as in the Menexenus, Cleitophon, Letters, Philebus, Hipparchus, and the Rivals in Love, and politics in the Republic, the Laws, Minos, Epinomis, and Atlantis. The maieutic category includes Alcibiades, Theages, lysis and laches. The pyrastic category, Euthyphro, Meno, Ion, Charmides, and Theaetetus. The probative, Protagoras, and the refutative, Euthydemus, Gorgias, and the two dialogues entitled Hippias. So much for the subject of dialogue, its definition, and its variety. Since there is considerable disagreement between those who claim that Plato lays down positive views and those who disagree, let me make a determination concerning this question. A dogmatist lays down dogmas, just as a legislator lays down laws, and dogma has two meanings, namely, the thing that is opined and the opinion itself. The former of these is a proposition, the latter a conception. Now, where he comprehends the subject matter, Plato declares his own view and refutes the false one, but when discoursing about what is unclear, he holds back. He presents his own views through four characters: Socrates, Timaeus, the Athenian stranger, and the Elean stranger. The strangers are not, as some assume, Plato and Parmenides, but anonymous fictional characters, and even when Socrates and Timaeus are speaking, it is Plato's views that are being laid down. And to indicate which views are false, he introduces characters who are refuted, such as Thrasymachus, Callicles, Polus, Gorgias, and Protagoras, as well as Hippias, Euthydemus, and the like. In constructing his proofs, he primarily uses induction, not always in the same way, but in two forms. For induction is an argument that, by means of certain true propositions, properly infers the truth of a proposition that resembles them. There are two methods of induction. One proceeds by contradiction, the other by agreement. In the kind that proceeds by contradiction, the answer offered to every question will be the opposite of the interlocutor's position, as for example, my father is either other than or the same as your father. So if your father is other than my father, then, being other, he would not be my father. But if he is the same as my father, then, being the same, he would be my father. And again, if man is not an animal, he would either be a stone or a stick. But he is not a stone or a stick, for he is animate and self-moving. Hence, he is an animal. But if he is an animal, and if a dog or an ox is also an animal, then man, by being an animal, would also be a dog or an ox. This is an instance of induction by contradiction and opposition, which Plato used not for laying down positive views, but for refutation. Induction by agreement has two forms. One proves the particular proposition under investigation from a particular. The other proves the universal from a particular. The former is employed in rhetoric, the latter in dialectic. For example, under the first form, one seeks to know whether so-and-so has committed a murder. The proof is that at the time of the murder, the man was found to be covered with blood. This is the rhetorical form of induction, since rhetoric is concerned with particulars and not universals. For it does not investigate justice in the abstract, but particular instances of justice. The other form, where the universal is first established by reference to particulars, is dialectical. For example, the question is asked whether the soul is immortal and whether the living come back from the dead. This is proved in the dialogue on the soul by means of a certain general proposition, namely that opposites come from opposites. But the universal proposition itself is established from particular instances. For example, that sleep comes from waking, and vice versa, and the greater from the smaller, and vice versa. This is the form of induction that Plato used to establish his own views. Just as long ago in tragedy the chorus was at first the only actor, and later Thespis devised a single actor in order to let the chorus catch its breath, and Aeschylus a second, and Sophocles a third, and thus tragedy was perfected, so too with philosophy. For at first its discourse concerned one subject only, namely physics. Then Socrates added ethics, and Plato dialectics, and so brought philosophy to its perfection. Thrasyllus says that Plato, like the tragic poets, published his dialogues in tetralogies. The tragic poets competed with 4 dramas at the Dionysia, the Linnea, the Panathenaea, and the Festival of the Kytri. Of the 4 plays, the last was a satire, and the 4 dramas were called a tetralogy. Accordingly, says Thrasyllus, there are 56 genuine dialogues, provided that the Republic is divided into 10, though Favorinus, in the 2nd book of his Miscellaneous History, says that almost the entire Republic was found in Protagoras' Disputations, and the Laws into 12. This makes 9 tetralogies, if the Republic counts as a single book and the Laws as another. He gives the dialogues of the first tetralogy a common subject, for he wishes to describe what the life of the philosopher should be. He gives each book a 2-part title, the first part taken from the name of the interlocutor, the second from the subject. The first tetralogy begins with Euthyphro, or On Piety, a pyrastic dialogue. The second is the Apology of Socrates, an ethical dialogue. The third is Crito, or On What is to be Done, ethical. The fourth is Phaedo, or On the Soul, ethical. The second tetralogy begins with Cratylus, or On Correctness of Names, a logical dialogue, which is followed by Theaetetus, or On Knowledge, a pyrastic dialogue. The Sophist, or On Being, a logical dialogue, and the Statesman, or On Monarchy, also logical. The third begins with Parmenides, or On Ideas, logical, which is followed by Philebus, or On Pleasure, ethical. The Symposium, or On the Good, ethical, and Phaedrus, or On Love, ethical. The fourth begins with Alcibiades, or On the Nature of Man, a maieutic dialogue, which is followed by a second Alcibiades, or On Prayer, also maieutic. Hipparchus, or the Lover of Gain, ethical, and the Rivals in Love, or On Philosophy, ethical. The fifth begins with Theages, or On Philosophy, maieutic, which is followed by Charmides, or On Temperance, a pyrastic dialogue. Laches, or On Courage, maieutic, and Lysis, or On Friendship, maieutic. The sixth begins with Euthydemus, or the Eristic, refutative, which is followed by Protagoras, or the Sophists, probative. Gorgias, or On Rhetoric, refutative, and Meno, or On Virtue, a pyrastic dialogue. The seventh begins with 2 dialogues entitled Hippias, the first on beauty, the second on falsehood, both refutative, which are followed by Ion, or On the Iliad, pyrastic, and Menexenus, or the funeral oration, ethical. The eighth begins with Cleitophon, or hortatory, ethical, which is followed by the Republic, or On Justice, political. Timaeus, or On Nature, physical, and Critias, or the Story of Atlantis, ethical. The ninth begins with Minos, or On Law, political, which is followed by the Laws, or On Legislation, political. Epinomis, or Night Meeting, or Philosopher, political. And finally, the 13 letters, ethical, in which he uses the salutation, farewell, as Epicurus used, live well. And Cleon, be of good cheer. There is 1 letter to Aristodemus, 2 to Archytas, 4 to Dionysius, one to Hermias, Erastus, and Coriscus, one each to Laodamas, Dion, and Perdiccas, and two to Dion's friends. This is how Thrasyllus and some others classify Plato's works. Some, however, including Aristophanes the grammarian, group the dialogues in trilogies. In the first they place the Republic, Timaeus and Critias. In the second, the Sophist, the Statesman, and Cratylus. In the third, the Laws, Minos and Epinomis. In the fourth, Theaetetus, Euthyphro, and the Apology. In the fifth, Crito, Phaedo, and the Letters. The rest are single works in no particular order. Some writers, as has been mentioned, put the Republic first. Others start with the greater Alcibiades, others with Theages, some with Euthyphro, others with Cleitophon, some with Timaeus, some with Phaedrus, others with Theaetetus. Many put the Apology first. By common consent, the following dialogues are considered spurious: Maidon, or Horsebreeder, the Eryxias, or Erisistratus, Alcyone, the Acephali, or Sisyphus, Axiochus, the Phaeacians, Demodocus, Calydon, the Seventh Day, and Epimenides. Of these, the Alcyone is thought to be the work of a certain Leon, as Favorinus says in the 5th book of his Reminiscences. He has used a variety of terms in order to make his system less intelligible to the ignorant. He considers wisdom, in its most specific sense, to be the knowledge of those things that are intelligible and that truly exist, the science which, he declares, is concerned with God and the soul when separated from the body. In a particular sense, he also calls wisdom philosophy, which is a longing for divine wisdom, and in a general sense, wisdom is used by him to refer to any form of skill, as when he calls an artisan wise, and he uses the same words in a number of different senses. At any rate, he uses the word phaulos in the sense of haplos, as does Euripides in Lysimnius, when referring to Heracles in the following passage: simple, rude, perfectly honest, reserving all his wisdom for action, unskilled in speech. Sometimes Plato uses the same word to mean bad, and at other times small. He often uses different words to express the same thing. He calls the idea form, species, model, principle, and cause. He also uses contrary expressions for the same thing. At any rate, he calls the sensible object that which is and is not. That which is, because it comes into being, and that which is not, because it is constantly changing. And he says that the idea is neither in motion nor at rest, that the selfsame thing is both one and many, and it is his habit to do this in many instances. The interpretation of his dialogues includes three things. First, one must explain the meaning of what is being said in each case. Then one must determine its purpose, whether it is making an indispensable point or merely serving as an illustration, and whether it is establishing doctrines or refuting the interlocutor. And third, one must consider whether what has been said is correct. Since various critical marks are found in his works, let us say something about them here. A chi is understood to indicate expressions, figures of speech, and, in general, any idiom of Platonic usage. The dipla indicates Plato's doctrines and opinions. The dotted chi draws attention to quotations and elegancies of style. The dotted dipla indicates the corrections of certain editors. The dotted obolus, passages suspected for no good reason. The dotted reversed sigma, repetitions and possible transpositions. The soronium, passages requiring philosophical clarification. The asterisk, an agreement of doctrine, and the obolus, a spurious passage. So much for the critical marks and his works. As Antigonus of Caristus says in his work on Zeno, when the edited works were first published, anyone who wished to read them had to pay a fee to their owners. These were his approved doctrines. He held that the soul is immortal, that it clothes itself in a succession of different bodies, and that it has a numerical first principle, whereas the body's first principle is geometrical. He defined soul as a form of breath diffused in all directions, and held that it is self-moving and tripartite. Its rational part is seated in the region of the head, the spirited part in the region of the heart, while the appetitive part is constructed in the region of the navel and the liver. The soul encloses the body on all sides, from the centre outward, in a circle, and is composed of elements. Divided at harmonic intervals, it forms two circles that meet each other at 2 points, and the inner circle, being slit 6 times, makes 7 circles in all. The inner circle moves on a diagonal to the left, the outer to the right, and because it is single, the outer circle dominates, for the inner circle has been divided. The outer is the circle of the same, the inner ones those of the other, by which he means that the motion of the soul is that of the universe together with the revolutions of the planets. Divided in this way and harmonized from the center to the extremities, the soul recognizes the realities and harmonizes them because its own elements are harmoniously proportioned. When the circle of the other revolves correctly, the result is opinion, whereas when the circle of the same does so, the result is knowledge. Plato posits 2 universal principles, God and matter, and he calls God mind and cause. He held that matter is formless and unlimited, and that composite things arise out of it. He says that though it once moved in a disorderly manner, it was brought together in one place by God, since he preferred order to disorder. This substance was converted into the 4 elements, fire, water, air, and earth, and from these the universe itself and all it contains are generated. He says that earth is the only unchangeable element, and holds that this is due to the peculiarity of its constituent shapes. For he says that the shapes that constitute the others are of the same kind. All are made of identical scalene triangles, whereas the shape that constitutes earth is peculiar. The element of fire is a pyramid, of air an octahedron, of water an icosahedron, of earth a cube. Hence earth is not converted into any of them, nor are they converted into earth. The elements are not separated, each into its own region, because the motion of the universe, which exerts pressure on them and draws them toward the center, aggregates the small particles and separates the large. Hence, as they change their shapes, the elements also change their positions. There exists one universe, created, since it is perceptible, which has been made by God. It is animate because what is animate is better than what is inanimate. And this piece of workmanship is assumed to have come from the best of causes. It was made one and not unlimited because the model from which God made it was one. It is spherical because such is the shape of its creator. For that creator encompasses the other living things, and this universe the shapes of them all. It is smooth and has no surrounding organ because it has no need of organs. Furthermore, the universe remains indestructible because it is not dissolved into the deity. The creation as a whole is caused by God because the good is by nature beneficent, and the creation of the universe has the good as its cause. For the most beautiful of created things has the best of intelligible causes. Accordingly, since God is of this nature, and the universe, being supremely beautiful, resembles the best, it would resemble God rather than any of the created things. The universe is composed of fire, water, air, and earth. Of fire, that it may be visible, of earth, that it may be solid, of water and air, that it may be proportional. For the solids are found to be proportionate with the aid of two means, so that the whole may constitute a unity. And the universe was made up of all the elements so that it would be complete and indestructible. Time is an image of eternity, and while eternity remains always at rest, time is a function of the motion of the universe. For night, day, month, and all such intervals are parts of time. Hence, time does not exist apart from the nature of the universe, but as soon as the universe exists, so does time. In order that time might exist, the sun, moon, and planets were created, and in order that the number of the seasons might be definite and living things might possess number, God kindled the light of the sun. The moon is in the circle directly above Earth, the sun in the next above that, and the planets in the circles beyond. The universe is wholly animate because it is bound in animate motion. And in order that the universe, which had been created in the likeness of the intelligible being, might be complete, the nature of all the other animals was created. Since its pattern contains them, the universe must also contain them, and thus it has gods, which are primarily fiery in nature, and three other kinds of creatures, the winged, the aquatic, and the terrestrial. Earth is the oldest of the gods in heaven, and it was created to make night and day, and being central, it revolves around the centre. Now, given that there are two causes, it must be affirmed, according to Plato, that some things are due to reason, while others have a necessary cause, the latter being air, fire, earth, and water, which, though not elements in the strict sense of the term, are their receptacles. They are composed of triangles, and resolve into triangles. The scalene and the isosceles triangle are their constituent elements. Thus the principles and causes of the things of which there is a model are the two mentioned above, God and matter. Matter is necessarily formless, as is also the case for the other entities that receive form. Of these there is necessarily a cause. Receiving the ideas in one way or another, matter generates substances, and it moves because its power is variable, and because it is in motion, it causes those things that are generated from it to move in turn. At first, these entities moved in an irrational and irregular manner. But when they began to constitute the universe, insofar it was possible, they were made symmetrical and orderly by God. For the two causes existed before the creation of the world, and becoming came third. They were not distinct, however, but only existed in the form of traces, and were in no sort of order. When the world came into being, they too acquired order, and from all the existing bodies the universe was created. Plato holds that God, like the soul, is incorporeal, for this renders him immune to decay and death. Plato assumes, as has been mentioned, that the ideas are causes and principles whereby the world of natural objects is what it is. About good and evil, he had this to say. He maintained that the goal of human life is assimilation to God, and that virtue is sufficient for happiness. But it also requires instruments that confer bodily advantages, such as strength, health, a keen sensibility, and so forth. It also needs external advantages, such as wealth, good birth, and reputation. Yet the wise man will be no less happy if these are not present. Moreover, he will engage in public life, marry, and refrain from breaking the existing laws. To the extent circumstances permit, he will legislate for his own country, unless he sees that the political situation is utterly irremediable owing to excessive partisanship. He believes that gods oversee human affairs and that semi-divine beings exist. He was the first to define the notion of good as that which is linked to whatever is praiseworthy, rational, useful, becoming, and appropriate, all of which are linked to that which is consistent and in harmony with nature. He also discoursed on the correctness of names, and was thus the first to develop a science for correctly asking and answering questions, a science of which he made excessive use. In the dialogues, he conceived justice to be the law of God, because it is a more effective incitement to do right, lest we be punished, even after death, as evildoers. For this, he has been felt by some to be overly devoted to myths. He intersperses these tales throughout his works in order to deter men from wicked deeds by reminding them that they are ignorant of what awaits them after death. These, then, are the doctrines he approved. Plato divided things, according to Aristotle, in the following manner. Among good things, some are in the mind, some in the body, and some are external. For example, justice, wisdom, courage, temperance, and so forth are in the mind. Beauty, a good constitution, health, and strength are in the body. While friends, a good reputation, the prosperity of one's country, and wealth are external. Thus there are three kinds of goods: goods of the mind, goods of the body, and external goods. There are three kinds of friendship. One is natural, another social, and another hospitable. By natural friendship we mean that which parents have for their offspring and kinsmen for one another. The other animals have also inherited this form. By social friendship, we mean that which arises from intimacy and has nothing to do with kinship. For example, that of Pylades for Orestes. The friendship between host and guest comes about between strangers as the result of an introduction or letters of recommendation. Thus, friendship is natural, social, or hospitable. Some add a fourth kind, namely erotic. There are 5 forms of government. One is democratic, another is aristocratic, a third oligarchic, a fourth monarchic, and a fifth tyrannical. The democratic form is that in which the people wield power and choose their magistrates and laws. The aristocratic form is that in which power is exercised not by the rich or the poor or the illustrious, but by the best citizens. An oligarchy exists whenever offices are held by those who meet property qualifications, for the wealthy are fewer than the poor. Monarchy is regulated either by law or by heredity. In Carthage it is regulated by law, for there the sovereignty is for sale. In Lacedaemon and Macedonia it is hereditary, for there they select the king from a certain family. Tyrannical government is that in which the people, subjugated by either fraud or force, are governed by an individual. Thus government is either democratic, aristocratic, oligarchic, monarchic, or tyrannical. There are 3 kinds of justice. One is concerned with gods, another with men, and another with the departed. For those who sacrifice according to the laws and take care of the temples clearly revere the gods, and those who repay loans and return deposits act honestly toward men, and those who take care of tombs clearly show respect for the departed. Thus there is justice toward gods, toward men, and toward the departed. There are 3 kinds of knowledge: practical, productive, and theoretical. Architecture and shipbuilding are productive, for the work produced by them can be seen. Politics, flute playing, harp playing, and so forth are practical, for they produce nothing visible, but they perform something. In one case, a man plays the flute, in another, the harp, and in another, he engages in politics. Geometry and harmonics and astronomy are theoretical, for they neither perform nor produce anything. But the geometer examines how lines relate to one another, the student of harmonics investigates sounds, and the astronomer studies the stars and the universe. Thus, some knowledge is theoretical, some practical, and some productive. There are 5 kinds of medicine: pharmacological, surgical, dietetic, diagnostic, and palliative. Pharmacological medicine cures sickness by administering drugs. Surgical medicine heals by cutting and cautery. Dietetic medicine alleviates illness by altering the diet. Diagnostic medicine determines the nature of sickness, and palliative medicine provides immediate relief from pain. Thus, the branches of medicine are pharmacological, surgical, dietetic, diagnostic, and palliative. There are 2 kinds of law, the written and the unwritten. The law that governs how we live in cities is written. That which arises by custom is called unwritten law. For example, the prohibition against walking naked in the marketplace or wearing women's clothes. There is no specific law forbidding this, but we are prohibited from such conduct by an unwritten law. Thus, law is either written or unwritten. There are 5 kinds of speech. One is the kind politicians use in the assembly. This is called political speech. Another kind is that which the orators use in their written compositions, whether for praise, censure, accusation, or defense. This is called rhetorical speech. The third kind is that which private citizens use for conversing with one another. This is called private speech. Another kind is that used by those who engage in an exchange of short questions and answers. This is called dialectical speech. The 5th kind is that which craftsmen use for discussing their own subjects. This is called technical speech. Thus, speech is political, rhetorical, private, dialectical, or technical. There are 3 kinds of music. One employs only the mouth, like singing. The second employs both the mouth and the hands, as when the harp player sings to his own accompaniment. The third employs only the hands, as in harp playing. Thus music may employ either the mouth alone, or both the mouth and the hands, or only the hands. There are 4 kinds of nobility. First, if the ancestors are handsome, gentle, and righteous, their descendants are said to be noble. Secondly, if the ancestors have been princes or magistrates, their descendants are said to be noble. Thirdly, if the ancestors are renowned, either for military leadership or athletic success, we call their descendants noble. Fourthly, if a man proves generous and magnanimous, he too is said to be noble, and this is the highest form of nobility. Thus, nobility depends on ancestors who are excellent, powerful, or renowned, or on one's personal integrity. There are 3 kinds of beauty. The first is the kind that elicits praise, for example, a form that pleases the eye. Another is the kind that provides something useful. Thus, an instrument, a house, and the like are beautiful because of their utility. Lastly, laws and practices, and so forth, are beautiful because they are beneficial. Thus, one kind of beauty is concerned with praise, another with utility, and another with procuring benefits. The soul is divided into 3 parts. One part of it is rational, another appetitive, and a third aggressive. The rational part is the cause of deliberation, reasoning, understanding, and so forth. The appetitive part is the cause of the desire to eat, to have sexual relations, and so forth. The aggressive part is the cause of boldness, pleasure, pain, and anger. Thus, one part of the soul is rational, another appetitive, and a third aggressive. There are 4 kinds of perfect virtue: wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance. Of these, wisdom is the cause of correct conduct, justice of honest dealing in partnerships and transactions. Courage enables a man not to abandon his post, but to stand firm in dangers and emergencies. Temperance imparts mastery over desires, so that we are not enslaved by any pleasure, but lead an orderly life. Virtue thus includes wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance. Rule has 5 divisions. 1 is rule according to law, another according to nature, a third according to custom, a fourth by heredity, and a fifth by force. When those who govern cities are elected by the citizens, they rule by law. Those who rule by nature are the males, not only among human beings but in the animal world as well, for everywhere the males generally dominate the females. Rule by custom is that which caretakers exercise over children and teachers over their students. Rule by heredity is what is said to prevail among the Lacedaemonians, for the office there belongs to a certain family. This is also the case in Macedonia, for there too the office is hereditary. Others, who have obtained power by force or fraud, govern the citizens against their will. This is called rule by force. Thus, rule is either by law, by nature, by custom, by heredity, or by force. There are 6 kinds of rhetoric. When orators exhort the people to make war or to form an alliance with someone, that kind of rhetoric is called persuasion. When they demand that the people not fight or form an alliance, but remain at peace, it is called dissuasion. A third kind is used when a speaker declares that he has been injured by someone whom he claims has done him great harm. This kind is called an accusation. A fourth kind is used when a speaker declares that he has done nothing wrong and that his conduct is not at all objectionable. This kind is called a defense. A fifth kind is used when a speaker speaks well of another and declares him to be noble and honourable. This is called an encomium. A sixth kind is used when the speaker declares someone to be unworthy. This is called a censure. Thus, the forms of rhetoric include encomium, censure, persuasion, dissuasion, accusation, and defense. Effective speaking has 4 aspects: what one should say, at what length one should speak, to whom one should speak, and at what moment one should speak. As for what one should say, it is that which will be expedient for the speaker and the hearer. The length at which one should speak is that which is neither more nor less than sufficient. To whom one should speak, if one is addressing older persons, one's discourse must be tailored to older listeners. If addressing the young, it must be tailored to the young. As for the moment at which one should speak, it should be neither too early nor too late. Otherwise the speaker will miss the mark and his speech will not succeed. There are 4 ways of conferring benefits. One may benefit another with money, physical assistance, knowledge, or speech. Financial assistance to one who is in need eases his plight. Personal assistance is given whenever one comes to the aid of those who are being beaten. Those who educate, practice medicine, and offer instruction in something valuable confer benefits by means of knowledge. Whenever a man appears in court to defend another and speaks effectively on his behalf, he is conferring a benefit by means of speech. Thus, one can benefit another with money, physical help, knowledge, or speech. There are 4 ways in which things are accomplished and completed. Things may be accomplished by legal action, as occurs when a decree is passed and is confirmed by law. Things may be completed in accordance with nature, as the day, the year, and the seasons are completed. Things may be completed by art, for example, by the builder's art, by which a house is completed, or by the shipbuilder's art, by which vessels are completed. Things may be accomplished by chance, when matters turn out otherwise than one expects. Thus, things may be accomplished and completed in 4 ways: by law, by nature, by art, or by chance. There are 4 kinds of ability. First, whatever we are able to do with the mind, namely to reason and understand. Second, whatever we are able to do by means of the body, for example, to march, to give, to take, and so forth. Thirdly, whatever we are able to do with a multitude of soldiers or a great deal of money, hence a king is said to have great ability. Fourthly, there is the ability to do and suffer good and evil. For example, we are able to fall ill and to be educated and to regain health and so forth. Thus, ability may be in the mind, the body, in armies and resources, or in acting and suffering. There are 3 kinds of benevolence. One is by way of greetings, as when certain people address everyone they meet and extend a welcoming hand. Another is seen when someone comes to the aid of every person in distress. Another is that which makes certain people fond of hosting dinners. Thus, benevolence is expressed by greetings, by conferring benefits, or by hosting dinners and entertainments. Happiness has 5 aspects. One aspect of it is sound judgment, a second, keen sensibility and physical health, a third, success in one's undertakings, a fourth, a good reputation among men, a fifth, an abundance of money and worldly goods. Sound judgment is the result of education and broad experience. Keen sensibility depends on our physical organs. That is, if someone sees with his eyes, hears with his ears, and if his nose and mouth correctly register the appropriate objects. Such is keen sensibility. Success is achieved whenever a man attains his ends in the right way, as befits a good man. A man has achieved a good reputation when he is well spoken of. A man is prosperous when he is so amply supplied with the necessities of life that he can afford to benefit his friends and discharge his public obligations handsomely. A man who possesses all these things is perfectly happy. Thus, the aspects of happiness are sound judgment, keen sensibility and physical health, good fortune, a good reputation, and prosperity. Of the arts, there are 3 kinds. The first includes mining and forestry, for these provide materials. The second includes metalworking and carpentry, which transform the materials. For the smith makes weapons out of iron, while the carpenter uses timber to make flutes and lyres. The third division puts what is made to use. Horsemanship, for example, uses bridles, warfare uses weapons, and music uses flutes and the lyre. Thus of art there are 3 kinds, the first, the second, and the third. Good is divided into 4 kinds. One is the possessor of virtue, whom we declare is individually good. Another is virtue itself, and justice, which we declare are good. A third includes such things as food, suitable exercise, and medicines. The fourth kind that we declare is good includes such things as the art of flute playing, acting, and the poetic art. Thus there are 4 kinds of good. First, the possession of virtue. Second, virtue itself. Third, food and beneficial exercise. And fourth, flute playing, acting, and the art of poetry. Whatever exists is bad, good, or indifferent. We call bad that which can always do harm. For example, poor judgment, folly, injustice, and so forth. The opposites of these are good. As for the things that sometimes benefit, but sometimes harm, for example, walking and sitting and eating, or which are wholly unable to benefit or harm, these things are neither good nor bad. Thus, all things that exist are good, bad, or neither good nor bad. There are three kinds of good civic order. First, we call the civic order good if the laws are good. Secondly, we also call it good if the citizens abide by the existing laws. Thirdly, if in the absence of laws the citizens live well in accordance with their customs and practices, we also call this good order. Thus there is good civic order if the laws are good, secondly, if the citizens are law-abiding, and thirdly, if the citizens live in accordance with good customs and practices. There are three kinds of lawlessness. The first arises if the laws that affect both strangers and citizens are bad. The second, if the citizens do not obey the existing laws. The third, if there is no law at all. Thus, lawlessness exists if the laws are bad, secondly, if the laws are not obeyed, and thirdly, if there is no law. There are three kinds of contraries. For example, we say that goods are contrary to evils, as justice is contrary to injustice, wisdom to folly, and so forth. Furthermore, evils are contrary to evils. For example, prodigality is contrary to stinginess, and to be tortured unjustly is the contrary of being tortured justly, and so forth. Finally, heavy is contrary to light, swift to slow, black to white, pairs of contraries in which neither element is good or evil. Among the contraries, then, there are some that oppose goods to evils, others that oppose evils to evils, and still others that oppose things neither good nor evil to things neither good nor evil. There are three kinds of goods: those that can be possessed, those that can be partaken of, and those that simply exist. The goods that can be possessed include such things as justice and health. The goods that can be partaken of include all the things that cannot be possessed, but of which one can partake. For example, the absolute good cannot be possessed, but one can partake of it. The third kind includes the goods that simply exist, though we can neither partake of them nor possess them. For example, the mere existence of excellence and justice is a good, and these things can neither be possessed nor partaken of, but must simply exist. Among the goods, then, there are those that one possesses, those that one partakes of, and those that simply exist. There are three kinds of advice. One is taken from the past, one from the future, and one from the present. Advice taken from the past consists of examples. For instance, what the Lacedaemonians suffered by trusting others. Advice taken from the present is meant to show, for example, that walls are weak, men cowardly, or food scanty. Advice from the future is, for example, not to undermine embassies by suspicions, lest Greece lose her good name. Thus advice is taken either from the past, the present, or the future. Voice is of two kinds, animate and inanimate. The voice of living things is animate, while noises and sounds are inanimate. Of the voice of living things, part is articulate, part inarticulate. The voice of human beings is articulate, that of animals inarticulate. Thus, voice is either animate or inanimate. Whatever exists is either divisible or indivisible. Among divisible things, some are homogeneous, others not. The indivisible things are those that cannot be divided and are not composed of elements, for example, the unit, the point, and the musical note, whereas those that have constituent parts, for example, syllables, musical chords, animals, water, and gold, are divisible. Things that are composed of similar parts, so that the whole does not differ from the part except in mass, like water, gold, and all that is fusible, and so forth, are called homogeneous. But things that are composed of dissimilar parts, for example, a house and the like, are called heterogeneous. Thus existent things are either divisible or indivisible, and among divisible things some are homogeneous, others heterogeneous. Among existing things some are absolute, and some are called relative. The things said to be absolute are those that require no explanation, like man, horse, and the other animals. For none of these things gains by explanation. The things said to be relative are those that do require some explanation. For example, that which is greater than something, or faster than something, or more beautiful, and so forth. For the greater implies a lesser, the faster a slower. Among existing things, then, some are said to be absolute, some relative. These were Plato's primary divisions, according to Aristotle. There was another Plato, a philosopher of Rhodes, who was a pupil of Panesius, as Seleucus, the grammarian, says in his first book on philosophy. Another, a peripatetic, a student of Aristotle. Another, a student of Praxiphanes. And another, a poet of the old comedy. Book 4. Academics, Successors of Plato. Speusippus. The preceding account of Plato is the best we were able to assemble after diligently examining what is reported about him. He was succeeded by Speusippus, son of Eurymedon, an Athenian who belonged to the deme of Myrrhinus and was the son of Plato's sister, Potone. He was head of the school for 8 years, beginning in the 108th Olympiad. He dedicated statues of the Graces in the shrine of the Muses that Plato built in the Academy. He adhered to the same doctrines as Plato, but was unlike him in character, for he was irascible and liable to be dominated by pleasures. It is reported, at any rate, that in a fit of anger he threw a puppy into a well, and that merely for pleasure he travelled to Macedonia to attend Cassander's wedding. It is said that 2 women, Licinia of Mantinea and Axiothia of Phlius, had also studied with Plato. It was then that Dionysius, in a letter to Speusippus, mockingly remarked, "From the Arcadian woman who is your student, one can grasp your wisdom." Plato demanded no fees from those who came to him, but you subject them to tribute and collect it from the willing and unwilling alike. Speusippus was the first, according to Diogenes in the first book of his reminiscences, to discern the common element in studies and to relate them to one another as far as that was possible. He was also the first to divulge a Socrates' so-called secret doctrines, as Caneus says. He was also the first to devise a way of making bundles of firewood portable. When crippled by paralysis, he sent word to Xenocrates inviting him to come and succeed him as head of the school. They say that when he was being conveyed in a little wagon to the academy, he encountered Diogenes, whom he hailed, wishing him well, to which Diogenes replied, "Well, I don't wish the same to you, if you can bear to stay alive in your present condition." At last, despondent in old age, he willingly ended his life. My own verses about him run as follows. Had I not learned that Speusippus would die like this, no one would have persuaded me to declare that he was not related by blood to Plato. for otherwise he would not have died in despair at something so trivial. Plutarch, in his lives of Lysander and Sulla, says that Speusippus suffered from infestations of lice, and according to Timotheus, in his book on Lives, his body wasted away. Speusippus, he says, remarked to a wealthy man who was in love with a homely person, "What do you need this situation for? For 10 talents I'll find you someone prettier." He left a great many commentaries and numerous dialogues, including Aristippus the Cyrenaic, on wealth, 1 book, on pleasure, 1 book, on justice, 1 book, on philosophy, 1 book, on the gods, 1 book, the philosopher, 1 book, a reply to Cephalus, 1 book, Cephalus, 1 book, Clinomachus or Lysias, 1 book, the citizen, 1 book, on the soul, 1 book, a reply to Grillus, 1 book, Aristippus, 1 book, criticism of the arts, 1 book, reminiscences in the form of a dialogue, treatise on technique, 1 book, missing word, of a treatise on resemblances, in 10 books, divisions and hypotheses related to the resemblances, on examples of genera and species, a reply to the anonymous work, encomium of Plato, letters to Dion, Dionysius, and Philip, on legislation, the mathematician, Mandrobolus, Lysias, definitions, lists of reminiscences. Together, these works comprise 43,475 lines. It is to Speusippus that Timonides has dedicated his narratives, in which he relates the achievements of Dion and Bion. Favorinus, in the 2nd book of his Reminiscences, says that Aristotle purchased the books of Speusippus for 3 talents. There was another Speusippus from Alexandria, a doctor of the school of Herophilus. Xenocrates. Xenocrates, son of Agathano, was a native of Chalcedon. From an early age he studied with Plato and even accompanied him to Sicily. He was naturally sluggish, and consequently Plato, comparing him with Aristotle, said, "The one needs a spur, the other a bridle," and "What an ass I am training, after what a horse his rival." But in all else, Xenocrates was dignified and grave of countenance, which often prompted Plato to say to him, "Xenocrates, offer a sacrifice to the Graces." He spent most of his time in the academy, and whenever he was about to venture into the city, they say that all the noisy crowd and hired porters made way for him. One day, when Phryne, the courtesan, wished to seduce him, she fled, as if she were being pursued, to his little house. And he, out of kindness, took her in, and as there was only one small bed, he permitted her to share it with him. At last, despite her many entreaties, she departed without success, and told those who inquired that she had left the bed not of a man, Andros, but of a statue, Andriantos. Others say that his students persuaded Laius to share his bed, but his self-command was such that he even endured frequent genital incisions and cauteries, and he was so trustworthy that though it was illegal to bear witness without swearing an oath, the Athenians permitted Xenocrates alone to do so. Furthermore, he was exceptionally self-sufficient. At any rate, when Alexander sent him a large sum of money, Xenocrates took 3,000 Attic drachmas and sent the rest back, saying that Alexander's need was greater, since more people depended on him. He likewise declined the presents sent him by Antipater, as Myronianus says in his Parallels. And when he was honoured at Dionysius' court with a golden crown as the prize for the champion drinker at the feast of the Coes, he went out and placed it on the statue of Hermes, where he was in the habit of placing garlands of flowers. There is a story that he was sent with others on an embassy to Philip. Though his colleagues, softened by bribes, accepted Philip's invitations and conversed with him, Xenocrates would do neither. This was why Philip did not receive him. Hence, when the ambassadors returned to Athens, they said that Xenocrates had accompanied them to no purpose, and the Athenians were ready to fine him. But when he told them that now, more than ever, they should consider their city's interests, for Philip knew that the others had accepted his bribes, but that he would never win me over, it is said that the Athenians paid him double honours. And Philip later said that Xenocrates alone, of those who had come to him, was incorruptible. Furthermore, when Xenocrates went on an embassy to Antipater about the Athenians, who had been taken prisoner in the Lamian War, and was invited to dine with Antipater, he quoted to him the following verses. O Circe, what honourable man could bear to partake of food and drink before he had ransomed his men and set eyes on them? And Antipater, appreciating that Xenocrates had hit the bull's-eye, immediately released the prisoners. One day, when a little sparrow pursued by a hawk took refuge in his cloak, Xenocrates stroked it and let it go, saying that one seeking sanctuary must not be betrayed. When mocked by Bion, Xenocrates said he would not respond, since tragedy, when mocked by comedy, does not stoop to reply. To someone who had not studied music or geometry or astronomy, but wished to be his student, Xenocrates said, "Be on your way, for you have no footholds into philosophy." According to others, he said, "One doesn't come to me for wool carding." When Dionysius told Plato that he would have his throat cut, Xenocrates, who was present, pointed to his own and said, "Not before you cut mine." They also say that when Antipater came to Athens and greeted him, Xenocrates kept on with the conversation he was in before returning his greeting. He was the least puffed up of men. He would often, in the course of a day, withdraw into himself, and it is said that he used to assign an entire hour to silence. He left a great many writings, poems, and addresses, which are listed below. On nature, 6 books. On wisdom, 6 books. On wealth, 1 book. The Arcadian, 1 book. On the indeterminate, 1 book. On the child, 1 book. On self-control, 1 book. On usefulness, 1 book. On freedom, 1 book. On death, 1 book. On volition, 1 book. On friendship, 2 books. On fairness, 1 book. On what is contrary, 2 books. On happiness, 2 books. On writing, 1 book. On memory, 1 book. On falsehood, 1 book. Callicles, 1 book. On prudence, 2 books. The householder, 1 book. On temperance, 1 book. On the power of law, 1 book. On the republic, 1 book. On piety, 1 book. That virtue can be taught, 1 book. On being, 1 book. On fate, 1 book. On the emotions, 1 book. On ways of life, 1 book. On concord, 1 book. On students, 2 books. On justice, 1 book. On virtue, 2 books. On forms, 1 book. On pleasure, 2 books. On life, 1 book. On courage, 1 book. On the one, 1 book. On ideas, 1 book. On art, 1 book. On the gods, 2 books. On the soul, 2 books. On knowledge, 1 book. The statesman, 1 book. On skill, 1 book. On philosophy, 1 book. On Parmenides' works, 1 book. Archidemus, or On Justice, 1 book. On the Good, 1 book. On matters concerning the intellect, 8 books. Solution of logical problems, 10 books. Lectures on Nature, 6 books. Summary, 1 book. On Genera and Species, 1 book. On Matters Pythagorean, 1 book. Solutions, 2 books. Divisions, 8 books. Theses, 20 books, 30,000 lines. The Study of Dialectic, 14 books, 12,740 lines. After this come 15 books, and then 16 books of studies on style. Calculations, 9 books. On mathematics, 6 books. On matters concerning the intellect, 2 other books. On geometers, 5 books. Commentaries, 1 book. Contraries, 1 book. On numbers, 1 book. Theory of numbers, 1 book. On dimensions, 1 book. On astronomy, 6 books. Elementary Principles of Monarchy, 4 books dedicated to Alexander. To Aribas, to Hephaestion. On geometry, 2 books. In all, 224,239 lines. But despite his character, the Athenians put him up for sale when he was unable to pay the tax levied on resident aliens, and Demetrius of Phalerum purchased him, thereby making restitution to both parties, to Xenocrates of his freedom, to the Athenians of their tax. This is reported by Myronianus of Amastris in the first book of his chapters on historical parallels. Xenocrates succeeded Speusippus and was head of the school for 25 years, from the archonship of Lysimachides in the 2nd year of the 110th Olympiad. He died at the age of 82 from injuries sustained when he stumbled against a basin at night. My own verses about him run as follows. Stumbling over a bronze vessel and breaking his head, he cried, "Oh!" and breathed his last. Xenocrates, that matchless ideal, a man in full. There have been 5 other men named Xenocrates, a tactician in quite ancient times, the kinsman and fellow citizen of the philosopher, a speech of his exists, Arsinoetica, written on the occasion of the death of Arsino. The 4th, a philosopher and unsuccessful writer of elegies. As a rule, poets who undertake to write prose meet with success, while prose writers who attempt poetry do not. This makes it clear that the one is a gift of nature and the other of art. The 5th, a sculptor, and the 6th, a writer of songs, according to Aristoxenus. Polymon. Polymon, son of Philostratus, was an Athenian who belonged to the deme of Oea. As a youth, he was so unbridled and promiscuous that he carried money about with him to procure the immediate gratification of his desires. He even kept sums hidden in narrow lanes, and even in the academy a 3-obol piece was found next to a pillar where he had buried it for the same purpose. One day, by agreement with his young friends, he burst into Xenocrates' school in a drunken state, wearing a garland on his head. Unperturbed, Xenocrates proceeded with his discourse as before, its subject being temperance. The boy, as he listened, was gradually captivated, and thereafter became so diligent that he surpassed all the others and eventually became head of the school in the 116th Olympiad. Antigonus of Carystus says in his Lives that Polymon's father was a leading citizen and that he kept chariot horses, that Polymon himself was a defendant in an action brought by his wife, who charged him with ill usage on the grounds of his liaisons with young men, but that from the time he began to study philosophy he developed such strength of character that his demeanour remained the same on all occasions. Even his voice never varied, which is why Crantor was fascinated by him. At any rate, when a mad dog bit him in the back of the thigh, he did not even turn pale, and remained unmoved by the uproar that arose in the city at the news of what had happened. In the theatres, too, he was utterly impassive, At any rate, once when Nicostratus, who was nicknamed Clytemnestra, was reading to him and Crates something from the poet's work, Crates was deeply touched, while Polymon was no more moved than if he had not heard him. He was in every sense the type of man Laertius the painter describes in his work on painting. There he says that a certain wilfulness and austerity should imbue a man's works, and likewise his character. Polymon used to say that we should exercise ourselves with facts, and not with dialectical speculations. Otherwise, like a man who has imbibed some little handbook on harmony, but never practised, we may be admired for our ability to pose questions, but will be at variance with ourselves in the ordering of our lives. He was urbane and noble, and would beg pardon for what Aristophanes calls, in reference to Euripides, his sharp and pungent style, which the comic poet says is rude rump-thumping compared with juicy steak. Furthermore, Polymon would not even sit down when discussing his students' themes, they say, but would argue while walking about. Certainly it was for his love of what is noble that he was honoured in the city. Nevertheless, he would withdraw from society and pass his days in the garden, where his students, erecting little shelters, would camp near the shrine of the Muses and the arcade. It would appear that in all respects Polymon emulated Xenocrates, according to Aristippus, in the 4th book of his work on the luxuriousness of the ancients. He had been the man's beloved. At any rate, Polymon had Xenocrates constantly in mind, and clothed himself in the man's candour, austerity, and gravity, which characterized the Dorian mode. He also loved Sophocles, especially in the passages where it seemed as if, in the comic poet's phrase, some Molossian hound were lending him aid, and where the poet was, in the words of Phrynichus, neither sweet wine nor blended vintage, but true Pramnian. He used to call Homer the Sophocles of epic, and Sophocles the Homer of tragedy. He died in old age of consumption, leaving behind a considerable number of written works. My own verses about him run as follows. Haven't you heard? We have buried Polymon, laid here by mortal weakness, the terrible scourge of mankind. Or rather, not Polymon himself, but his body, which he, ascending to the stars, left to be eaten up in the ground. Crates. Crates was the son of Antigenes, of the deme of Thria. He was both the student and the beloved of Polymon, whom he also succeeded as head of the school. The two were so devoted to each other that they not only shared the same pursuits in life, but became increasingly alike up to their last breath, and on dying shared the same tomb. Hence Antagoras wrote of both as follows. Stranger, say that in this tomb lie godlike Crates and Polymon, men great-hearted in concord, from whose divine lips sprang sacred speech, and whose pure life of wisdom, obedient to unshakable tenets, adorned them for divine eternity. Hence Arcesilaus, who came to them after leaving Theophrastus, said that they were gods or survivors from the Golden Age, for they were not inclined to side with the people, but were instead the sort of men they say Dionysiodorus, the flute-player, claimed to be, who prided himself that no one had ever heard his melodies as those of Ismenias were heard, either on shipboard or beside a well. Antigonus says Crates took his meals at Crantor's table, and that these two and Arcesilaus lived together in harmony. Arcesilaus shared a house with Crantor, while Polymon and Crates lived with Lysicles, one of their fellow citizens. Crates, he says, and as we mentioned earlier, was Polymon's beloved, while Arcesilaus was Crantor's. When Crates died in the year of the 128th Olympiad, according to Apollodorus in the 3rd book of his chronology, He left written works, some on philosophy, others on comedy, as well as speeches he had delivered in the assembly, and when serving as an ambassador. He also left distinguished students, including Arcesilaus, of whom we will speak, for he was also a student of Crates, and Bion of Borysthenes, who was later known as the Theodorian. From the school he joined. Of him we will also speak, right after Arcesilaus. There have been 10 men named Crates. The first was a poet of the old comedy, the second an orator from Tralles, who had studied with Isocrates, the third an excavator of trenches who accompanied Alexander, the fourth the cynic, of whom we will speak, the fifth a peripatetic philosopher, the sixth our present subject, the academic philosopher, the seventh a grammarian from Malos, the eighth an author of a work on geometry, the ninth a writer of epigrams, and the 10th an academic philosopher from Tarsus. Crantor. Crantor of Soli, though admired in his own country, sailed to Athens and studied with Xenocrates at the same time as Polymon. He left commentaries running to 30,000 lines, some of which have been attributed to Arcesilaus. They say that when asked why he was so fascinated by Polymon, Crantor said he had never heard the man raise or lower his voice. Falling ill, he withdrew to the temple of Asclepius, where he walked about while discoursing. Others flocked to him from all sides, thinking that he had gone there not as a result of an illness, but because he wished to open a school. Among them was Arcesilaus, who wished to be introduced by him to Polymon, though Crantor was his lover, as will be related in the life of Arcesilaus. But even when Crantor recovered, he continued to study with Polymon, and for this he was highly admired. It is also said that he left his property, which amounted to 12 talents, to Arcesilaus, and when asked by him where he wished to be buried, he replied, "It's fine to be buried in some lovely corner of one's native land." It is also said that he wrote poems and deposited them under seal in the temple of Athena in his native country. The poet Theaetetus speaks of him as follows: "Pleasing to men, and still more to the muses, was Crantor, who never saw old age. Receive, O earth, the sacred dead, he lives below in peace and prosperity." Crantor admired Homer and Euripides beyond all other poets. He said that it is difficult to write in a tragic vein, and at the same time to stir emotions using ordinary language, and he would quote the line from the tale of Bellerophon, "Alas, but why alas? We have suffered the lot of mortals." It is said that in these lines of the poet Antagoras we have Crantor speaking on love. "My heart is in doubt, since your birth is disputed, Eros, whether I am to call you the first of the immortal gods, the eldest of all the children whom ancient Erebus and queenly Night brought to birth in the depths of wide ocean, or the child of wise Cyprus, or of earth, or of the winds. What evils you devise for men in your wanderings, and what goods! Even your body takes 2 forms." He was also clever at coining phrases. At any rate, he said of a certain tragedian's words that they were unhewn and full of bark, and of a certain poet that his verses abounded in miserliness, and that Theophrastus' theses had been written in purple ink. His most admired work is his book on grief. He died before Polymon and Crates, having fallen ill of dropsy. My own verses about him run as follows: "The worst of ailments overwhelmed you, Crantor, and thus you descended to the black abyss of Pluto, and there you may now rejoice, but the Academy and Soli, your native land, are bereft of your discourses." Arcesilaus. Arcesilaus, son of Cethus, or scythers, as Apollodorus says in the 3rd book of his chronology, was from Pitane in Aeolis. It was he who inaugurated the Middle Academy. He was the first to suspend judgment in light of the contradictions in opposing arguments. He was also the first to attempt to argue both sides of a question, and the first to modify the system handed down by Plato and to make it more eristic, by means of question and answer. He became acquainted with Crantor in this way. He was the youngest of 4 brothers, 2 of whom had the same father, 2 the same mother. Of the latter 2, Pylades was the elder, and of the former Moireus, who was his guardian. At first, before he sailed for Athens, he studied with the mathematician Autolycus, his countryman, with whom he also travelled to Sardis. Next he studied with Xanthus, the Athenian musician. Then he became a student of Theophrastus. Leaving Theophrastus, he came to the academy to join Crantor. For though his brother Moireus, whom we mentioned above, wanted to make an orator of him, he himself loved philosophy, and Crantor, who was in love with him, asked him the question from Euripides' Andromeda, "O maiden, if I save you, will you be grateful to me?" To this Arcesilaus replied with the line that comes next, "Take me, stranger, whether as a serving woman or a wife." From then on they lived together, whereupon Theophrastus, provoked at his loss, is said to have remarked, "What a clever and courageous lad has left my school!" For besides being highly adept in argument and a lover of books, Arcesilaus also took up poetry. His epigram about Attalus runs as follows: "Pergamon, not famed for arms alone, is often celebrated for its steeds in divine Pisa. But if a mere mortal may be permitted to declare the will of Zeus, it will be much more sung of by bards in days to come." And about Menodorus, the beloved of Eudemus, one of his fellow students. "Far off lie Phrygia and sacred Thyatira, your native land, Menodorus, son of Cadeus. But to unutterable Acheron the paths are equal, from whatever point they are measured, as the proverb says. In your honour Eudemus has erected this eminent tomb, since you were dearest to him of the many who laboured for him." He appreciated Homer beyond all poets, and would always read a passage from him before going to sleep, and in the morning, whenever he wanted to read him, he would say he was going off to visit his beloved. He also considered Pindar remarkable for the fullness of his diction and his vast store of words and expressions, and as a young man he interpreted the works of Ion. He also studied with the geometer Hipponicus, whom he jokingly observed was sluggish in everything else and constantly yawning, but highly accomplished in his own field. Geometry, he said, flew into his mouth while he was yawning. When Hipponicus suffered a fit of madness, Arcesilaus took him home and nursed him until he had recovered. When Crates died, Arcesilaus took over the school, a certain Socratides having withdrawn in his favour. According to some, he never wrote a book because he suspended judgment on all matters. Others report that he was caught revising certain works, which according to some he published, according to others he burned. He seems to have admired Plato, and he owned copies of his works. Some say that he also emulated Pyrrho. He was devoted to dialectic and adopted the methods of argument of the Eretrian school. This is why Ariston said of him, "He's Plato in front, Pyrrho behind, Diodorus in the middle." And Timon speaks of him as follows: "Having Menedemus as a lead weight under his chest, he will run either to Pyrrho, that mountain of flesh, or to Diodorus." And further on he has him say, "I shall swim to Pyrrho and to crooked Diodorus." He was highly aphoristic and concise, and in his conversation careful and precise about the meanings of words, quite satirical and outspoken. This is why Timon speaks of him again as follows, and mixing with reproaches. Hence, when a young man conversed more boldly than others, Arcesilaus would say, "Will no one beat him at a game of knucklebones?" To a man who let himself be penetrated, and who recalled to him the doctrine that one thing is not greater than another, Arcesilaus asked whether a 10-incher did not seem to him greater than a 6-incher. When a certain Haemon of Chios, who was ugly but assumed he was handsome, and always went about in fine clothes, said he did not think the wise man would ever fall in love, Arcesilaus asked, "Not even with someone as handsome and well-dressed as yourself?" And when another catamite, addressing Arcesilaus as if he were arrogant, said, "Am I permitted, Queen, to speak, or must I keep silence?" Arcesilaus replied, "Woman, why address me so harshly, and not in your usual manner?" When a talkative low-born fellow caused him some trouble, he said, "Unruly to live with are the offspring of slaves." Of another, who talked a great deal of nonsense, he said that the man could not have had a strict nurse, and to some he would not even reply. To a moneylender who was a lover of learning, but admitted that he was ignorant on a certain point, Arcesilaus replied, "A hen only feels the wind's direction when her interest is at stake." These verses are from the Inomaeus of Sophocles. When a certain student of dialectic, a follower of Alexinus, was unable to properly recount one of his teacher's arguments, Arcesilaus told him the story of Philoxenus and the brickmakers. Finding them singing his own melodies badly, Philoxenus trampled on their bricks, saying, "Since you spoil my work, I'll spoil yours." Arcesilaus was genuinely vexed with those who took up their studies too late. By some natural impulse he made frequent use of such phrases as "I concur" and "so-and-so." He would give the name. Will never agree to this. And many of his students imitated this habit, as they did his style of speaking and his whole demeanour. He was also exceptionally adept at countering objections or bringing the course of the discussion back around to its starting point and adapting it to every occasion. His powers of persuasion were unsurpassed. This drew even more students to his school, though they were terrified by his sharpness. But they bore this gladly, since his goodness was extraordinary and he inspired his students with hopes. Exceedingly liberal in private life, he was always ready to confer a benefit, though his modesty was such that he tried to escape detection when doing so. At any rate, one day he called on Ctesibius, who was ill, and when he saw him pressed hard by poverty, he stealthily placed a money-pouch under his pillow. When Ctesibius found it, he said, "This is Arcesilaus' little joke." On another occasion, he sent Ctesibius 1,000 drachmas. By introducing Archias the Arcadian to Eumenes, he caused him to advance to a high rank. Because he was liberal and unconcerned about money, he was among the first to attend events with paid seating, and he was especially eager to attend those of Archicrates and Callicrates, for which the price of admission was a gold piece. He assisted many people and would collect subscriptions for them. Once, when someone borrowed his silver plate in order to entertain friends and never returned it, Arcesilaus did not ask for it and even pretended that it had not been borrowed. But others say that he purposely lent it, and when it was returned, he made the borrower, who was poor, accept it as a gift. He had property in Pitane, from which his brothers Pylades would send him provisions. Furthermore, Eumenes, son of Phileterus, regularly furnished him with large sums, which was why Eumenes was the only person to whom Arcesilaus dedicated any of his books. And though many people courted Antigonus and flocked to him whenever he came to Athens, Arcesilaus would keep away, not wishing to impose on his acquaintance. He was on the best of terms with Heracles, the garrison commander of Munichia and the Piraeus, and would go down to see him at every festival. And though Heracles joined the others in urging him to greet Antigonus, Arcesilaus was not persuaded, but would go as far as the city gates and then turn back. Even after the naval battle, when many approached Antigonus and sent him invitations, Arcesilaus kept silent. Nevertheless, on behalf of his native city, he journeyed to Demetrius as an envoy to Antigonus, though his mission did not succeed. He spent all of his time in the academy, avoiding public life. One time, out of friendship for Heracles, he lingered in the Piraeus, discussing certain questions, and for this he was censured by certain persons. He was highly extravagant. Was he anything but another Aristippus? And fond of hosting dinners, but only for those who shared his predilections. He lived openly with the Elean courtesans, Theodote and Phila, and to any who criticized him he would quote the maxims of Aristippus. He was also lecherous and fond of boys. Hence he was censured by the Stoic Ariston of Chios and his followers, who called him a corrupter of young men and a shameless champion of sexual license. Arcesilaus is said to have been particularly enamoured of that Demetrius who sailed to Cyrene and of Cleochares of Merlia. There is a story that when a band of revellers came to the door, Arcesilaus told them that he was willing to open up, but that Cleochares was barring the way. Cleochares was also courted by Demochares, son of Laertius, and by Pythocles, son of Bugellus, and when Arcesilaus caught them together, he said he would out of forbearance step aside. In light of these incidents, the above-mentioned detractors attacked and ridiculed him for delighting in renown and popularity. He was especially assailed by Hieronymus the Peripatetic and his circle whenever he assembled his friends to celebrate the birthday of Halcyoneus, son of Antigonus, on which occasion Antigonus used to send considerable sums of money to be spent on their entertainment. On that occasion, he always avoided discussing philosophy over the wine, and when Arridilus proposed a certain subject and urged him to address it, he replied, "But this is just the prerogative of philosophy, to know the proper moment for every undertaking." As for the accusation that Arcesilaus courted the mob, Timon, among several other things, offers the following. So saying, he plunged into the surrounding throng, and they marvelled at him like chaffinches around an owl, pointing him out as vain because he flattered the mob. "You're no big deal, wretch. Why plume yourself like a simpleton?" Yet he was so modest that he advised his students to hear other philosophers, and when a certain lad from Chios was dissatisfied with his lectures and preferred those of the above-mentioned Hieronymus, Arcesilaus himself took him and introduced him to the philosopher, exhorting the boy to behave well. This delightful remark is attributed to him. To someone who asks why pupils from all the other schools leave them to join the Epicureans, but no one ever leaves the Epicureans, he said, "Because men may become eunuchs, but no eunuch ever becomes a man." When his end was near, he left all his property to his brother Pylades, because he, without Moraeus's knowledge, had taken him to Chios, and from there to Athens. Over the course of his life, he had never married or had a child. On making 3 copies of his will, he deposited one in Eretria with Amphicretus, and the second in Athens with certain friends. The third he sent to his home to Thaumasius, a kinsman, charging him to keep it safe. To him he wrote as follows: Arcesilaus to Thaumasius, greetings. I have given Diogenes my will to be conveyed to you. In light of my frequent illnesses and physical weaknesses, I decided to make a will so that if anything happens, I will not depart, having in any way wronged you who have been so deeply devoted to me. And you, more than anyone here, can be trusted to keep it safe for me, both because of your age and your relationship to me. Therefore, bearing in mind that I repose the greatest trust in you, do your best to be fair to me, so that, insofar as it depends on you, my will's provisions will be carried out with grace and dignity. One copy of the will has been deposited in Athens with some of my friends, and another in Eretria with Amphikritos. He died in a fit of madness, as Hermippus says, after drinking a good deal of unmixed wine. He had by then reached the age of 75, and no man was more highly regarded by the Athenians. My own verses about him run as follows. Why, pray, Arcesilaus, did you draw unmixed wine so unsparingly as to take leave of your senses? I pity you not so much for your death, but because you insulted the Muses with an overflowing goblet. There have been 3 other men named Arcesilaus, one a poet of the old comedy, another a writer of elegies, and the third a sculptor, about whom Simonides composed this epigram. This is a statue of Artemis, and it cost 200 Parian drachmas, which bear a goat as their device. It was wrought by Arcesilaus, the worthy son of Aristodicus, a proficient in the arts of Athena. The philosopher discussed above, as Apollodorus says in his chronology, flourished around the 120th Olympiad. Bion. Bion was by birth a native of Borysthenes. Who his parents were, and under what circumstances he took up philosophy, he himself made clear to Antigonus. For when Antigonus, quoting Homer, asked him, "Who are you among men, and where from? What is your city, and who are your parents?" he, aware that he had already been maligned, said to Antigonus, "My father was a freed slave who wiped his nose on his sleeve." He meant that he was a dealer in salt fish. A native of Borysthenes, he had no features, but only the brands on his face, a token of his master's severity. My mother was the sort of woman such a man would marry, from a brothel. Then my father, who had cheated the tax collector, was sold with all our family. I was bought by an orator because I was young and charming, and when he died he left me all he had. And I burned his writings, scraped together all I could, came to Athens, and took up philosophy. This is the family, and this the blood from which I claim to have sprung. Such is my story, so let Perseus and Philonides give up recounting it. Judge me by myself. In truth, Bion, though in certain instances wily and a subtle sophist, one who had given a great many pretexts to those who wished to trample philosophy underfoot, was none the less affable and able to make fun of his own arrogance. He left an enormous number of commentaries as well as maxims of a practical character. For example, when reproached for not pursuing a young man, he said, "You can't reel in a soft cheese with a fish-hook." When someone once asked him who suffers the greatest anxiety, he said, "He who wishes to attain the greatest happiness." When asked about someone whether he should marry, for this remark is also attributed to him, he said, "If your wife is ugly, you'll have to bear her. If beautiful, you'll have to share her." He used to say that old age was the harbour of all evils. At any rate, all of them take refuge there. He called renown the mother of accusations, beauty someone else's good, and wealth the sinews of success. To someone who had consumed his estate, he said, "The land swallowed up Amphiaraus, but you've swallowed up your land." It is a great evil, he declared, to be unable to bear evil. He would condemn those who burned corpses as if they could not feel, and yet set lanterns beside them as if they could. He often said that it is better to gratify someone else with one's own beauty than to pluck that of another, for the latter harms both body and soul. He even attacked Socrates, saying that if he desired Alcibiades but restrained himself, he was a fool, whereas if he did not, his conduct was not surprising. He used to say that the path to Hades was easy to travel. At any rate, men set off on it with their eyes closed. Disparaging Alcibiades, he said that as a youth he drew husbands away from their wives, and as an adult drew wives from their husbands. While the Athenians were practicing rhetoric, he was teaching philosophy in Rhodes. To someone who faulted him for this, he said, "I brought wheat to market, yet I'm to sell barley." He used to say that those in Hades would be more effectively punished if the vessels with which they drew water were intact and not full of holes. To a prating fellow who begged for his help, he said, "I will do what I can for you, but only if you send others to plead your cause and stay away yourself." On a voyage with some worthless fellows, he encountered pirates. When his companions said, "We are lost if we are recognized," he replied, "And I too, if I am not recognized." He used to say that conceit is an obstacle to progress. Of a rich miser, he said, "This man has not acquired property, property has acquired him." He used to say that misers took care of their property as if it belonged to them, but got no more benefit from it than if it belonged to others. He said that in their youth men are courageous, but in their old age they excel in wisdom. Wisdom, he said, surpasses the other virtues as much as sight surpasses the other senses. He used to declare that we should not disparage old age, since we all hope to reach it. To a slanderer who was scowling, he said, "I can't tell whether something bad has happened to you or something good to someone else." He used to say that impiety made a bad partner for free speech, since it makes a man slavish, even if he is bold-hearted. We ought to pay careful attention, he said, to what sort of men our friends are, so that we may not be thought to consort with the bad or to decline the friendship of the good. At first, Bion, when he studied with Crates, preferred to follow the academic doctrines. Then he adopted the Cynic discipline, taking up a tattered cloak and knapsack, for what else was needed to complete his conversion to the doctrine of detachment? Then he switched to the Theodorian theories after hearing the lectures of Theodorus the atheist, who made use of every kind of sophistical argument. After Theodorus, he studied with Theophrastus the peripatetic. He was theatrical and excelled at ridiculing everything, using common terms for things. And because he blended together every style of speech, Eratosthenes is reported to have said of him that he was the first to clothe philosophy in party-coloured robes. He had a natural gift for parody, as one sees in these verses. "O gentle Archiatas, a born musician, happy in your own conceit, most skilful of men at striking the highest notes of strife." He generally made fun of music and geometry. He was extravagant, and this was why he moved from one city to another, sometimes arranging a parade. In Rhodes, at any rate, he persuaded the sailors to don students' attire and follow behind him, and when he entered the gymnasium with them, everyone turned to gaze at him. He was in the habit of adopting certain young men in order to satisfy his desire and to be protected by their goodwill. He was also extremely selfish and insisted strongly on the maxim, "The possessions of friends are common property." As a result, he is not credited with a single disciple, though so many students attended his lectures, and yet he led some of them into shamelessness. At any rate, Bison, one of his intimates, is said to have once remarked to Menedemus, "As for me, Menedemus, I spend the night with Bion, and don't think I've experienced anything unusual." In his conversation he often challenged views about the gods, following the example of Theodorus. But later, when he fell ill, the people of Chalcis maintain, for it was there that he died, that he was persuaded to wear amulets and to repent of his offences against the gods. Lacking anyone to tend his illness, he was in a sorry state until Antigonus sent him 2 servants, and he followed Antigonus in a litter, as Favorinus says in his miscellaneous history. But he died just the same, and I have taken him to task in these verses. We hear that Bion, scion of the Scythian land of Borysthenes, said that the gods do not really exist. Had he held to that view, it would have been reasonable to say, he thinks as he likes, wrongly of course, but so he thinks, that in fact, when he fell ill and feared he would die, he who said there were no gods and would not even look at a temple, and who often jeered at mortals who sacrificed to gods, not only feasted the nostrils of the gods with savoury aromas and fat, and incense over sacrificial hearths and altars and tables, nor did he merely say, "I have sinned, forgive the past," but he readily allowed an old woman to put a charm around his neck, and he faithfully bound his arms with leather, placed buckthorn and laurel branches over the door, and prepared to render any service sooner than die. He was a fool to wish that divine aid might be obtained at a certain price, as if the gods exist whenever Bion chooses to acknowledge them. It was then, regaining his wits in vain, when he was all ashes, that he stretched forth his hand and said, "Hail, Pluto, hail!" There have been 10 men named Bion. The first, a contemporary of Pherecydes of Syros, to whom 2 books in the Ionic dialect have been attributed. He was from Proconnesus. The second, a Syracusan, who wrote handbooks on rhetoric. The third, our present subject. The fourth, a Democritean, a mathematician from Abdera, who wrote in both the Attic and Ionic dialects. He was the first to say that there are certain places where the night lasts for 6 months and the day for 6 months. The fifth, a native of Soli, who wrote a work on Ethiopia. The sixth, an orator, to whom 9 books named after the Muses are attributed. The seventh, a lyric poet. The eighth, a Milesian sculptor, mentioned by Polymon. The ninth, a tragic poet, one of the poets of Tarsus, as they are called. And the 10th, a sculptor from Clazomene, or Chios, mentioned by Hipponax. Lacydes. Lacydes, son of Alexander, was a native of Cyrene. It was he who succeeded Arcesilaus and inaugurated the new academy. A man of great nobility who had numerous emulators, he was diligent from his youth up, and despite his poverty, gracious and sociable. They say that in the management of his household he was extremely stingy, for whenever he brought anything out of his storeroom, he would apply a layer of wax to the door and throw his seal ring inside through a hole, so that nothing stored there would ever be removed and carried off. Eventually his servants, getting to know of this, used to remove as much as they liked, afterward throwing the ring back into the storeroom through the same hole, nor were they ever caught at it. Lacydes used to lecture in the academy in the garden that had been laid out by King Attalus. Named in his honour, the garden was called the Lacidium. He was the only head of the school ever to hand it on to his successors, Telecles and Evander, both from Phocea, during his lifetime. Evander was succeeded by Hegesias of Pergamon, who was succeeded by Carneades. A delightful anecdote is told of Lacydes. When Attalus sent for him, Lacydes is said to have remarked that statues should be seen from a distance. As he devoted himself late in life to the study of geometry, someone said to him, "But why now?" And he replied, "But why not now?" He became head of the school in the 4th year of the 134th Olympiad and died after heading it for 26 years. His death was due to paralysis brought on by heavy drinking. My own satiric verses about him run as follows. Of you, Laertius, I have heard this tale. Bacchus seized and dragged you with trailing toes to Hades. It's clear that when Dionysus enters the body in force, he loosens our limbs. Isn't this why he is called Laertius? Carneades. Carneades, son of Epicommus, or of Philocomus, according to Alexander in his Successions, was a native of Cyrene. After carefully studying the writings of the Stoics, particularly those of Chrysippus, he challenged them reasonably, and with such success that he would often say, "Had Chrysippus not existed, I would not have existed." His industry was unsurpassed, though he devoted himself less to natural philosophy than to ethics, so that he would let his hair and nails grow long from devotion to his studies. He was so prominent in philosophy that even the orators would dismiss their classes and go to hear him lecture. He had an exceptionally loud voice, and consequently the head of the gymnasium sent to him to ask him not to shout so loudly. Carneades answered, "Then give me a gauge to measure my voice," whereupon the man, taking him up, wittily replied, "You have a gauge, your audience." Carneades was a formidable critic and an invincible debater, and for the reasons already mentioned he declined dinner invitations. A student of his, Mentor of Bithynia, aimed to seduce his concubine, so one day, according to Favorinus in his miscellaneous history, when Mentor came to his lecture, Carneades, in the course of his remarks, parodied some Homeric verses at Mentor's expense. "Here comes an infallible old man of the sea, resembling Mentor in form and in voice. Him I proclaim to have been banished from this school." At this Mentor rose and said, "They made their proclamation, and the others quickly assembled." Carneades seems to have conducted himself faint-heartedly as his end approached, repeatedly remarking, "Nature which assembled will disassemble." When he learned that Antipater had died after drinking poison, he was moved by the courage with which he faced his end, and said, "Give me some too." And when they asked, "What?" he replied, "Some honeyed wine." They say that his death coincided with an eclipse of the moon, as if, so to speak, the brightest orb, after the sun, were conveying her sympathy. Apollodorus, in his chronology, says that Carneades departed the world of men in the 3rd year of the 162nd Olympiad, at the age of 85. Letters of his to Ariarathes, the king of the Cappadocians, are extant. Everything else was assembled by his students. He himself left nothing in writing. My own epigram about him, written in Logoedic and Archibulian verses, run as follows. "Why, oh why, Muse, would you have me censure Carneades? For he is ignorant who does not know how Carneades feared death. When wasting away from the direst of diseases, he would not obtain release. But having heard that Antipater died after drinking poison, he said, 'Then let me drink some too.' What? What? Give me some honeyed wine." He was always ready to remark, "Nature which holds me together will dissolve me." He descended none the less to the grave, that he might have reached Hades with the help of more numerous woes. It is said that he went blind at night without being aware of it, and he ordered his slave to light a lamp. When the man brought it in and said, "Here it is," Carneades replied, "Then read." He had many other students, but the most distinguished was Clitomachus, of whom we must speak. There was another Carneades, an insipid elegiac poet. Clitomachus. Clitomachus was from Carthage. He was originally called Hasdrubal, and he taught philosophy in Carthage in his native language. Coming to Athens at the age of 40, he became a student of Carneades. Approaching Clitomachus' diligence, Carneades had him educated and took part in training him. Clitomachus was so industrious that he wrote more than 40 treatises. He succeeded Carneades, and by his own writings shed considerable light on his predecessor's doctrines. The man became eminent in 3 schools of thought: the academic, the peripatetic, and the stoic. The academics in general are ridiculed by Timon in the line, "Not even the unsalted long-windedness of the academics." Now that we have reviewed the academics who descended from Plato, let us pass on to the peripatetics, who also descended from Plato. They begin with Aristotle. Book 5. Aristotle and his successors. Aristotle. Aristotle, son of Nicomachus and Phaestis, was a native of Stagira. His father Nicomachus traced his descent to the Nicomachus who was the son of Machaon and grandson of Asclepius, as Hermippus says in his book on Aristotle. He lived with Amyntas, the king of the Macedonians, in the capacity of doctor and friend. Aristotle was the most faithful of Plato's students. He spoke with a lisp, as Timotheus the Athenian says in his book on Lives. They also say that his calves were thin and his eyes small, and that he wore fine clothes and rings and kept his hair short. He had a son, also called Nicomachus, by his concubine Herpyllis, as Timotheus says. He left the academy while Plato was still alive, hence Plato is said to have remarked, "Aristotle kicked me away just as colts kick away their mother." Hermippus, in his Lives, says that Aristotle was on an Athenian embassy to Philip when Xenocrates became head of the school, and that when he returned and saw the school headed by another, he chose a walkway, peripatos, in the Lyceum, where he walked up and down discussing philosophy with his students until it was time for them to exercise, and thus he was called a peripatetic. Others, however, say that the name was given to him because when Alexander was walking about after an illness, Aristotle joined him and conversed with him about various matters. But when his students had grown in number, then Aristotle too took a seat, saying, "It is shameful to keep silence and let Xenocrates speak." He taught his students to discourse on a set thesis, while also training them in oratory. Later, however, he departed to the court of Hermias the eunuch, the ruler of Artanius, whom some say became his beloved, though others maintain that Hermias made Aristotle his kinsman, giving him his daughter or niece in marriage, as Demetrius of Magnesia says in his work on poets and writers of the same name. Demetrius also says that Hermias had been a slave of Eubulus, that he came from Bithynia, and that he slew his master, Aristippus, in the first book of his work on the luxuriousness of the ancients, says that Aristotle fell in love with a concubine of Hermias, that he married her with Hermias's consent, and in his great joy offered sacrifices to this woman, as the Athenians did to Demeter of Eleusis, and that he also wrote a paean to Hermias, which is given below. Thereafter he was in Macedonia at Philip's court, and received from him his son Alexander as a student. He requested that his native city, which had been razed by Philip, be restored, and had his petition granted. He also established laws for its inhabitants. We also learn that, following Xenocrates' example, he made it a rule at his school that a new head should be appointed every 10 days. When he thought he had stayed long enough with Alexander, he departed to Athens, having first introduced Alexander to his kinsman Callisthenes of Olynthus. But when Callisthenes spoke too frankly to the king and didn't obey him, Alexander is said to have rebuked him, citing the verse, "You'll be short-lived, my child, by speaking thus." And so it turned out, for Callisthenes, suspected of conspiring with Hermolaus in a plot against Alexander, was carried about in an iron cage, lice-ridden and untended, and finally he was thrown to a lion, and thus met his end. As for Aristotle, after coming to Athens and leading his school for 13 years, he retired to Chalcis because Eurymedon, the priest at Eleusis, or Demophilus, as Favorinus says in his miscellaneous history, charged him with impiety for having composed the hymn to the above-mentioned Hermias, as well as the following inscription for the statue he dedicated at Delphi. "This man, the king of the bow-bearing Persians, slew, impiously transgressing the sacred law of the immortals, overcoming him, not openly, with a spear in mortal combat, but with the help of a treacherous man whom he trusted." In Chalcis, drinking wolfsbane, Aristotle died, as Eumelus reports in the 5th book of his Histories, at the age of 70. But the same author says that Aristotle met Plato at the age of 30, and here he is mistaken, for Aristotle lived to be 63, and he was 17 when he became Plato's student. His hymn to Hermias runs as follows: "O virtue, achieved with toil by the race of mortals, the finest goal in life, for the sake of your beauty, O maiden, 'tis in Greece an enviable fate to die, and to endure fierce and ceaseless toils. Such courage do you implant in the heart, an immortal harvest, better than gold, dearer than parents, than slow-eyed sleep. For your sake, Heracles, son of Zeus, and the sons of Leda, endured many labours, pursuing your power. For love of you, Achilles and Ajax came to the house of Hades, and for the sake of your beloved form, the nursling of Artaneus too was bereft of the sun's rays. Therefore will his deeds be sung, and the Muses, the daughters of memory, will make him immortal, exalting the majesty of Zeus, patron of strangers, and the prize of steadfast friendship." My own verses about him run as follows. Eurymedon, the priest of Dio's mysteries, was once about to indict Aristotle for impiety, but he, by drinking wolfsbane, escaped, and thus, without effort, defeated unjust calumnies. Favorinus, in his miscellaneous history, says that Aristotle was the first to write a forensic speech in his own defence, on the occasion of the suit mentioned above, and he quotes him as saying that at Athens, "pear upon pear grows old, and fig upon fig." Apollodorus, in his chronology, says that Aristotle was born in the first year of the 99th Olympiad, that he met Plato and remained with him for 20 years, having become his student at the age of 17, and that he went to Mytilene during the archonship of Eubulus in the 3rd year of the 108th Olympiad. When Plato died in the 1st year of that Olympiad, during the archonship of Theophilus, Aristotle went to Hermias and stayed with him for 3 years. During the archonship of Pythodotus, in the 2nd year of the 109th Olympiad, he went to Philip, Alexander being then 15 years old. He returned to Athens in the 2nd year of the 111th Olympiad and lectured at the Lyceum for 13 years. He departed from Chalcis in the 3rd year of the 114th Olympiad, and died of disease at about the age of 63, During the archonship of Philocles, in the same year Demosthenes died on Caloria. It is said that Aristotle offended Alexander by his introduction of Callicines, and that Alexander, in order to annoy Aristotle, honoured Anaximenes and sent gifts to Xenocrates. Theocritus of Chios, according to Ambryon in his book on Theocritus, also ridiculed him in the following epigram. To Hermias, who was a eunuch and at the same time a slave of Eubulus, an empty monument was erected by empty-minded Aristotle. And Timon attacked him, saying, "No, not even the painful thoughtlessness of Aristotle." So much for the life of the philosopher. I have also come across his will, which runs as follows. All will be well, but if anything should happen, Aristotle has made the following dispositions. Antipater is to be executor in all matters, without restriction. Until Nicanor arrives, let Aristomenes, Timachus, Hipparchus, Diogenes, and Theophrastus, if he is willing, and if circumstances permit him, take charge of the children and her Pilus as well as the property. And when my daughter comes of age, let her be given in marriage to Nicanor. But if anything should happen to her, which heaven forbid, nor will any such thing occur, before she marries, or after her marriage, but before there are children, let Nicanor have full authority, both with regard to my son and with regard to everything else, to manage in a manner worthy both of himself and of us. Let Nicanor take charge of my daughter and of my son, Nicomachus, and act as he sees fit in all things that concern them, as if he were their father or brother. And if anything should happen to Nicanor, which heaven forbid, either before he marries the girl or after the marriage, but before there are children, let any arrangement he has made be valid. And if Theophrastus consents to live with my daughter, let him assume the same responsibility as Nicanor. Otherwise, let the executors, in consultation with Antipater, administer with respect to my daughter and my son, as they think best. Let the executors and Nicanor, in memory of me and of the devotion her Pilus has shown me, take care of her in every other respect, and if she wishes to marry, see to it that she is given in a manner not unworthy of me. Let them give her, in addition to what she has already received, a talent of silver out of the estate, and 3 serving women, whichever ones she chooses, in addition to her present maid and the slave Piraeus, and if she wishes to live in Chalcis, the guest house by the garden, if in Stagira, my father's house. Whichever of these houses she chooses, let the executors furnish it with whatever furniture they think right and adequate for her Pilus to have. Let Nicanor take charge of the boy Myrmex, in order that he be conveyed to his own people in a manner worthy of me, with the property we received from him. Let Ambrasis be granted her freedom, and when my daughter marries, 500 drachmas and her present maid. And let Thale be given, in addition to the maid that she has, and who was bought, 1,000 drachmas and a maid. And for Simon, in addition to the money given to him previously for the purchase of another slave, let a servant be purchased, or let him receive an additional sum of money. Let Tarcho, Philo, Olympius, and his son be granted their freedom when my daughter is married. Do not sell any of the slaves who attended me, but let them continue to be employed, and when they reach the proper age, let them be granted their freedom, if they deserve it. Let the executors see to it that the images that Grilion has been commissioned to execute are set up when they are finished, namely that of Nicanor and that of Proxenus, which I was intending to have executed, and that of Nicanor's mother. and let them set up the bust, already completed, of Arimistus, that there may be a memorial of him, since he died childless. And let them dedicate the one of my mother to Demeter at Nemea, or wherever they think best. And wherever they bury me, there let them place the bones of Pythias, in accordance with her own instructions. And let Nicanor, once he has returned safe, dedicate, in fulfillment of the vow I made on his behalf, stone statues 6 feet tall to Zeus and Athena, the saviours. These are the terms of Aristotle's will. It is said that a large number of his dishes were found. Lyco is also reported to have said that Aristotle bathed in a tub of warm oil and sold the oil. Some say that he placed a bag of warm oil on his stomach, and that, when he went to sleep, a bronze ball was placed in his hand with a vessel lying under it, so that when the ball fell into the vessel he might be awakened by the sound. The following delightful sayings are attributed to him. When asked what people gain by telling lies, he replied that when they tell the truth they are not believed. Reproached one day because he gave alms to a good-for-nothing, he said, "It was the man that I pitied, not his conduct." He was constantly saying to his friends and students, whenever and wherever he happened to be lecturing, that the eyes receive light from the surrounding air, while the soul receives it from mathematics. He declared often and vehemently that the Athenians had discovered wheat and laws, and that they made use of the wheat, but not the laws. He said of education that its roots are bitter, but its fruit sweet. When asked what ages quickly, he replied, gratitude. When asked to define hope, he said, it is a waking dream. When Diogenes offered him some figs, he noticed that unless he accepted them, Diogenes had a quip prepared for him. So he took them and remarked that Diogenes had lost his quip along with his figs. At another time he took the offered figs, raised them aloft as one does with a baby, and returned them with the exclamation, "Diogenes is a big boy." He said that 3 things are necessary for education: natural ability, study, and practice. On hearing that someone had reviled him, he said, "As long as I'm not in his presence, let him flog me as well." Beauty, he used to say, was more effective than any letter of introduction. Others, however, attribute this maxim to Diogenes and say that Aristotle called good looks a gift of God, while Socrates called them a short-lived tyranny. Plato, a superiority of nature; Theophrastus, a mute deception; Theocritus, a scourge set in ivory; and Carneades, a monarchy without a bodyguard. When asked how the educated differ from the uneducated, he said, as much as the living from the dead. He used to say that education was an adornment in prosperity and a refuge in adversity. Those parents who educate children deserve to be honoured more than those who only engender them, for parents make them live, but teachers make them live well. To someone who boasted that he came from a great city, he said, "That is not what one should consider, but who it is that is worthy of a great country." When asked to define a friend, he said, "One soul dwelling in 2 bodies." Mankind, he used to say, was divided into those who were as thrifty as if they were going to live forever, and those who were as extravagant as if they were going to die any moment. When someone asked him why we spend so much time with the beautiful, he replied, "That's a blind man's question." When asked what benefit he had ever derived from philosophy, he said, "That I do without being ordered what some are forced to do by their fear of the law." When asked how students could make progress, he said, "By pursuing the front runners and not waiting for those who lag behind." To a talkative fellow who poured out a torrent of words and then said, "Let's hope I haven't been boring you with my chatter," he replied, "No, by Zeus, I haven't been listening." To someone who faulted him for having made a loan to a dishonest man, for the story is also told in this way, he said, "It was not the man that I assisted, but mankind." When asked how we should behave to friends, he said, "As we would wish them to behave to us." He defined justice as a virtue of the soul that distributes according to merit. The best provision for old age, he said, was education. Favorinus, in the second book of his Reminiscences, says that Aristotle was always saying, "He who has friends has no true friend." This is also found in the seventh book of the Ethics. These, then, are the sayings attributed to him. He wrote an enormous number of books, a list of which, in light of the man's excellence and range, I deemed it right to append. On justice, 4 books. On poets, 3 books. On philosophy, 3 books. On the statesman, 2 books. On rhetoric or gryllus, 1 book. Nerinthus, 1 book. The Sophist, 1 book. Menexenus, 1 book. On love, 1 book. Symposium, 1 book. On wealth, 1 book. Hortatory, 1 book. On the soul, 1 book. On prayer, 1 book. On noble birth, 1 book. On pleasure, 1 book. Alexander, or In Defence of Colonies, 1 book. On monarchy, 1 book. On education, 1 book. On the good, 3 books. Extracts from Plato's Laws, 3 books. Extracts from the Republic, 2 books. On household management, 1 book. On friendship, 1 book. On suffering or having suffered, 1 book. On branches of knowledge, 1 book. On controversies, 2 books. Solutions of controversial questions, 4 books. Sophistical divisions, 4 books. On opposites, 1 book. On species and genera, 1 book. On characteristic properties, 1 book. 3 notebooks of dialectical arguments. Propositions about virtue, 2 books. Objections, 1 book. On terms used in a number of different senses where a determinant is added, 1 book. On emotions or on anger, 1 book. Ethics, 5 books. On elements, 3 books. On knowledge, 1 book. On principle, 1 book. Divisions, 17 books. On division, 1 book. On question and answer, 2 books. On motion, 1 book. Propositions concerning motion, 1 book. Controversial propositions, 1 book. Syllogisms, 1 book. Prior analytics, 8 books. Greater posterior analytics, 2 books. On problems, 1 book. Methodics, 8 books. On the greater good, 1 book. On the idea, 1 book. Definitions preceding the topics, 1 book. Topics, 7 books. Syllogisms, 2 books. On syllogism with definitions, 1 book. On the desirable and the contingent, 1 book. Preface to the commonplaces, 1 book. Topics concerning the definitions, 2 books. Emotions, 1 book. On division, 1 book. On mathematics, 1 book. Definitions, 13 books. Dialectical proofs, 2 books. On pleasure, 1 book. Propositions, 1 book. On the voluntary, 1 book. On the beautiful, 1 book. Theses for dialectical arguments, 25 books. Theses concerning love, 4 books. Theses concerning friendship, 2 books. Theses concerning the soul, 1 book. Politics, 2 books. Lectures on politics similar to those of Theophrastus, 8 books. On just actions, 2 books. Anthology of Arts, 2 books. The Art of Rhetoric, 2 books. Art, 1 book. Another anthology of arts, 2 books. Concerning method, 1 book. Anthology of the art of Theodectes, 1 book. A treatise on the art of poetry, 2 books. Rhetorical enthymemes, 1 book. On style, 2 books. On advice, 1 book. Anthology, 2 books. On nature, 3 books. Concerning nature, 1 book. On the philosophy of Archytas, 3 books. On the philosophy of Speusippus and Xenocrates, 1 book. Extracts from the Timaeus and the works of Archytas, 1 book. Against the doctrines of Melissus, 1 book. Against the doctrines of Alcmaeon, 1 book. Against the Pythagoreans, 1 book. Against the doctrines of Xenophanes, 1 book. Against the doctrines of Gorgias, 1 book. Against the doctrines of Zeno, 1 book. On the Pythagoreans, 1 book. On animals, 9 books. Dissections, 8 books. A selection of dissections, 1 book. On composite animals, 1 book. On mythological animals, 1 book. On sterility, 1 book. On plants, 2 books. On physiognomy, 1 book. On medicine, 2 books. On the unit, 1 book. Warning signs of storms, 1 book. On astronomy, 1 book. On optics, 1 book. On motion, 1 book. On music, 1 book. On memory, 1 book. Homeric problems, 6 books. Poetics, 1 book. On natural philosophy, arranged alphabetically, 38 books. Examined problems, 2 books. General education, 2 books. Mechanics, 1 book. Problems taken from the works of Democritus, 2 books. On the magnet, 1 book. Analogies, 1 book. Miscellaneous notes, 12 books. Descriptions of genera, 14 books. Justifications, 1 book. Victors at the Olympic Games, 1 book. Victors at the Pythian Games in music, 1 book. On Delphi, 1 book. Critique of the list of Pythian victors, 1 book. Victories at the Dionysia, 1 book. On tragedies, 1 book. Catalogues of the dramas, 1 book. Proverbs, 1 book. Rules for a common mess, 1 book. Law, 4 books. Categories, 1 book. On interpretation, 1 book. Constitutions of 158 cities classed by type, democratic, oligarchic, aristocratic, and tyrannical. Letters to Philip about the Celimbrians. Letters to Alexander, 4 books. To Antipater, 9 books. To Mentor, 1 book. To Ariston, 1 book. To Olympias, 1 book. To Hephaestion, 1 book. To Themistagoras, 1 book. To Philoxenus, 1 book. To Democritus, 1 book. An epic poem beginning, Holy Far Data, most revered of gods. An elegiac poem beginning, Daughter of a mother with beautiful children. In all, 445,270 lines. These are his written works. In them he advanced the following views. Philosophy has 2 divisions, the practical and the theoretical. The practical part includes ethics and politics, and in the latter the doctrines that concern both the state and the household are sketched. The theoretical branch includes physics and logic, though logic is not treated as an independent branch of study, but as an instrument, and is made the object of a detailed analysis. And on the assumption that it has 2 aims, he elucidated the nature of the probable and of the true. For each of these aims he employed 2 faculties, dialectic and rhetoric when probability is the aim, analytics and philosophy when truth is the aim. Nor does he neglect anything that fosters discovery, judgment, or utility. To aid discovery, he left in the topics and methodics a great many propositions whereby the student may be well supplied with probable dialectical arguments for the solution of problems. As an aid to judgment, he left the prior and posterior analytics. By the prior analytics, the premises are judged. By the posterior, the deduction is tested. For utility, there are the treatises on polemics, interrogation, eristics, sophistical refutations, syllogisms, and the like. The criterion of truth in the realm of imaginative activities he declared to be sensation, but in the moral realm, which is concerned with the city, the household, and the laws, he made reason the criterion. He held that the one end is the exercise of virtue in a completed life. Happiness, he maintained, is made up of three sorts of goods: goods of the soul, which he indeed calls the foremost in importance; secondly, goods of the body, health, strength, beauty, and the like; and thirdly, external goods, wealth, noble birth, reputation, and the like. He held that virtue by itself is not sufficient to ensure happiness. Bodily and external goods are also necessary, since the wise man will be wretched if he lives in pain, poverty, and the like. Yet vice by itself is sufficient to ensure unhappiness, even if abundant bodily and external goods accompany it. He said that the virtues are not mutually dependent, for a man might be prudent or similarly just, and at the same time undisciplined and without self-command. He said that the wise man was not free of passions, but indulged them in moderation. He defined friendship as an equality of mutual goodwill, which by definition encompasses the friendship of kinsmen, that of lovers, and that of host and guest. He held that love is aimed not solely at intercourse, but also at philosophy, that the wise man would fall in love and take part in public life, and that he would marry and reside at the court of a king. Of the three ways of life, the contemplative, the practical, and the pleasure-loving, he preferred the contemplative. He held that the studies that constitute a general education are of service for the attainment of virtue. In the sphere of natural philosophy, he surpassed all other philosophers in investigating causes, with the result that he elucidated those of the least important phenomena. This is why he compiled a considerable number of notebooks on topics in natural philosophy. He held, as did Plato, that God is incorporeal, that his providence extends to the heavenly bodies, that he is unmoved, and that terrestrial affairs are regulated in accordance with their affinity with those bodies. In addition to the four elements, there is a fifth, from which the heavenly bodies are constituted. Its motion is different from that of the other elements, being circular. He held that the soul is incorporeal, and defined it as the first entelechy of a natural and organic body, potentially possessing life. By entelechy he means that which has an incorporeal form. This, according to him, is twofold. It is either potential, like that of Hermes in the wax, when the wax is prepared to receive the moulds, or in the bronze, or it is dispositional, as in the case of the completed Hermes or the finished statue. Then, of a natural body, because bodies may be wrought either by hand, like the work of craftsmen, a tower, for example, or a vessel, or by nature, like plants and the bodies of animals. By organic, he meant constructed to serve some purpose, as sight is developed for seeing and the ear for hearing. By potentially possessing life, he means possessing life within itself. Potentially is used in two senses. In one, it refers to a disposition, in the other, to its activity. In the latter sense, he who is awake is said to possess a soul. In the former, it is the sleeper who possesses one. It was therefore in order to encompass the sleeper that Aristotle added the word potentially. He set forth many other views on an array of subjects it would take too long to enumerate. Generally speaking, he was exceptionally inventive and industrious, as is clear from the list of his written works given above, which number nearly 400, excluding those not considered genuine. For many other written works and incisive sayings are attributed to him. There have been 8 men named Aristotle. The first was our present subject. The second, the Athenian statesman to whom charming forensic speeches are attributed. The third, an expounder of the Iliad. The fourth, a Sicilian orator who wrote a reply to the panegyric of Isocrates. The fifth, who was nicknamed Myth, a student of Aeschines, the Socratic. The sixth, a native of Cyrene, who wrote on the art of poetry. The seventh, a gymnastics trainer mentioned by Aristoxenus in his Life of Plato, and the eighth, an obscure grammarian, to whom a handbook on redundancy is attributed. The philosopher of Stagira had many students. The most distinguished was Theophrastus, of whom we must speak next. Theophrastus. Theophrastus was a native of Erissus, the son of a fuller, Melantes, as Athenodorus says in the 8th book of his Discourses. He studied first in his native town with his countryman Alcippus, and then attended the lectures of Plato, whom he left for Aristotle. When the latter retired to Chalcis, he himself took over as head of the school in the 114th Olympiad. He had a slave named Pompilus, who became a philosopher, according to Myronianus of Amastris, in the 1st book of his Historical Parallels. Theophrastus was a man of exceptional intelligence and industry, and according to Pamphila, in the 32nd book of her Commentaries, he was the teacher of Menander, the comic poet. He was also eager to be of service and fond of discussion. Cassander, at any rate, granted him audiences, and Ptolemy wrote letters to him. The Athenians held him in such high regard that Hagnonides, having had the temerity to prosecute him on a charge of impiety, barely escaped incurring a penalty. Roughly 2,000 students used to attend his lectures. In a letter to Phanias, the peripatetic, among other topics, he speaks as follows about his lecture hall. To get an audience, or even a select body of the sort one desires, is not easy. Lectures read aloud must be revised. Always to adjourn and ignore criticism will no longer be tolerated by this generation. It was in this letter that he called someone a pedant. Despite his high renown, he nevertheless went abroad for a brief period with all the other